What's up, guys? Welcome back to another Rage Bros, and this is 5 hours of Light 1. So, yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Young Jamie, back in the fucking saddle. How you feeling? COVID-free 4 days in a row now. Yeah, and now you still can't taste anything?
Well,
You lick a
started to
battery?
come back today, but yeah, like 5% taste. Tastes heavy.
So-
Pickle juice doesn't taste like anything.
Really? Just tastes like water? Whoa.
Very weird.
But you don't have any residual symptoms? Nothing wrong?
Good. Breathe everything. Yeah.
Good to see you back,
Oh,
buddy.
too.
I'm a little worried about you. Just a little worried about you. Not worried about you. Alex Jones. This is the most anticipated thing I ever did. I've probably had, no exaggeration, 2,000 or 3,000 people in the last year and a half ask me, when are you going back on Joe Rogan? And I'm always saying, I don't know. And then I learned we were moving here like 3-4 months ago, and now we're here, and this is exciting. I don't get butterflies anymore, but I'd actually have them here. And this is great. It's good to have butterflies after about 20 years. Didn't get it the last 2 times I was on. Didn't get it when I interviewed Trump. Didn't get it in a lot of things, but I've got butterflies here today. And Tim motherfucking Tim.
Yeah, I'm just a kid in a candy store.
Thank you.
Thank you for making this dream come true. This is what I've always wanted to do, and we've made it happen. This is my Make-A-Wish. I can die happy.
Well, I'm happy to hear.
Yeah, I got my Free Lane shirt because I believe all women.
Is that how you say it?
I think so, yeah.
I thought it was
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine. I thought it was
It might be
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
It's Ghislaine.
Do you know?
Look at me, you know.
Ghislaine?
It's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine? That's a ridiculous name.
Yeah. Her father was a famous MI6 Mossad spy that reportedly used sex operatives to control people. He died being thrown off a yacht in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And, of course, she got caught in that farmhouse on the East Coast. And she was really the pimp over Epstein and a giant sex network ring over scientists that they were compromising so they could control not just government but industry and science. So that was the master blackmail operation they were running.
And her sisters are big in tech. Like Isabel Maxwell, she has sisters that are in U.S. tech companies. I think 2 of her sisters were part of the creation of Magellan, which was that big search engine. Like,
Really?
So yeah, they are a very powerful family, and they have all kinds of different operations.
Yeah, her dad was the biggest publisher in England and also the biggest owner of private TV stations in England. And when he died, it turned out he was a front, basically, for intelligence networks.
Now, let me, right off the bat, say, you were telling me about Epstein and this island years ago. You were telling me long before anybody, I think you told me about him before his first arrest.
A long time ago, I talked about how they have these islands, they fly, they compromise children. But I learned all this from Ted Gunderson 20 plus years ago. He was in line to be the FBI director. He was the head of the FBI in Los Angeles. He was a very famous FBI agent. He even ran COINTELPRO. It's a civil rights movement. He apologized for that before he died in 2011. But he came out and he was the one that explained to me about how they use these blackmail rings, elements of the CIA, and foreign intelligence groups, and how they would basically make people have sex with children to be part of these clubs and these cults they were setting up. And so I knew about all this from Ted Gunderson.
Were they young girls that, did they tell
tell them these girls were underage, or did they look like they were older? Like this the Borat movie where they
Giuliani.
Trying to set
supposedly
Giuliani
got-
up.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it, it's very disappointing because
They set him up. I saw it. Yeah.
they did set him up, but nothing happened. They made it look like Giuliani was jerking off in front of this girl.
He was taking his mic off.
He would have to be the biggest savage on earth
To
to
do that.
jerk off
Yeah.
in that situation.
Right.
And they also said that he inappropriately touched her back. When he touched her back, I'm not exaggerating, it was like this.
Right.
It was a couple of light taps on the back while she was close to him, taking off his mic thing. He goes, "Oh, thank you very much, dear." And he goes, I just need your name and your phone number." And then she takes off his mic, and then he leans back and he's tucking his shirt back.
Because he just pulled the mic out.
But he's lying on the bed to do it. Now,
Right.
if you're an old man, and I'm sure he's probably got a bad back, like, that's probably how you would do it.
But any of us that have had to put the mics on our side and then you put it in your pants, up your shirt, and then you've got to get it out. That's what you do. But it's worse than that. Remember when he was playing who was the gay character he played like 10 years ago?
Bruno.
Bruno.
Yeah.
Remember Congressman Ron Paul, the time had run for president, and he's in the hotel. He goes, "Oh, the light broke. Please step into this room." So there's no chair. Ron Paul sits down. And he's reading a newspaper, and Bruno comes in and pulls his pants down and says, "I want to have sex with you." Now that would be sexual assault if that was a man to a woman.
Right.
Ron Paul pushes him out of the way, goes out of the room, and so this is what he does. He shows it to other people. It's his specialty is to say you're being interviewed.
And it's
Yeah, here it is.
Listen, let me just, before we go any further, I fucking love
He's
Sacha
very
Baron Cohen.
He's a
I love
comic
him.
genius.
I think he's brilliant. I think
Yeah.
he's amazing. But his interpretation of what happened in the room with Rudy Giuliani, it's not accurate, in my opinion.
Well,
Let me
listen,
go-
I mean, and who is
Like,
American?
see, he's
Yeah.
he's tapping her while she's touching him and removing his mic. He does this little tap on her waist, but it's not creepy. It's like an old man, like a little tap, tap, tap.
Right.
Like if you want to take it out of context, like I don't know if there's more to it than.
But
what
let's
we're
go
seeing.
further. Let's go further. Right after this happens, Paul Rudd, Sacha Baron Cohen, runs in panties and a bra, saying, "Had sex with me. It's 15 G2O."
Yes.
So this is, and Giuliani's like, "What the? I'd have a heart attack. What is this?"
Listen, my fucking 12-year-old sense of humor loved it.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is they're making it seem like Giuliani was jerking off in front of her.
Yeah.
And that's not, like, he lies back and he's tucking his pants. Like, can we show the whole thing so we can look at it? We don't have to.
They put it out as promotional material.
What's that, Jamie?
We can watch it here, but
Yeah.
I don't think
Well, let's just.
I mean, I think Jamie's
let's
right.
just
These are
us.
a big show. They'll try to tag you.
Yeah.
But they put this out as promotional material to be promoted. They put it out on Twitter.
The clip is on Miss Pat's. Give a shout out to Miss Pat.
I mean, Jamie's
Comedian
technically
Miss
right,
Pat on Instagram. It's on her Instagram. If you want to.
But let me drop a bombshell on you, Joe.
a bombshell.
No. I've been a big fan of Sacha Baron Cohen. I learned he spoke at the ADL last year and called for my arrest for free speech, and he called for Jeff Zuckerberg's arrest, or Mark Zuckerberg's arrest. So he called for my arrest and for Mark Zuckerberg's arrest for free speech.
Hey, he wants to work in Hollywood.
Right.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
No, but let's go
Make those
further.
deals.
No, I agree, but I mean, he said arrest people for their free speech, and he supports internet censorship. So how does he make his money being this avant-garde, cutting-edge, really, over-the-edge comic that does things that could technically be seen as illegal? I support his free speech, and then he says I don't deserve it.
Well,
It's really
he's-
dangerous.
He's flawed, like many great artists.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm until they come for him, he's not going to understand the slippery slope of censorship. And this is another thing that,
Very good to you.
people have criticized me for being friends with you and for talking to you, and they also criticized me for not supporting a lot of these people that got banned and deplatformed. My take on it has always been the best way to counter wrong speech is correct speech.
Right.
When someone says something that's wrong, or someone says a conspiracy theory that's not accurate, the best way to counter that is to do better speech, to have people say the accurate information and to let the truth rise to the top. When you start censoring people, the problem is it's a fucking slippery slope, and there's a reason why we've been so steadfast in supporting the First Amendment in this country. And people think it doesn't apply to tech, because these tech institutes are private businesses, and they should be able to do whatever they want with their private business. The problem is that fucking slippery slope has gone from censoring you, from banning Alex Jones off Twitter a year and a half ago, to getting the White House press secretary banned off Twitter because she posts something from the New York Post, which is crazy.
It's crazy.
That's a 200 and whatever year old
America's
newspaper.
oldest newspaper.
And what she said, the Post, what they printed and put out there is accurate.
Well, let's go further. They're denying that it's a real story, but they don't ever say the emails are fake. They just say it's a smear. No, it's a real laptop. The videos have been released. It's confirmed. But just think about
Well,
this.
it is a smear in that they're putting it out there. They're timing it.
Sure, but they're not denying it's real.
No, it's real. It's real.
But how did this laptop become this big story?
That's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Because supposedly he dropped it off at a
In Delaware.
laptop repair shop in Delaware.
What an
But
idiot.
also-
I mean, who's
But
doing
also,
that?
well, crackhead.
Right. Good point.
The guy's smoking
I
crack.
keep forgetting he smokes crack.
Yeah, well, he
Yes.
did at the time. Apparently,
Yes.
he's kicked it. So congratulations to him. But the guy had some problems. You know,
Right.
This is self-admitted, and
And
also
they have the receipts, and here's the thing. He calls him dozens of times. Everybody knows when you bring a laptop or anything in, they say, if you don't pay for this, we're going to wipe it and sell it. And so 3 months goes by, 6 months goes by, nobody ever comes and gets him. The guy goes to look at it at the repair shop, the owner, and there's all these 25,000 files, what looks like underage girls, and all the rest of this crazy stuff, and him smoking crack, or God knows what. He gives it to the FBI. Ray does nothing, the director, hides it from Trump. And so people, let's just say inside that had copies of that, they leak it to Rudolph Giuliani, who then now has started to put it out. So instead of facing up to it, they just say anyone promoting this, whether it's the House or Senate committees that were linking to it, or the New York Post, or the president's press secretary, you're now banned. Which again shows it's election meddling, it's gatekeeping to cover this up. But I'll tell you what else has come out now. His daughter, Biden's daughters, reportedly, and they've not denied it now, it was broke 3 days ago, left her diary in a house that she had rented. And the diary talks about all the same stuff and everything. And
What the fuck is wrong with
Will
this
you
family?
jump in? Hold on. Hold on. Jamie,
When I was looking into this, the thing I keep seeing people say is that he lived in
he
California.
lived in California at
So
the time.
that is true?
That's what I keep reading.
But they fly back and forth to Delaware. Jet setters. They fly to Ukraine.
Well, that also might make sense that's why he didn't go back to Delaware to pick up the laptop. Because when you're cracked out in California, it's really hard to make the flight. Right? Tim is the only one here who's
guys,
probably
the
smoked crack.
FBI confirms they have the
I
laptop
will
now.
confirm it's not an easy flight coming down off cocaine or crack. Yeah.
Have you smoked crack or
I've
just
never freebase cocaine, which
Let's
is
face it.
Yeah, it's close.
How close is it?
Not as close as where I ever went and made shady deals in the Ukraine.
Well, that's
Never
the
done
other
that.
thing.
By the way, that's
How
in the
does
emails.
Biden-
That's in the emails. Finally, where it's like, yeah, I need 30 million. Part of it goes to the big guy. They're like, okay, we want to meet with your dad. There's photos of them meeting and playing golf. So let me tell you, this is real. The FBI has the files. They admit it's real. It's a big deal.
But it's a real problem to ban this stuff from Twitter. Putin rejects Donald Trump's criticism of Biden family business. Well, because it's Russia's bribing Hunter Biden. and
3.5
bribing-
million
Yeah.
through Putin, through the Moscow mayor, who he's friends with, to Hunter Biden again.
Well, if I was Putin, I would deny it too. Listen, Putin has got to love this. If I was Putin sitting back,
Right.
watching these fucking people eat themselves alive and destroy the First Amendment,
Right.
destroy democracy.
Yeah, it's
and
great.
I'm sure they have a hand in it. I'm sure China has a hand in it. I'm sure Iran has a hand in
Yeah.
it. This is what the intelligence communities have been telling us for a long time now, is that it's not just one foreign company or foreign country that's trying to fuck with our democracy. It's
Yeah, the
multiple.
idea that the Russians have a monopoly on this.
No.
I mean, if the Russians were an NFL football team, they'd be like the lower third.
And by
I mean,
the
the
way-
U.S. and China are the top teams.
Right.
And we should say,
Right.
the United States does it too.
Sure.
It's 100% confirmed.
Sure,
United
the idea
States-
that Russians got Trump in is asinine because here's what happens. Notice they tried to impeach Trump just 9 months ago for stuff in Ukraine because whatever they are worried about, they project. Okay, so Trump doesn't have Russian connections. Trump doesn't have those connections. Trump doesn't have those outside connections. You can't buy him. He doesn't have lobbyists. The problem is he then has family and people around him that basically become lobbyists for themselves, and Trump isn't really even aware of it. And that's going on. And I mean, even junior aides now you'll find out have people giving them millions of dollars just to say something to the president.
Is this standard shit? Is this just standard how politics have always been done, and just now we're seeing it?
Well, it was standard, let's say 200 years ago, that you'd go out for the wife or the brother or somebody that works at the White House. It got organized the last 100 years with lobbyists. Trump literally cut the lobbyist off. But all it did was now make everyone around him a lobbyist.
So
Even though they're not officially a lobbyist.
How did he cut the lobbyists off?
He just stopped meeting with them and just said, I want briefings on what's going on, I'll decide. So that's why he pissed official Washington off. Not that he's even perfect, but that he actually became the president for making decisions himself instead of having consortiums and lobbyists pay him for policy. That's why he says, Biden's raised more money than me. Of course, I can call up all these companies. They'll give me any money I want, but I got to do what they say.
But it would put him in a compromised position.
Yes, but I'm being honest about it. The vacuum and the blind
Wow,
spot
they
is
scare
that
you.
then
No,
everyone
not yet.
around him in his cabinet and everyone that works there, even down to mid-level people, are now getting multi-million-dollar contracts for companies like AT&T and stuff, just to even mention something to the
Now,
president.
well, hold on, before you go any further, you said AT&T. Has it been proven it's AT&T, or are you just saying AT&T like companies? Like
Let's just say, I'm not saying AT&T is bad. I think AT&T is overall a good
So,
company.
but is AT&T doing something bad?
No, I was mentioning that as a Fortune 500 company.
Okay, but it's not AT&T.
No, it's not AT&T.
So we shouldn't say that. See, this is why you need someone that's like a fact checker right
Well,
next to you.
no.
Well, slow down.
The media will say I'm wrong
Right.
about that, but okay.
But
No,
it's-
hold on. His personal lawyer, the one that ended up going to jail, actually, Michael Cohen was getting money from AT&T. Go ahead and pull it up. I mean, I was just trying to give you a gestalt quick
I understand.
analysis.
But I just want to. I've told you before. What you see on your show is like a legit journalist who's right next to you with a laptop going, Alex, hold on, just slow down.
But I think you're right about that because
you
in-
get so much right, but
Yeah.
when you get something wrong, that's what
What you
we're
gotta
jumping
understand
to.
is-
AT&T confirms it paid Trump lawyer Michael Cohen's company.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
See, Joe,
Yeah.
they're always saying that I'm making stuff up they're buying.
Right.
Now, every once in a while, my memory used to be photographic, but from everything I've done, it's not as good as it used to be. It moves really quick, okay? So when I'm saying stuff, it's just data knowledge, okay? And then I can like, okay, yeah, did I say that? Yeah, it's real. Check it out. But I'm not trying to make stuff up. 99% of the time.
Here it is. AT&T confirmed Tuesday evening that paid President Trump's personal lawyer Michael Cohen in 2017 for, in quotes, insights into understanding the new administration.
Insights.
I love that. So how much did they pay him? $200,000 in 4 separate payments of $50 in late 2017 and early 2018. Interesting.
Yeah, but he got paid. I think the number was $10 million total from a handful of companies.
Well,
And by the way,
they
AT&T
did it
is
shady. Look, Avenatti alleged that Essential Consultants, a shell company set up by Cohen before the election to pay Stormy Daniels, was paid by several corporations, including AT&T. At the time, AT&T was seeking government approval for its acquisition of Time Warner, CNN's parent company.
It's a merger.
It's a dirty world.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, AT&T is a sweetheart compared to Google and Facebook and Twitter and all these people. So I wasn't attacking them. I was giving an example of how everyone in his entourage becomes a lobbyist because he thinks, I'll just cut lobbyists off. He's not doing anybody. But then everyone around him becomes a lobbyist. That's what
Do
I'm
you
saying.
worry about the influence that people like Jared Kushner have? Because I know that a lot of his supporters, like Ann Coulter, who's Trump's biggest supporter, goes, I don't love the idea that he hired his children and that they have a lot of connections.
I can tell you this. People were really pissed who were patriots of the intelligence community and other areas, but also enemies of Trump that Kushner had so much influence. But now Kushner's gotten a lot of respect because he's actually gotten a lot of huge peace deals done that nobody else could do for 50 years. And
That's
now,
interesting how little press those peace deals
Yeah,
have
they're getting
gotten.
none. No press.
Yeah, it's really concerning.
so now, I mean, they were pissed like, who's this kid? And now everything he touches turns to gold.
But he looks like the Omen. We've covered this.
He looks like a little
multiple times.
devilish.
Looks like
Yeah.
Damien.
And he paid twice what it was worth for like 666 Park Avenue.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good.
That's not great.
Why would
That's
he want
not
that?
great.
Why would he want that?
I think it was more than twice. Look up 666 is it Park Avenue or
Listen, maybe
He just
he's
thinks it's funny.
maybe he's a Satanist. He's getting good deals done in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean,
he's getting good deals.
They say the Antichrist gets good deals in the
Yeah.
Middle East.
If you're going to be a Luciferian, at least make peace in the Mideast.
Like
How about that? Maybe Satan's the only one that can do that.
AT&T's a really good cell phone company.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, it's the way it works.
I mean, you want to...
When I mentioned AT&T, it's an example that popped in my head of an unofficial lobby.
Well, I was happy that we called you on it because then you know it's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, you've been correct about a lot of shit. This is my point from jump. I found out about agent provocateurs from you.
from your 9/11 Road to Tyranny video, where they used him at the World
Yeah.
Trade Organization protests in Seattle in the late 90s. Like, I had no idea that it was a common practice to send in masked people to start smashing things during peaceful protests,
Right.
so then they could go
By the
in.
way, I can give you the straight dope on Antifa if you want to do that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. 66 Park Avenue project have been a black hole of cash for years until a sovereign wealth fund made a substantial investment for the property after Kushner was already serving as Trump's top advisor in the White House. Wow.
Okay. Might be a nice building. No.
What does it say? The Kushner Company? Is that what his company's called?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
his
Kushner
dad
Company's
went to
previously
prison.
found himself- The Kushner Company's 666 Park Avenue project. That's hilarious. I think that's beautiful.
His dad went to prison for, I believe, setting up his brother with like a prostitute.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah, they're a fun family, the Kushners.
Wait a minute. The
Yeah.
dad set up the brother?
With a prostitute, with a call girl,
Okay,
and take
we
them
are,
and try to get trapped.
step by step. We're going to fact check every one of
No,
these
no,
things.
this is well known.
This is
I
well known.
understand, but we need to have this for
People
okay.
like me and Alex don't just spout off. I
know.
have the facts.
I know you have the facts, but I want to make sure.
I don't-
Here, Chris Christie, Jared Kushner's father, committed one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes I prosecuted. Wow. Wow.
Listen, we fact check all of this.
That is crazy. Make that bigger for my old eyes. Look at this. Where does it say? According to the excerpts in the book, republished by Axios and The Guardian, Christie claims the younger Kushner was behind his departure from Trump's inner circle after the 2016 election, writing that he was still apparently seething over the events that had occurred a decade ago. What is the events of a decade ago?
They over-prosecuted his dad. He should have gotten probation for trying to set up his brother with a hooker. Said he got a bunch of time.
Imagine
Yeah.
your dad setting you up with a hooker.
It's crazy.
Well, he's
Say
trying to
it.
set the other family member up.
Here's what if my father's guilty, I would. Mr. Kutcher pled guilty. He admitted the crimes, Christie said. And so what am I supposed to do as a prosecutor? I mean, if a guy hires a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law. Oh, it's his brother-in-law.
That's what he said.
His brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Okay. I got confused. And then videotapes it and then sends the videotape to his sister to attempt to intimidate her from testifying before a grand jury. Do I really need any more justification than that? Holy shit,
But it wasn't to intimidate. That's his interpretation. That stuff goes on in divorces all the time. People go videotape the other person cheating.
So
That's why it was wrong he went to prison, because he wasn't doing it. He was doing that to show that the person testifying was wrong. Of course they're trying to influence testimony with truth. It's this idea that, yes, they're cheating. I told you they were. Here's the proof. How does that become fraud?
Okay, I'm confused. So he set up his brother-in-law with a prostitute.
To show that this has been going on before, which he'd already alleged.
Okay, and part of the plot, Kushner hired a prostitute to lure Shoulder into having sex in a Bridgewater, New Jersey motel room. First of all, if you find yourself in a Bridgewater, New Jersey motel room,
fucked.
Run. As the hidden camera rolls, a tape of the encounter was then sent to Kushner's sister and Shoulder's
Look, I know the whole story, so just trust
Yeah,
us.
we try. I just made a comment that you start thinking about like who's running these stories, and then Hunter Biden's running around with underage people on the laptop. You start going, why does everyone work for a Ukrainian gas company? Like, who are these people running the country?
Yeah,
It's
the
a little
West
bit
controlled
strange.
Ukraine, so they just use that as the money laundering op. It's not the Ukrainians running us.
Right.
They use it as that. But let's expand on this, Joe. What I'm getting at here is, I didn't bring up AT&T. They're a good company overall. They're not the one censoring stuff. Okay, it's the big tech. The reason I raised that was just the one that popped in my head, the first one. It's massive what's going on. I was just being honest that Trump's
Well, it's
tried
only
to...
a couple $100 grand. But I mean, as much as that sounds like a lot of money,
Yeah, but the bigger ones, like he's talking about
Communist
Google,
China.
Amazon.
Communist China's even bigger.
Okay.
It's bigger than big tech. It literally spends hundreds of billions of dollars buying us off. It owns Hollywood. It owns a lot of the big telecoms. It owns the majority of our debt. And I've got articles in the LA Times and New York Times I brought for you where they say Xi Jinping must destroy Trump to save America. He was our leader. And then at the Davos group, he said 3 years ago, I will destroy Trump. I will work with Hollywood. I've got all his quotes right here. And Xi Jinping said, I want to overthrow American democracy. I want to repudiate it. I want to discredit it. And Xi Jinping admits he admires Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin.
okay, but isn't he doing
That's
that
crazy.
because that seems crazy?
Yeah.
You can pull it up.
I understand.
I'll show you.
Step by step.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't he doing that because of Trump's trade deals? Like the trade deals that Trump wants to do with China are not nearly.
Well, they're not one-sided for him. I
Right.
mean, here's what happened. Special interest in the U.S. went in and opened up China. in the 70s when most of them didn't have running water or electricity. They're hard-working, smart folks. But by one-sided trade deals where we have higher tariffs on them than they on us, and all the rest of it, or vice versa, through those deals, they use the slave labor of China to then take over manufacturing worldwide. And so China's a client state of the globalists. And so now, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the New York Times, I brought you the articles here. Dreams of Red Emperor, the relentless rise of Xi Jinping. And it says in these articles, he must destroy American Western Christian values. We love him and we accept China as our master. I have the goddamn article. This is treason. The freaking dude right here, Washington Post.
But who's saying that quote? Who's that quote?
Here, I'll give them to you. This is the Washington Post. And there's a huge article, LA Times.
I understand, but the quote that you just said about he must destroy
Just
Trump.
like I said, AT&T gave money unofficially lobbying. You pulled it up. I read the article. I'm not giving you the exact.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm asking you is who you quoted someone, but who did you quote when you said that?
I'm quoting from when I read these again this morning before I came here.
Right.
What I remember, David, Don, Durley,
Oh, that guy.
and this Chinese lady.
Well, I think he's talking about the prevailing sentiment of what they feel they must
I
do.
understand, but
Yeah, quote somebody, it's best.
No. I mean, I just said in these articles.
Right.
Well, look at the headline: Xi's choice: destroy Trump or save him from weakened America. I mean, okay,
Right.
Xi needs to destroy Trump. The Chinese dictator needs to destroy our president.
So do you think that they're doing that because Trump wants to change the trade deals?
You know
with
what Trump
China?
said? Trump didn't start a trade war. He ended our surrender. We have been surrendered for 40 years with China, where they don't take our goods, but we take all of theirs. And they manipulate their currency, but we haven't manipulated ours. Where we have carbon taxes that Obama put in to shut down over half our coal plants that are clean. And our electricity prices went up where you could not run a factory here competitively against China. So when Joe Biden says we're going to cut off all the fossil fuels, not just fracking,
Right.
if you did that, we wouldn't just go bankrupt. We started that. 75% of our power comes from fossil fuels.
I understand. Let's step by step again.
Okay.
Are coal plants really clean?
100% clean.
How is that possible?
I'll tell you.
Please.
Okay, there's two different types of major power plants.
When he says clean coal, I roll my eyes every time. When Trump's like clean coal, clean,
Well, that's because the engine is
Amazing.
so damn good.
is it?
I'll tell you.
Please.
They had old-fashioned coal plants. China doesn't have one scrubber or filter on their coal power plants. And China doesn't have clean-burning coal. There's one place in the United States that has major deposits of coal that is such pure carbon. You don't even need scrubbers. Nothing comes out but carbon dioxide and water. Well, we know water's not bad, so they list carbon dioxide. People think it's monoxide. It's like in studies, if you say the scientific name of water, most people in Penn and Teller skits on the street will say banned dihydrogen monoxide. You go out the street, Joe Rogan, and ask 100 Austinites. Dihydrogen monoxide is everywhere. If you get too much of it, you can die, drowned. And most people will say, I want to ban dihydrogen monoxide. That's the scientific name of water. Same thing, we do the scientific name of salt. Sounds scary. So hydrogen monoxide is the bad one. Hydrogen dioxide is the good one. That's the life cycle on Earth. There's light, there's water, there's oxygen, there's carbon dioxide. Those are the four things you got to have for life. And so they've got people convinced to say coal is dirty. It puts out carbon dioxide and water vapor. And so until about the 70s, we were still burning dirty coal full of mercury, all of it. They found huge deposits of clean burning coal out west, enough in Utah to run the whole world for over 1,000 years.
What was the difference between the coal? Like,
Well, let me tell you. One coal is so damn pure, it's only in the United States in major deposits, that basically you don't even need to put scrubbers on it. But our scientists in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, as they realized that dirty coal has mercury in it, has all these horrible toxins, they put scrubbers on it. So when you drive by a coal plant, it's just big, huge buildings and wires and hoses and big, huge steel, looks like an alien spaceship. That's because it's called distillates. They know how to burn it and then take off all the chemicals, all the toxins, and make plastics, and make chemicals, and make pesticides, and make everything else that comes out of that. And then out of the stack comes nothing but water. They have sensors on it. Nothing but water and carbon dioxide. Totally clean, totally pure. So that's what's going on.
so carbon monoxide is what everybody's worried about. Carbon dioxide increasing in the environment has no negative effects?
Let's talk about it. They've done ice core samples, okay, all over the Antarctic and the Arctic. They've done mud core samples in all over the world, but mainly in Siberia and Wales for some reason.
Jamie, I hope you would.
I have got some decent stuff to pull up.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So what happens is they can go back 20,000, 100,000, 200,000 years at least in the ice, and they know that they've also done spectrometers in the stone. They can scan it till it was there. Carbon dioxide was over 500 times stronger in the time of the T-Rex. Okay, in the Jurassic Age. That's why plants grew so fast, they grew so big. There was a higher oxygen level. Just like Mars lost its atmosphere, used to have an ocean, they've now gone and driven. It lost its atmosphere. It's a smaller planet, couldn't hold it. The truth is the Earth's losing its atmosphere. So what's crazy is we come right along at this time, pump up all of this juice and all this carbon that was produced on the surface with plants and animals that ran down in cracks into the Earth. We're now pumping out all that carbon saved from millions of years ago and actually terraforming the planet, putting more carbon dioxide in that we actually need right at this time, like aliens figure this out or something.
But hold. Isn't carbon dioxide responsible for an increase in the temperature of the Earth?
But they said that we would have a 7 increase. They said that by 2013, all that LA would be flooded, New York would be flooded. All that's lies.
Okay, well let's forget about what they said in the past. What they're saying now is that carbon dioxide increase is responsible for an increase in the temperature of the Earth.
Which we hope it does, because
We hope it increases the
we're
temperature.
set. The last ice age.
Hold on.
Joe,
The
the last
increase
ice
in
age.
temperature, but the increase in temperature of the Earth is responsible for the increase in hurricanes, the frequency and the power of the hurricanes.
If you look up the spectrum in the last 100 years, hurricanes have gotten weaker. That's all media hype. Let me just tell you.
Oh Jesus.
Joe, I swear to God, I can prove all this to you. This is so huge for your audience.
Are you a carbon dioxide salesman?
Listen, well, they always say I get money from oil companies. I'm not. But can I please tell you what's going on?
Yes. Please do.
You are a carbon-based life form. Let me show you what I came here with in my notes. I have right here in my notes the carbon conspiracy. And that is specifically what I wanted to get into here with you in my notes, because this is everything.
Are you a climate change denier?
Well, see, imagine that's how they use that term.
Right.
Are you a climate change denier? It's like a 9/11 denier.
Right.
No, the towers got blown up. Our government had prior warning and had been funding Al Qaeda, and all that came out later in Senate reports. The 28
Let's
pages.
not go there just now, because we're going to go down the
Well,
rabbit hole.
that's true. But let's go to carbon. I agree with you there. Okay. What is Joe Rogan made up out of?
Carbon.
Okay.
Carbon-based life form.
What are-
We are literally stardust.
What
It's a
are
song, right?
exactly? What are trees made out of?
Tree stuff.
Carbon. Carbon.
Yeah, but carbon-based life forms. It's most of
The whole
things on
planet. And so this is the carbon cycle. This is in
Right.
the mainline textbooks.
I understand.
So just like they come out and assault reality now and say a little boy is biologically a girl. I don't care if he grows up wants to be a saint
Again,
girl.
rabbit hole. Let's not go down this
But I'm
rabbit hole.
saying it's not science. They go, the science is settled. There's not two genders. B
Okay.
fucking S.
Okay, hold on. Let's not go down that road. If you want to go down that road in the future,
no,
we will.
no,
But
I'll
right
do it,
now,
I'll do it. Let me tell you.
I want you to talk about carbon.
I know.
I don't want to get off track
I
here
will-
because isn't there a delicate balance with the temperature on Earth and the rising sea levels and the melting of the ice caps? This has all been established by a lot of
They say the science is settled. It's not.
But very concerned environmentalists have said that an increase in the temperature of the Earth could be disastrous for
power
human
grab.
civilization.
It's power grab.
Are you sure it's a power grab?
I'm absolutely.
But how do you know that it's not all? How do you know that
Because they're arrogant. They've all written white papers on it that I've read. I could give you.
white papers?
Yeah, it's not what you see in the news. They're called white papers. And Joe, just like Joe,
This is why people get banned from the internet. These kind of conversations.
We better ban it right now. Let's not ban it. I'll throw that out. Let's just not.
Certainly not banned.
You don't have to say it.
Van Halen
Listen,
YouTube page.
let me
which
tell you
is
the story.
Fantastic, by the way.
What?
Your YouTube page.
Thank you. Let me tell you this right now.
We'll be up for another
They have
24 hours.
called in the European Union for the arrest of scientists that question the cause of anthropogenic warming or if it's man-made.
Okay, but there is a contributing factor. Scientifically, it's been proven that increased carbon dioxide has an effect on the temperature of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
It depends on the models they use. Sometimes actually more carbon dioxide can cause a cooling effect, but generally can cause a heating effect. It depends on potash, the atmosphere, volcanic gases at the time, and also solar maximum and minimum.
If you had-
Sunspot activity is the main generator of planetary climate.
But the wide,
They're
if
telling
you had
some of them, I
a
plan on
giant swath
retiring.
of scientists that are examining carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, would you agree that the majority of them believe that it's a contributing factor to the warming of the
Joe, it's a mantra where they say the majority of scientists agree that climate change is caused by humans. I agree with climate change. The only thing that's constant is change. Of course the climate's changing. What I'm telling you is carbon dioxide was 50 to 500 times, depending on the time period, higher millions of years ago than it is now.
Right, but you also realize that was
What do you
before we
think?
got hit
This
by
might
an
be interesting
asteroid.
to hear. What do you think the motivation is for them to present the evidence in this way? Like you said, this is a fraud and everything. What? Because I've heard you talk about this before. What do you think their goal is by linking all of this climate change to man-made activity? What's the goal?
The goal is a centralized world government that can then monitor all carbon and control it as a toxic bad thing. Your carbon, it makes you bad. That didn't work, so now it's, you have a cold, you're dirty with COVID, we've got to track you and tax you and control you. So the new thing is COVID to cut the carbon footprint. They admit that.
Before we go down the COVID rabbit hole, the environmentalists are not in bed with the industrialists. The environmentalists they're not in bed with all these people that think that they can control the world's.
Actually, BP and ExxonMobil and others are the biggest funders of the climate change movement.
They're the biggest funders of it.
Contrary to what you hear.
How so?
All right, Joe, here's the thing. I understand this is, and you're a smart guy, and I understand you want to go over each piece of this. Let's go
Yeah,
through.
well, we have to. We have to.
I agree. Let's go through each piece.
But understand. You understand that the way you talk, and I enjoy the way you talk.
It's fast.
But the way you talk is fast, and you go on these long tangents, and then you go to frogs being gay, and a lot of things happen. I want to
The
do
people
it.
can tell I'm putting a record out.
Yes, but I want to do it step by step.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
But most people, the vast majority, here we go. BP commits $100 million to fund new emissions reductions projects.
But let me just go back for a second.
Okay.
And I appreciate you backing me up.
Yes.
Let me break down.
Are frogs gay?
You want to get to the frog stuff now?
Connect it all.
That is, by the way.
Why do I feel like
they're
I'm stoned? I haven't smoked any pot.
Yeah, I wish
Hey,
I
if
was
he's not
stoned.
going to smoke it, I'm
Oh
going to
God, it's sober October. I have 6
break
days
the
left.
goddamn rule and then go an extra
I
day.
cannot. I cannot. I'm like George Washington.
Well, hey, on election night, we're going to get hammered, right?
Election night, I'm getting here.
Well, I'm going to pop in.
You can pop in. But we've told everybody now that we're doing a live.
No, we're not.
Kyle,
We're not.
Kyle Kalinske.
That's-
Tim Dillon.
Yeah.
Me, Alex Jones gonna pop in
It's
live.
It's gonna be fun.
It's live. So while you're watching the world
Yeah.
burn, live. Yeah.
All right, Joe, here's the thing. It's just like, let me explain it to you because I love you. Dude, it's just like when you said, what's the AT&T deal? And I went, look it up.
But listen, we did look it up and we found
This is
some
bigger.
information.
This is bigger. Okay. Let me get my brain focused here for a minute. Let me just try to explain it. I've literally interviewed probably, it's not exaggerating, 200 top scientists, from petroleum geologists to astrophysicists to astronauts to quantum mechanics to petroleum.
Buckle up, because I have two.
I know.
I'm a moron.
I know.
Okay.
You're a moron?
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, trust me.
Joe, you're a smart guy, and I'm not, that's his cover. He is smart. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right.
I'm a smart moron.
Yeah, right. Okay, let me tell you what's going on. I'm going to say it again. You can go to any major study. Just type in, carbon dioxide levels were hundreds of times higher in Earth's early past.
Well, I understand that, but also I understand.
Wait. You can look at the ocean models then.
Yes.
You can look at the ocean models.
Right.
And it's true, the oceans did cover more
Yeah,
than
but
they
Alex
now.
Jones, human beings weren't alive 65 million years ago, and the environment wasn't compatible for us.
We put out a fraction when we hadn't developed yet.
Right. Well, we were moles.
We had, shrews.
Shrews, yeah.
But my point is, you're right.
Yeah.
Is that
Last time CO2 was this high, humans didn't exist. The last time there was as much carbon dioxide, CO2 in the earth, CO2 levels are far higher now than they've been for any time during the past. And oil, a single CO2 molecule can remain in the atmosphere. What'd you do? Oh, I see. I understand. Oh, okay. So let's just go to what this says. And what is this paper that's is this climatecentral.org? Okay. The last time there was this much carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, modern humans didn't exist. Megatooth sharks prowled the oceans, blah, blah, blah. All right. As we near the record for the highest CO2 concentrations in human history, 400 parts per million, climate scientists worry about where we were then and where we're rapidly headed now, according to the data gathered by Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, dope spot. The 400 ppm mark may briefly
be exceeded this month when CO2 typically hits a seasonal peak.
Sure, and I've had top scientists on, I've had climatologists on about the Keeling curve. I can tell you all this.
Threshold, according to Ralph Keeling, the researcher. Carbon dioxide is the most important long-lived global warming gas, and once it's emitted by burning fossil fuels,
It helps us keep our atmosphere.
Hold please. But once it's emitted by burning fossil fuels such as coal and oil, a single CO2 molecule can remain in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. Global CO2 emissions reached a record high of 35.6 billion tons in 2012, up 2.6% from 2011. Carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases warm the planet by absorbing the sun's energy and preventing heat from escaping back into space, which means it enhances the atmosphere, right?
But the sea levels didn't go up like they said.
Well, aren't they melting? But it's a
Al Gore said by 2013.
Al Gore.
Oh, okay, Joe, listen, this is one guy's take.
I know,
I've
but
read
Al
the
Gore's out
science.
there flying around.
I know. You found a guy admitting these used to be higher than it is now. I'm telling you, it used to be way higher than it is now. This is.
Right, but then the asteroid hit the Yucatan, killed all the dinosaurs, and changed the entire atmosphere
I don't want to
of the planet.
with a dark winter
Yeah, it was very bad for everything.
caused by atmospheric dust.
For a long fucking time, right?
One major volcano, like Mount St. Helens, they estimated, put out more dust than decades of human dust.
Yes.
And human dust is what helps cause nuclei to form to cause storms. So we are affecting our environment. But most of the astrophysicists and most of the physicists I've talked to, most of the climatologists I've talked to, they have broken down that the sun, by magnitude, is 98% of the driver of what happens. That's why when the sunspots take place, it's a coronal ejection from the sun, and one of those shoots radiation in our direction. It'll be clear blue sky, but they know when we get hit by that, it hits our magnetic field and causes an ionization of the atmosphere and electrification of it, and so that causes the giant storms. So the main driver of climate is the sun, and I think everybody, then it'd be a scientist to know, what's the main thing that Earth's living off of? The sun. The sun. And so they're telling us that carbon dioxide does this. What happens is carbon dioxide goes up, they said can be in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. It's normally absorbed by plants immediately. They've got studies. They have found giant crocodile skeletons from just 10,000 years ago in the central Sahara, when
Have a
hundreds of
night
square
there,
miles
buddy
is
Boo.
nothing but dunes. 10,000 years
Stay up all
ago
night.
it
We love
was
you.
lush
You feel
jungles
good?
and beautiful, but they had goats and they ate
I'll
all
see
of the
you
plants and
tomorrow.
There's
killed Earth.
also the Younger Dryas theory of asteroid impacts that they think ended the Ice Age.
12,000 years ago.
Yeah, 2 impacts. I believe there's 12, and then somewhere.
But the answer is we don't know. And so they've now looked at all these big models saying that it's all carbon dioxide, and it's not. It's the sun, it's asteroids, it's tectonic, it's electromagnetic
I
from the Earth's
understand
core.
all this, but isn't CO2 emissions the one thing that we can control? So human-created global warming gases like CO2 emissions, if we could put a cap on that, wouldn't you agree?
Let me ask you a question.
If we don't, but if we continue to put that stuff in the atmosphere, and it continues to get higher and higher and higher levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, wouldn't
This
that
is going to make, studies show, it's going to make deserts become green again, and plants are going to absorb the carbon.
what studies are these?
You can look them up.
Okay, let's find out.
And that's why the left even says,
But if you're going to say something like that, and I'm not arguing with you, but if you are going to say something like that, that's a very bold thing to say. You should probably not just say look them up. There should be something.
let's type it in. There's hundreds of them. I actually brought like over 50 articles right here.
Do you have something that you've read that makes you so confident that you can say this?
I actually know what the plant studies show, where in greenhouses they grow plants with higher carbon dioxide, and plants can grow up to 3 times faster. They live longer.
Plants
Yeah.
live expand carbon dioxide.
What do they put out? More oxygen.
Well, there's one thing that has been proven. Is
Doesn't
there's
matter.
more
I
plants
still watch it.
now than there have been at a long
There's a
fucking
global
time
greening
because-
happening,
Yes.
countering us losing our atmosphere up until this point. The Earth has less atmosphere than it did a million years ago, and it's like God did this or something, where we discovered all this oil, or it's just blind luck, that we are
Sounds like he has
terraforming the
throat
planet
cancer.
back to an earlier, healthier
Alex
state
Jones?
by taking ancient
Yeah,
carbon
he
that
probably
was
does.
under the ground and putting it back into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But
But this
isn't
was
the
in like
problem that along the way
2020,
we're also
2021.
increasing the temperature of the planet, and we are not aligned with a higher temperature.
Here's the truth. We don't know. But in 1963, the Club of Rome came up with a limits to growth plan, and they had models and actuaries, and I have copies of this. Is my film Endgame. Seminal Film is free online. Blueprint for Global Enslavement predicts a virus release to lock things down. Everything's still happening. It's in their own documents. And in the 1963 Limits to Growth Club of Rome plan, they said, we believe there'll be a global ice age by 2020 because the last ice age ended about 12,000 years ago and we're set for that. We're going to tell the public that actually carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is bouncing solar radiation off the Earth because we've seen volcanoes cause this darkening effect of freezing. So we believe, our scientists believe, that carbon dioxide is going to make the Earth freeze by 2020. And so we've got to have a global regime to take control of all the factories and all the energy and put a tax in for global government in the name of stopping the ice age. Then by about 1987, they went, actually, we think it's going to heat up instead. So they flipped the propaganda. Ask anybody you know.
Okay, but don't you understand that science back then didn't have as much data as they have now? So their models and what they predicted in 1963 is faulty compared to the information they have in
Yeah, just like
2020.
Fauci said, 2.5 million would be dead
But again,
from COVID. It was 200-some thousand.
But worldwide, what is it?
Worldwide, tuberculosis killed 20 million people, 1.4 million here last year, but nobody cares.
Yeah. Well, COVID killed a lot of
COVID's
people
not even killed a million worldwide.
What?
Not even a million worldwide.
No, is that true?
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
Well, how do we know?
Oh, we use UN models. Again, they're our boss. So since when did the WHO say the lockdown has to go on? Now they go, oh, we're against the lockdown. Your nation states that it's their fault because they know millions are starving to death from the lockdown.
That is true and very underreported.
Yeah.
That the WHO has now come out against lockdown, saying that the reaction can't be a worse effect than the actual disease
So let me
itself.
back Alex up with the climate change. It's like there's certainly, we are contributing to man-made global warming. But also, what are you going to do? What are we going to do?
I don't know. What's
I
on
mean,
it?
that's the other question. It's like, what are we going to do?
Why does this mic sound weird? Is it he's hot? Is he on it, or is it how I'm hearing it? I'm hearing like a breakup of his mic.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds
Does?
fine to me. Yeah.
That's weird. Okay, I'm sorry. It must be me.
Jamie's really low. You sound great. He sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
What is the climate control? Because that's very interesting. Like the idea of using climate to control, because as you said with COVID, and we talked about this, we give up a lot of rights, right, in the name of coronavirus.
Exactly. Look, there's real issues. We don't really know what's going on. They want to be able to track all carbon and tax it with a AI surveillance grid with a social credit score over it.
Yeah.
And they admit all of that. That's Joe. They tell us what we're
Okay,
going to
I
do.
understand that, but do you understand that the environmentalists who are concerned are not? There's a giant amount of them that are legitimately concerned that we're ruining the
Yes,
earth.
I understand the greenhouse effect.
Fossil fuels.
I understand the greenhouse effect.
But these people, the reason why they're acting, the reason why they're trying to get people on electric cars and trying to get people off of fossil fuels, all because they're legitimately concerned. Like, I don't believe that these actual environmentalists.
Sure,
are
I
in
agree
on
with you, but I mean, here's the deal. The new Hummer looks badass. Here's the deal. But I'm not getting one because I don't want to contribute to global warming.
You don't want to contribute to global warming?
Listen, be serious. Did you know that on average more carbon is spent for electricity into a car than 93 octane gasoline?
Well, I would believe that because I would think it takes a lot to make a fucking electric car. But once the car is made,
No. Transmission lines. You lose up to the half of transmission, and most of it's coal powered, brother.
so most
Per
of the electricity.
megawatt, it's more.
So when I'm plugging my Tesla in, and I think, because that's how I like to think, I'm a good guy. I'm plugging my Tesla in. I'm helping save the world. I'm not, because I'm contributing to power.
No, you're contributing to putting carbon dioxide back in and oxygen and re-terraforming the planet. You're doing a badass job. The biggest energy guzzlers, electric cars, are badass. They are putting out more carbon than anybody. Yeah, they don't come out the tailpipe, they come out the power plant top. Woo! I love electric cars. Carbon.
Listen.
Yeah, team carbon.
How do you feel about
carbon?
Okay, how do you feel about nuclear power?
I absolutely hate it.
Why do you hate it? Isn't it clean?
94. Joe, I'm not trying to tear you up.
Don't tear me up. I don't know anything. I told you I'm a moron.
No. I used to be for nuclear power.
Oh, what happened?
Actually, did research.
What research did you do?
They're always saying it's totally clean, no problem. But then you can look at the UN's own numbers, which I believe, International Atomic Energy Agency. Look this up, CBS News. 94% of nuclear plants are leaking at dangerous levels. Look this up.
Pause. Jamie, 94% of nuclear power plants are leaking at dangerous levels. Isn't the problem that we're using old tech like
Yeah,
Fukushima?
now you see you're smart.
Yeah.
I'm not just, you always know everything, Joe. The average power plant age is 36 years. Almost all these power plants are, life is 20 to 35 years. Fukushima was already a decade older than it was supposed to be a General Electric model using plutonium.
Radioactive leaks found at 75% of U.S. nuke sites.
Yeah, it's worse than that. It's 94%.
Okay, well that's not good.
I don't know why 94 doesn't pop up. That's the
But wouldn't it be possible with innovation that they currently have access to?
Yes,
to
yes,
make
yes.
nuclear
But
power
you talk about
plants?
corrupt companies. I don't listen. If people actually ran these right, and the executives, here's an example: BP. I think oil's great. It has toxic problems. We should clean it up. We should find alternatives. There's all sorts of clean energy we should go to that isn't. Solar's great. Whatever. They've got fission, fusion, a bunch of stuff coming down. Take one of the best films out there because it's so accurate. Because I had lawyers on from I read the transcript of the trial. The Event Horizon with BP. They literally have all these degreed engineers out there, and BP calls them up from England to Houston and says, "You're spending $25 million a day on this super deep experimental well. We've decided to not pour concrete, they call it mud, in on top of this. The executives say we'll save $25 million a day if you dump water." And all the engineers went, "We have mathematical equations, just like water boils in a certain amount. Okay, or we have a certain number of chromosomes. This is fact."
Oakland
And
said
they
you
on
gotta
record
go to
go,
South
"You're
Oakland
fired
and
if you
see
don't
by the
order them to
college."
dump water into it." So they follow the order, dump water in for 5 days, and it blows up. Because water didn't have enough pressure to hold what was going to be coming out when they finally hit that giant oil and gas deposit down there at 20,000 feet under the ground or whatever it was, super deep well. So, you watch that movie with Kurt Russell and the rest of it, and Marky Mark.
Wasn't Event Horizon the one where they find?
I'm sorry, Event Horizon is where they go.
That's Event Horizon is a spaceship.
Yeah, that's
what I'm
where
sorry.
they
See,
go.
I'm trying to remember oil in Event Horizon. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Lawrence Fishburne, right?
Here's
Yeah,
my
They go to hell.
here's my brain.
Deepwater
Deepwater
Horizon.
Horizon.
Yeah, but pull up Event Horizon because that's a great fucking movie.
I love that movie.
Down
It's like they go into
Yeah,
hell,
it's a good
they go
one.
into new
It's a
dimension.
good one. Also
Sam.
about BP.
But see how my brain got that wrong? It was not on purpose.
No, it's okay. That's the shit. He pulls his eyeballs out, tells everybody. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
That's a great fucking movie. Pure evil.
Well, listen, I'm not trying to rant here. What I'm telling you, Joe, is it's the same thing with nuclear power plants. Why would the executives at BP order their engineers to do something that was going to blow up? Because you engineers are full of crap.
Do you
We're going to
think
make
they
money.
might just be arrogant engineers on Adderall and they made a big mistake?
No. Yeah, that's what
Could
happened.
be. Could be.
That's what happened.
That is what happened? Well, those guys are probably tweaked out, right? Those executives.
But I'm saying it
They're
wasn't
probably working
engineers. It
16
was the
hours.
executives.
Yeah, but executives. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think they were like, keep pouring water in it, keep pouring water in it?
Because they were insane.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying about those
So
nuclear.
the engineers are at the mercy of these executives who don't have the degrees the engineers have, and they made a crucial error, and they forced the engineers to do something that was
And
ultimately.
so I was agreeing with you about we should listen to scientists and engineers. I was just going back to your point that yeah, we don't know about the warming. We don't know what it's doing. The models they all use on warming factor out the sun.
Right.
And you can't factor out the sun in an equation. I've had other scientists that factor the sun in, and they think, despite all we're doing, that within the next 200 years we're going to a very serious deep ice age.
I think Alex's point is that in all of these things, there are legitimate things. COVID has there are real things. People getting sick. Global warming, to an extent, I'm sure is happening. Of course, it's happening. But then there are also nefarious characters that want to use that to take away your freedom. There are people that don't want you owning a car. There's all these legacy systems. Whitney Webb, is a journalist who came on my show, said a lot of people didn't want to reopen the economy. The economy.
Yeah,
They got rid
right
of all
there.
these legacy systems. And this is a doc.
Why?
Eric Schmidt, who's the head of Google, we could look it up. And they were saying,
To ruin your battery,
consider these
because
legacy
that's a
systems like
computer
cash,
problem.
private ownership of
That's
cars,
not a good idea.
things
Well,
like that, like getting rid of
It is
all of
if you want to
these
ruin your battery.
Well, that
things
thing's
that
already
are
ruined,
distinctly
so.
American ways of life, and just saying,
Turning
like,
your phone.
we don't want you to own a car. You
This
might
is
not
the
want
most
you to own a
important
home.
thing that's been said here
Yeah.
today. That's what it's in my notes.
That's why I'm one step at a time. Though. Why would they want to get rid of private ownership of cars?
Because they want control of people, and if you allow them to drive their own cars and use cash and run their own businesses and live in their own
Okay,
home,
but let's start with
Yes.
cars.
Vertical integration.
Let's start with
Yeah.
cars. Don't you think that maybe the concern is they're looking at the future of autonomous vehicles, which would drastically lower the mortality rate on highways, and they're saying,
I mean,
this
are
is
they concerned? Are
probably-
the people that run this country, Joe, concerned with the mortality rate? I mean, they're bombing other countries. They're doing this.
Okay,
they're
but
doing
stop.
that.
They want
Come on.
centralized control.
Hold, please. We're
Steve
conflating-
Wozniak, the founder of
Stop.
Apple,
Stop.
says the best AI is not as good as an ant's brain.
Hold this thought. Yeah, but hold this thought.
The mortality
But
rate
you
on
can't-
highways.
Listen, you can't think
These
that
people are in the woods with hoods on.
But the people at Google that are working on autonomous vehicles,
Yeah.
they're not the same people that are trying to control governments all outside.
But it's
the world.
but it's
They're
controlled by
different
those guys.
All of those people at Google want to usher in, a brave new world. They want to remake the world in the
Well,
way
you're
that they
saying
want
all
to.
these people, some of them are just writing software to
Some
make a
of them
better
are
pixel.
sure,
Hey,
some of them
Joe,
are.
Joe,
But there's
I
a
wrote-
lot of them that are not,
Joe,
Joe.
I
I
wrote
feel
down-
like I'm the fucking
They're-
voice of reason.
You're
How
not.
is this possible?
They're
Joe?
the
You
tech
know why?
utopians.
I'm not high.
They're
I should be high.
They're
I'd be right along
utopians.
with-
Yeah, you're very combative, Joe.
These are utopians. They want to create a
Joe?
paradise on earth
Joe, I brought you.
through control.
I brought you the documents, Joe.
I'm sucking on the cigar.
Joe, we have the documents.
I'm sucking on the cigar like it's a jelly donut. I'm hoping I get the weed on the inside.
Hey, Joe.
I'm like I'm licking the outside. What do you got there? A piece of paper?
Take it.
What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
I think it's confirming what I
Looking
just
forward
said.
to the end of humanity. Well, what is this?
See?
Okay, but it's a person who wrote this. It's Adam Kirsch. He's probably got a pistol in his mouth right now.
No,
Right.
that's
Sorry,
the Wall
Adam.
Street Journal cover
I
story.
don't really mean that, Adam. I apologize.
That's the Wall Street Journal cover story. May I please tell you what I came here for?
You came here for a reason?
Yes.
Hold on. Here it is. COVID-19 has spotlighted the promise and peril of transhumanism, the idea of using technology to overcome sickness, aging, and death. Okay, but what is he saying?
I used to fall asleep every night listening to Alex talk about this, so I want to let Alex talk about this. Until they took him off YouTube.
Okay, but make this
He was
fuck-
the way I fell
listen,
asleep every night.
Not only did they do that, but do you know they fucking took a Young Turks podcast, Young
Took it off.
Turks podcast.
Let's talk
yesterday
about
off
that in
of
a minute.
Facebook.
Can I please? Can we get some weed into you?
Progressive. I would, yeah, we can get some.
What did you say?
No, you need it.
No, I can't.
Not blow it at you like you get a cat high. Does that not cheat it?
Joe Rogan
He was
loves
the way I fell asleep every night.
Not only did they do that, but do you know they fucking took a Young Turks podcast, Young
Took it off.
Turks podcast.
Let's talk
yesterday
about
off
that in
of
a minute.
Facebook.
Can I please? Can we get some weed into you?
Progressive. I would, yeah, we can get some. We can get something outside.
No, you need it.
No, I can't.
Not blow it at you like you get a cat high. Does that not cheat it if I blow it in your face? I'll blow it in your face.
I'm gonna do it. Listen, I'm getting kind of hot from the cigar.
Well, you listen. I need to talk to you.
I'm a little lightheaded.
All right, I'm gonna go get some apple juice, and I'm gonna pray to Jesus.
We got some in here.
Listen. I need to talk to you.
There's
Go
yeah,
grab.
yeah,
Just go grab some bottle. Some spice.
get him some apple juice for the transhumanism discussion, please.
Listen. You wanna know why I'm so crazy?
No.
Because I discovered this stuff right out of mainline documents, and I've known it for 26 years, 27 years.
Well, here's another thing. Let me tell you something. Look, we all know that you fuck some things up, right?
Supposed to be
Your biggest fuck
that
up.
chubby.
But you've got
Is it
so many things
culture?
right. This is why I keep talking to you about these things, and why I defend you, and why I think that it's fucking dangerous to censor you and to say, oh, this guy, we need to get him deplatformed, get him all this thing. You're revealing some
It's all the
things
same
that have been proven on the show so far to be
different
true
actors.
that make people very uncomfortable.
Well, the
Life
first
is
thing
a
I was gonna do was
play.
thank you for having me on and have the courage.
What I was gonna say is the fucking Bohemian Grove thing. The Bohemian Grove thing.
That was That was the first time I really got into what he was doing, and that was like amazing. I mean, when you watch that movie, it's paradigm shift.
I've had people
This is
try
wild,
to
yeah.
minimize that. I've had people try.
Yes, they all do.
I go, listen to me. I'm not a
Well,
billionaire.
I'll give you a real take on it because I've been there, and I think it's just a gateway to things. But let's get into Bohemian Grove in a moment. I really want to give you, I want to give you the big enchilada.
The big enchilada. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Just like
that
I'm,
mole sauce.
yes, sir. Just like I love all that stuff. Just like I'm saying, the engineers, meanwhile, a lot of them have good points. I'm not saying they're wrong about all this stuff. I'm simply telling you, I've read what the globalists have to say in their own establishment communication.
Okay.
And I have it right here in my notes to talk to you about the post-human era and the system that they are setting up, where in all of their main publications they say humans are flawed, humans are
But
bad.
they are flawed, right?
But then these
Sometimes,
corporations
yeah.
are saying they're going to take us out of our bodies and make us silicon. And that's what Elon Musk talks about. Beware of those that worship AI gods.
Well, he's actually talking about Neuralink, which
You
is
better
something
drink
where
some
they're gonna be able
water.
to interface with your brain and increase
Just
the
water,
bandwidth in which you access information.
Just water, the Navy thing.
Well, that's it. And
But
so,
it's inevitable, doesn't it?
no, it's not inevitable. Already, driverless cars don't know a wreck up ahead or what to do. They have more accidents. Steve Wozniak, as I was saying earlier, the co-founder of Apple, says the best AI isn't 1,000,000%, close to how good an ant's brain
Right.
is.
Stop. When they first developed cars, they said, well, how are you going to take them? There's no roads.
Sure, AI
They built
powered
roads.
Here's the
But
deal.
you understand that the AI that's powering these cars now is not
Do
as
you
good.
understand the people running the AI are predatory anti-humans that say they want to get rid of us?
Musk is not a predatory insect.
No, I didn't say he was.
But I understand he's working on autonomous vehicles.
He said, beware those that speak of AI gods.
Yes. Okay, a lot of people are worried that, look, Elon is more concerned. Don't give me one of those. Keep that shit away from me, motherfucker.
No.
He doesn't
I'm
drink.
good, thank you.
He's sober.
Hey, Rogan,
All this extra
I'm sitting next to Alex Jones. I'm as high as I can be.
election night,
Okay, but listen, election night, we're gonna get lit. But these guys who are making this
look at
stuff,
Hollywood. This is fake. This is only corn syrup coloring.
Do you think this is a good idea, though? This idea that we should be expanding our minds in this way and putting chips in our...
I don't think it's good or bad. I think it is the
Okay.
nature
Can we
of
watch
human
a movie?
innovation. I think we take things
Hey, Joe,
About
we
Joe
improve
Rogan?
upon them.
No.
We do that with everything.
We
But
want
what point
something
at one
more.
point
Joe, you're
in
talking
time-
about. Joe, can I please tell you?
No, one at a time. At one
He's-
point in
he's
time,
weird.
there was
It was in 5
they had
years
Morse
ago.
code,
What do
right?
you
They went
expect?
from Morse code to you being able to send me a FaceTime video.
Understood.
Well, these things happen.
Hey, Joe,
This
we're
is
not
just
against
part of being
technology.
humans.
We're not against technology.
But, okay,
May
I
please say
understand
something?
you're not against technology, but what I'm saying is if you follow technological innovation, it becomes better and better and more invasive.
We need to design it where it doesn't make us obsolete. Humans take control of their environment. We build our environment. The globalists have decided to have a post-human future where humans are no longer relevant.
This is where you lose.
I can show you their damn quotes.
He's getting me because
I just gave you an article. I just gave you an article where they said it.
Because I think he's right. I think the only reason we're still around is because they haven't figured out how to get robots good enough to get rid of all of it. If they had the right robots, there would be no Walmarts to get
Exactly.
rid of everybody. You don't think that?
If there were the right robots,
The
that
right
get rid of
AI?
everything.
Everything is
Yeah.
up.
For almost 80 years, tanker aircraft have been the backbone of the United States Air Force. Their ability to extend the range of other aircraft indefinitely by refueling them in the sky has resulted in an entirely new dimension of military capability. Over the years, these tanker aircraft have come
It
in
doesn't
several
matter.
different forms. One of the most
Well,
iconic
explain
is
to
the
our
C-135
room.
Stratotanker,
You're
which
my
alone
power,
has provided
bruh.
aerial
Yeah,
refueling
and I
support to
want
the
that.
Air Force for over 60 years.
It
And while the
splits around the
PC-135
room.
is still flying today, the fleet is quickly aging, and the need for a new tanker to
Battery,
propel the
turn
aerial
on.
refueling mission into the next generation is becoming more and more prevalent. So what is the Air Force's answer? Well, it's this aircraft right here, the Boeing KC-46 Pegasus. Based on the design of the Boeing 767 and featuring the advanced flight deck avionics of the Boeing 787, the KC-46 is a fascinating airplane. So much so that I wanted to come out and see this aircraft in person. And more importantly, show you why the KC-46 Pegasus is a whole lot more than just a tanker.
That's how tired I am.
Welcome to Wichita, Kansas, home of the
Tired.
22nd Air Refueling Wing here at McConnell Air Force Base.
I'm
Since the early
tired.
1970s, the tanker mission has been synonymous with McConnell, and for me personally,
Most
this base
of our
has deep family
nuclear
ties.
weapons
This
storage
is
is
where I was
out
born.
west.
For those of you who watched my
Yeah.
And
KC-135
they said
video,
I
you'll
ran
know
to
that my
bomb
dad
us,
was a
so we
tanker
need to
pilot
be
in
on
the Air
high
Force.
alert right
In the
Yeah,
late
and guess what? You
1990s,
could
he was
literally
stationed
bomb
right
them
here at
and make them
McConnell as
for
part of the
50
344th
Yeah, I
Air Refueling
know,
Squadron.
but we
This
could
is the
still
first
get
time I've been
attacked,
back since we left when I was
so-
2 years old. And while I don't remember too much, I do know that my parents loved their time here and had nothing but amazing things to say. Today, we'll have the chance to learn all about the Pegasus from both the pilots and the boom operators before joining them on board for a flight to experience firsthand what air-to-air refueling looks like on the KC-46. So the first thing I want to talk about is the KC-46's design. If you're someone who follows aviation, you'll probably recognize that the main body or fuselage of the aircraft is derived from the Boeing 767. However, the flight deck actually shares similar avionics to the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Mounted under each wing are the two engines, powered by Pratt & Whitney. They're military variants of the PW4000s used on aircraft like the 747, 767, and 777, and give the KC-46 roughly 62,000 pounds of thrust and a range of over 6,300 miles. Now the fuselage, the avionics, the engines, those are all features that make this airplane an airplane. But the KC-46 is so much more than just your typical aircraft. It was designed to be a multi-role tanker and transport aircraft, meaning in addition to refueling other aircraft in the sky, it's also capable of transporting cargo, passengers, and medical patients all over the world. But at its core, the KC-46 is a tanker, and the technology it uses to refuel other aircraft in the sky is completely different than any other aircraft in history. Now, you've probably seen the photos from traditional tanker aircraft like the KC-135 and KC-10 that refuel by having a person lie down in the rear of the aircraft known as the boom pod, looking out of a physical window to control the large metal boom that transfers fuel to the receiver aircraft. As someone who has had the opportunity to ride in the boom pod of both the 135 and the KC-10, I'll be honest, it's one of the coolest views in the world, especially looking out at the receiver aircraft just a few feet in front of you. Well, with the introduction of the KC-46, the boom pod was moved to the front of the aircraft, in an area known as the Air Refueling Operations Station. Instead of using a physical window that a boom operator can look out of, the KC-46 uses a series of cameras positioned on the bottom of the aircraft that displays a real-time 185-degree panoramic view of the receiver aircraft on these 3D screens, in what Boeing refers to as the Remote Vision System, or RVS. Like with any new technology, there have definitely been some quirks, mostly with the way the camera system displays the receiver aircraft in various weather and lighting conditions. However, after extensive testing and back and forth between the Air Force and Boeing, a mutually agreed upon solution known as the Remote Vision System 2.0 is currently in the works, which will provide upgraded 4K ultra-high definition cameras to give boom operators a full-color, sharp 3D image as they guide the refueling boom into the receiver aircraft.
Alright, so this is the aerial refueling operator station. The first thing you'll notice is that there's two seats. The two seats are for if there's a student and an instructor, or it adds to the redundancy of this aircraft. In case there's a fault on one side of the aircraft, we have the ability to move to the second seat as alternative. This screen right here is mostly for receiver information, but the panoramic screens, it is for just situational awareness mainly, and the main screen right in front of you, that's actually the only 3D screen at this station. The two things that actually deploys the boom is the press of two buttons to power it on and to actually deploy it, which is this button right here. The joystick on your left is for extension. If the receiver is a little bit far out, I can extend and make a contact that way. Also, I can control gas with the button in the middle that says fuel off. The joystick on the right, that's what I use to actually move around up and down to, make contact with the receiver.
Now, I also know you guys have these really cool 3D glasses, right, that you wear. Can you explain what that's all about?
So the 3D glasses is what we use to conduct aerial refueling. It aids in depth perception, so it's not just a one-dimensional screen.
I think they're pretty stylish. What would you say?
Yes, they're definitely pretty stylish. Yeah.
I guess we can let the viewers decide if they pick one of these out.
Here is what makes makes us special. Here's the boom, and the boom is 78 feet right now, but it can extend up to 21 feet, and the extension just helps with making contact with the receivers. If he's a little bit too far aft, I can extend and reach out and get him. And towards the end of the boom, we have ruddervators. The ruddervators aids in moving the boom around, helping fly the boom. We also have centerline drone capability. So earlier we went through the screens that aids in aerial refueling at the aero station. The cameras mounted at the bottom of the jet that you see here is what aids in the 3D system and the RVS, the remote vision system, that gives us the essay that we need to conduct aerial refueling.
So I see the 3 cameras, so it makes sense how it kind of gives you that like panoramic view. But what about this yellow line here? What's kind of the point of that?
The yellow line here is just to help receivers stay in center line to aid in aerial refueling.
Because that's a big part of it, right? It's making sure they're lined up properly. And as the boom operator, you're walking them through that. You guys have like director lights, right? You were mentioning that earlier. Are those kind of on the bottom of the aircraft or where?
Yes, the director lights are also a little bit more forward of the aircraft. There's a forward, down, left, and right, and it helps the receivers get in perfect position for aerial refueling. And of course, as mentioned before, if they're a little bit far back, a little bit far forward, I can adjust my telescope and contact them, provide the gas that they need.
So the question you might be wondering is why? Why transition to a remote vision system and go away from something proven to be reliable, like a boom pod with a physical window? Well, the answer seems to be that the world is rapidly changing, and the future of aerial refueling is almost certain to one day be autonomous and unmanned. The Air Force has put a huge emphasis on drones, and as a result, Boeing has already been testing these autonomous refueling aircraft on platforms like the MQ-25 Stingray. The KC-46's remote vision system may be the first of its kind, but it's also a transition, a stepping stone that will ultimately lay the groundwork for autonomous refueling down the line. And getting that system in place now, figuring out all of the quirks sooner rather than later, should in theory help make that transition to full autonomy quite a bit easier down the road.
Welcome to the flight deck of the KC-46. What really separates the KC-46 from legacy tankers like the 135 or the KC-10 is going to be just the modern avionics and the modern systems incorporated into the jet. So right here we have our glass cockpit displays, which really brings kind of modern avionics into the KC-46 and allows us to shoot a lot of different types of approaches, from GPS approaches to kind of more traditional and also more advanced approaches like Category 2 and 3 instrument landing systems, which allows us to get down to like 600 feet visibility, which if you're driving on the highway, think like the foggiest day that you've driven, like landing in those conditions. So it's a very capable instrument aircraft.
So is that different than the normal like 7.6 or even the 7.8? Like, or is it the same?
It's practically the same.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So we have
for tankers, that's a lot different than
for
like
tankers. It's a lot different. For Air Force aircraft, it's a capability that not a whole lot of aircraft have, especially like HUD-less aircraft. So C-17 can probably shoot and approach that low, but a lot of other heavies like the 135 don't have that capability.
Okay. So I want to ask you about range, because I read that the max range on this aircraft is about 16 hours. However, the KC-46 can actually take fuel from another tanker, right? So does that mean this can stay airborne indefinitely?
Yeah, effectively, right? All the way up until like a physical failure, right?
Yeah.
But I've flown a max endurance sortie, and that's something that we're kind of pushing to do. Typically, unfueled, about 16 hours with a normal max fuel load, and then, like you said, we can do AR multiple times throughout the sortie and fly as long as we want, which is a huge capability.
So max endurance, how long was that flight?
So I flew on a 35-hour flight. 35 hours. Brought a lot of snacks.
Must be kind of a dream airplane to fly too.
It really is. Yeah, it's super comfortable, and just like me and you are talking right now, this is what it sounds like while you're flying, as opposed to having to have hearing protection and stuff like that throughout the cockpit. It really is a super comfortable airplane to fly.
That is the expenses so much. Boyfriend drive me here. And then eventually I moved up into the outlets.
Alright, so just behind the flight deck, we've got next to our aero station where the boom operators sit, we've got our lab, right?
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just like you see in an airliner, right?
No different than the 135.
Just a little bit different. And then back here, we've got kind of our crew seating, right? So we got 4 seats on this side, 4 seats on that side for a total of 8. People that would sit up here are additional crew members or flight chiefs. Some crew chiefs that we take with us on different trips when we go off station. Real nice, comfortable as far as the cabin goes, a lot of space. Less space as we get into the galley. Up here we've got our 2 fridges packed with plenty of refreshments and snacks for our trip. We've got our coffee pot and hot water dispenser, and then also our little oven, which, depending on how culinary skills of the people on board, you can get some very creative ideas all the way from cookies all the way up. I've seen people make like whole steak dinners and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Is it up to you guys to make your own food?
The boom operators are typically the high-end,
the
chefs.
culinary specialists.
Yeah, exactly. Typically I'll stick to like Hot Pockets and something that I can quickly run back and make sure I don't like burn the plane down.
I understand.
Here are the rest of the seats, and then as we come back here, we kind of open up into our crew bunks.
Oh wow.
So we've got 3 different crew bunks, just top to bottom, that can fold down far back from where the boom operator and the flight deck is. It's a lot more quiet back here, and we can kind of turn the lights off. It's actually like a fairly comfortable place to sleep for some of our long flights. So we're gonna head back to the main cargo compartment now.
Beautiful.
And back here is kind of where the multi-role capability of the 46 really kicks in, right? You have the boom operator who also does the air refueling aspect, but back here is also where they kind of act as a load master, loading passengers, cargo, air medical evacuation. We can hold up to 18 pallet positions, around 65,000 pounds of cargo. 58 passengers on a normal day, up to 114. Typically when we'll carry passengers, we can also load in a pallet that is additional bathrooms, additional ovens, a lot more refrigerator space. Typically, we'll carry our own stuff in and out, right? So one jet can carry all of our passengers, and the other jet, all of our cargo. We don't really need a huge footprint other than ourselves to kind of get into and out of theater, which is a real multiplier when it comes to just the assets that are spread across the world. You can kind of feel how comfortable it is for the air medical evacuation, right? They have a lot of room out here to do kind of their life-saving efforts as we transition, our long distances. A little bit more noisy when we're in flight back here, but it's a comfortable level that you don't, again, need like hearing protection or, it's not super cold, super harsh environment back here throughout the flight.
Yeah, I mean, it literally has that new car smell almost to it, right?
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
people in the comments are going to laugh, especially old Air Force veterans. You've got a nice bathroom, you've got ovens, you've got bunks.
Yep.
Kind of living up to the Air Force stereotype, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much an Air Force airplane, right? All stereotypes included, but it's comfortable, it's very effective at what it does, and kind of integrating into that tactical battle space, as well as that multi-role capability, which is kind of what the bread and butter of the KC-46 is.
Now,
I'm
I
a
want to take a second to thank
monkey
the
for the
sponsor of today's
Chinese
video, Boeing.
zodiac.
Boeing has
Said
been
he, I'm a
manufacturing
monkey.
aerial refueling tankers dating back to the 1940s with the introduction of the
Monkey.
KV-29, which was a modified B-29 bomber. Then
In
came the
2028, the
KC-97
year of the monkey
Stratofreighter, the world's
returns.
first production
I
tanker,
got
which
2
the Air Force
years
flew
to
into the
survive
late
till the year of the
1970s
monkey.
while transitioning to the iconic KC-135, which is still flying today. However, with the introduction of the KC-46, the aerial refueling capabilities have increased
They said
drastically.
my personality is
The KC-46A
quick-witted,
can carry more
versatile,
fuel,
confident,
3
and
times the number of
humorous.
cargo
Who's
pallets,
they?
2
They are
times
often
the
seen
number
as
of
clever and
passengers,
mischievous,
30% more
sometimes
medical
described
evacuation
as having a
patients than
playful or
compared to the
trickster
legacy
nature.
KC-135, really showing that this aircraft is a whole lot more than
Who's
just a
they?
tanker. The multi-mission aerial
This is
refueler is
Zodiac.
also equipped with a full suite of
Yeah.
countermeasures,
Who's
protecting it
this
from nuclear,
Yeah,
chemical, and
no.
biological attacks, including a hardened flight deck armor that adds another
year of
layer of
the water
protection.
monkey.
Additionally, the Pegasus offers more secure communications and more data integration than any other tanker, giving the crew and fleet situational awareness for real-time decision-making.
By delivering data as well as fuel to the Joint Force, the KC-46A is transforming the role of the tanker for the 21st century and will continue to expand its capabilities as Boeing continues to invest in next-generation aerial refueling advancements. To this day, the KC-46 has offloaded more than 200 million pounds of fuel to receiver aircraft all across the globe, with hundreds and hundreds of flights continuing to be flown every single month. So at this point, what we've got next is the opportunity to join the crew on board the KC-46 and witness our very own aerial refueling flight. And I'm definitely excited because I've had the chance to fly on the KC-135, I've flown on the KC-10, but this will be my very first time flying on the Pegasus. And I'm interested to see how the aerial refueling process differs. Right now the crew is inside finishing their final pre-flight brief before they step out of the aircraft, and it's time to load up, take off, let's get it. So I'm here with our aircraft commander, Major Ollie Slidenko, and our co-pilot, Captain Victor Kyle. Now, Major Slidenko, why don't you sort of set the scene for what we can expect on our flight today?
So today is some tanker and receiver air refueling. So right now we're going to be playing the role of the receiver, and they're going to be playing the role of the tanker. Victor here is going to close us in to get within about 50 feet of the tanker, and then from then on I will take the aircraft and I'll attempt a contact. At 15:30 Zulu, so about exactly an hour from now, we have to leave this MOA, and we'll have to proceed to an air refueling track to refuel an actual external receiver. In this case, we're training with the B-2 bomber.
So I wanted to ask you about the typical missions you fly. How long are the missions? What's the longest you've been up in this thing? And is it a little more comfortable, this being like a newer aircraft for the crew?
Longest sortie I've ever flown in this jet was just a little bit over 24 hours. We literally just flew around the perimeter of the United States. It is unbelievably comfortable. It's like going from a Model T to a Tesla is how I like to describe it. It's just bigger, wider. As you saw in the back, the seats in the back practically like a business class in a commercial airliner. So when you are in those endurance sorties and you do need to kind of swap out and take rest, you can. You get adequate rest in this aircraft.
So what's it like having two planes flying hundreds of miles per hour, literally physically touching each other? Like, from a pilot's perspective, what's that like?
It is terrifying. The previous airplane that I flew was an E3. We did not do formation flying in the E3. And so for me, the learning curve was very steep, and it was very challenging to get outside of my comfort zone and to just trust myself, trust my piloting, to be that close to another airplane.
One thing I've always loved is that in the Air Force, the gas station comes to you. And at this point during the flight, we're about to link up with another KC-46 to experience what it's like to get gas as an aircraft that can also give gas. It's a pretty cool feature that essentially allows this aircraft to remain airborne indefinitely. Well, as long as there's another KC-46 in the area to link up with. So I just sat down at the air refueling operator station. Now the one thing we were told is that we're not allowed to film the physical screens while in flight. So that's why we're kind of doing the side angles here. But what I'm going to do is tell you what I'm looking at. And we got Nat here to also explain what we're looking at as well. So these glasses are kind of like three-dimensional, right? So when you put them on, it's literally like you're watching a 3D movie. And the aircraft in front of us kind of gives you that depth perception. So the boom operator is able to like easily kind of navigate the boom and make contact. Now, apparently, Nat, the plan is we're going to get some B-2 stealth bombers, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. We got one B-2 coming to us here in a little bit.
Yeah, one B-2. I mean, that's just going to be incredible. Is there a specific type of aircraft that you say is harder to refuel in the KC-46 or easier? Or what's your favorite, would you say?
The B-2 is definitely one of my favorites. I like refueling fighters. I think just watching them move around, it's like a sports car in the sky. They move really quick. They can do a lot of cool stuff. It's pretty fun. I don't know if there's any hard receivers necessarily. It kind of depends on the receiver pilot. If they're
B-2 stealth bombers are coming in, so we're going to throw these glasses on here and just kind of walk us through what you're looking for.
They're coming in here. We see that they got good closure. They're stable. Once they get to that 50 foot, that astern position, I'm going to go ahead and give them a forward light here with my left thumb and then move them into position and make a contact.
Does it ever get old? I mean, it just looks incredible, right? Like the iconic B-2, and it's just like...
Yeah, not necessarily old. It does get repetitive certain times doing the same training flights, but something like a B-2, that's something that's always really cool to see.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, back 4, contact. 2-3, you're cleared off high to the right. See ya.
So first impressions, post-flight, having the opportunity to witness an aerial refueling aboard the KC-46 Pegasus, it's definitely impressive. Now, I'll be honest, I do miss having the opportunity to go down into the physical boom pod and look out the window and see the receiver aircraft up close and in person. But I also understand the advantages of having a modern system like this. What's most important is having an aircraft that can hold and offload more fuel, stay airborne longer, and accommodate the crew on their long missions as best as possible. And that's what the KC-46 was designed to do. And I want to give a huge shout out to McConnell Air Force Base for giving us the opportunity to come out here and learn more about this jet. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss out on any future videos. And I'll catch you in the next one.
Take it, my arms are longer. Do the roar again.
Wi-Fi boosted mobile wherever you need it. And now, cut your bill in half with Xfinity Mobile.
Right now, I'm flying in a U-2 spy plane. 70,000 feet high at the edge of space. If you look outside, you can actually see the curvature of the Earth. So to all the flat earthers out there, I hate to burst your bubble, but take a look at that.
Welcome to Beale Air Force Base. Dating back to the 1960s, this base has been known for one main thing: flying spy planes. What began with the legendary SR-71 Blackbird now continues with the U-2, an aircraft developed in secrecy within Area 51 to fly espionage missions over the Soviet Union during the Cold War. But despite over half a century of advancements in technology, the iconic U-2, known by its nickname the Dragon Lady, continues to fly, taking Air Force pilots equipped with spacesuits up to altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet. Today, I'll be taking you along for an experience I never thought would be possible: a flight inside the U-2 to the edge of space.
So the U-2 is not only one of the hardest aircraft to fly, but one of the hardest aircraft to land. Because of the U-2's 105-foot wingspan, she produces so much lift down low that you have to stall the aircraft to get her to land.
6, 4, 3, 1. Because we don't have traditional landing gear, we get a safety observer in the mobile vehicle. The mobile officer is there to help safely land the airplane. For the run-in phase, we'll set ourselves up with a nice turn geometry, accelerate as we're joining to where we get onto the runway behind the aircraft anywhere from 100 to 140 miles an hour based upon the aircraft configuration.
Once the aircraft comes to a stop, the ground crew put what we call pogos under the aircraft wings to level it. The bicycle landing gear, not very stable. You end up with a 105-foot teeter-totter. Once the aircraft runs out of airspeed, eventually it will settle onto one of its wingtips, which is why we have a titanium skid plate. Pogos are unpinned for takeoff and repinned on the ground after landing so that it can taxi back to parking like a normal airplane.
Well, there you go. If you want to be a race car driver, an astronaut, and a pilot, I think these U-2 guys are just about the closest thing to it. The U-2 is a product of the 1950s, when espionage played a pivotal role during the early Cold War years.
Weight was the critical factor.
After realizing that pretty much every Air Force aircraft was able to be intercepted by Soviet air defenses, the United States government realized they needed a new, more capable spy plane to keep tabs on the Soviet Union. The idea was that if they could design an aircraft that could fly at altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet, they would be beyond the reach of Soviet fighters, missiles, and radar, and could do their spying undetected.
It has the world's most efficient lift-drag ratio for powered aircraft.
Not everyone knows that the CIA and not the Air Force were the first ones to fly the U-2. And the reason for that is twofold. The Air Force actually rejected the design initially because it was single engine, unarmed, and it didn't meet military specifications for airworthiness. The other one is that it's less provocative to have a civilian pilot overfly another nation rather than a military pilot. Beginning in 1956, President Eisenhower authorized the CIA to overfly the Soviet Union with the U-2. And he was really conflicted about whether to do so each time, because he knew he was risking starting another war, and we had just got out of World War II. But it was very important to get that intelligence on the Soviet nuclear program and their delivery vehicles, the bombers and their missile program.
The center camera is mounted vertically. The others are 37 degrees from the vertical.
And it really was a gamble each time he sent the U-2 over, because the intelligence at the time said that 70,000 feet was the limit of Soviet radar detection, but we weren't 100% confident. Well, it turns out they could detect us. On July 10th, 1956, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow received a note that said that the Soviets were aware of the overflights on July 4th and July 5th, and they wanted us to stop, obviously. The ability to track us was really poor, and they couldn't shoot us down. So there was no public acknowledgement of the U.S. U-2 overflights to the Soviet Union because they did not want to admit that to the rest of the world.
One of the most famous stories in the U-2 community is that of Air Force pilot Francis Gary Powers. In 1960, while flying the U-2 as part of the CIA, 30-year-old Powers was shot down over the Soviet Union by a surface-to-air missile flying at 70,000 feet. At the time, no one believed a crash at that high of an altitude was survivable, but miraculously, Powers ejected and lived. After being captured by the Soviet Union, Powers was put on trial and sentenced to 3 years in prison and 7 years of hard labor. The event made headlines worldwide, escalating the already red-hot tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union, bringing the two countries even closer to the brink of war. Now, as you look at these photos of the incredible story of Francis Gary Powers, what goes through your head?
Well, Francis Gary Powers, that's a story that everyone on the U-2 knows, right? And I'm just honored to be a part of the legacy of men like him that had the guts and the bravery to actually overfly the Soviet Union. And, you know, after he got shot down, he showed so much perseverance to stay a year and a half in a Soviet prison and then return with honor. So it's just an honor to be a part of an aircraft with such rich heritage.
You know, to get ready for this video, I actually rewatched Tom Hanks' Bridge of Spies movie, which, as you know, talks about the Gary Powers incident and the prisoner exchange that sent him back to the United States. I also love seeing that some of that movie was filmed right here at Beale Air Force Base, right?
We actually have some maintainers and pilots here that were extras in that film, so we all thought that it was a pretty cool movie with the U-2 feature.
Now, one more photo I want to show you. This right here, as you know, is probably one of the coolest selfies I think ever taken of the Chinese surveillance balloon last year, where they sent a U-2 up to kind of see what was going on. I guess in my mind, like, the U-2 was probably the perfect platform for that, right? To be able to fly that high and, you know, check out what the heck this thing was.
Yeah, that's right. Again, we are flexible and responsive and versatile. So we're here ready to answer the call.
Now, one of the most accurate descriptions I've heard about what it's like to fly the U-2 is imagine you're riding a bicycle, except that bicycle weighs 40,000 pounds.
Yeah.
It has a wingspan of about 105 feet. Its incredibly unique design is what makes the U-2 so difficult to fly, but at the same time is what gives it such a remarkable performance.
So the wings are designed to produce as much lift as possible while they're getting rid of as much weight as possible so they can get higher and higher and higher. It's been said that every pound of weight they get rid of, they go a foot higher. And they're aiming to go 70,000 feet and above.
So we already mentioned it's called the Dragon Lady. Is that why? Because it's kind of fierce at lower altitudes and then flies like a lady up high?
The flight characteristics up high, once you get into the area that it does its mission, it behaves like a lady. She flies beautifully. But down low, it's a little more challenging, so you got to wrestle the dragon to the ground. Alright, so this is a speed brake. Really the only time we use it is when we are done with the mission, it's time to come home and land, so it's time to come down. She likes being high, so the first thing in the descent checklist is putting the gear down and bring the boards out, which is pretty unique, being up at 60, 70,000 feet. First thing you do to descend is put the gear down, and then bring the speed brake out
you gotta
to start
you're
producing
getting
enough drag
belly.
to get back to Earth.
Yeah, and
You're getting fat.
you are too.
I know, but
So I
not
read
drinking.
that
I don't
this
drink
is
all
the
that
same
soda.
engine
That's
the
bad for
V2
your
actually
insides.
flies with.
What kind of
I
good
guess
though?
that's a
I
fun
had
fact. Is
that
that
for the
true?
past
Yeah, that's
5
right. It's the
years
same
of
I
my
know,
life.
but I'm
engine
worried
that the
about
V2
you.
has.
It's
So
not that
some
you're
unique
getting
things
fat.
about
I'm
that.
just worried. I don't
17,000
want
pounds
you to
of
like.
Then
thrust.
don't allow
So
me
when
to
the
drink
Well,
it.
I
aircraft
wouldn't
empty
want you
around
to if
20,000
you live
pounds
with
for
me.
stories
We
we
wouldn't
do
be
around
buying
here.
that
We
shit.
had a pretty high deck angle climbing
Then
away
I would
from the runway
die
to
some.
30, 40 degrees nose high. Alright, a lot's changed over the years in the U2 cockpit. We used to have a physical periscope with a view sight right here in the center, replaced with MFDs to check the status of all kinds of different things in the jet, engine instruments, primary flight display, status of different systems on the jet, navigation, flight controls. You got the yoke, the rudders, throttle on the left side, pretty typical speed brake control, spoiler control, and the mirror up here to check the contrails. You can see right now I'm just wearing a flight suit that we were on every day, but if you can imagine putting the full pressure suit on, there's going to be even less room to move around the cockpit. So that's its own challenge to deal with.
Now, over the years, obviously, technology has increased. We have satellites now, but the U-2's still flying, and it's still doing a job it's done for a long time. Why is that? What does this aircraft still bring to the fight?
So we're in the business of high altitude ISR. ISR is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. We could be persistent, stay in an area for a long time. We could be flexible. So I can put a U-2 anywhere in the world on short notice and then turn around 10 minutes later and go right back. Every different kind of player on the team brings unique strengths to the fight. So Sam, what do you think? You ready for a high flight in the U-2 and go dance with the lady?
I think I'm ready. I'm nervous. I won't lie. This was, I think, the one aircraft I thought I'd never have the opportunity to fly in, so I think that will sink in just a little bit. But most importantly, I'm excited for all of you to come with me on this flight. It's as much for you as it is for me. Let's do it.
To disconnect, I'm just gonna disconnect here.
It's gonna be everything's clunky when I have this giant space glove on.
Anytime you have the opportunity to fly in a military aircraft, whether it's a fighter or a heavy, there's training you have to be put through.
Where's your camping?
Left shoulder, get the beans.
They want to make sure that in the event of an emergency, you don't get yourself killed. Well, at least if you can prevent it.
I lost the glove.
There was the flight physical to make sure I was physically fit to fly. Academics to give me a basic understanding of how the U-2 works. Egress training, how to successfully eject and bail out should we experience a malfunction, and even basics in parachute navigation so that I could safely steer myself to the ground.
Sitting upright.
So I'm gonna lean forward and stand up. What have I just stood up into? About 100 plus knots of wind.
Oh, like that? You might just have to like yeah. And you'll slowly go. If they're brand new though, you will lesson. They'll go through the full lesson.
Well, there you go. Most of my initial training is now complete. So now on to the part I'm probably the most nervous for. Behind these doors is where I'm going to be fitted for my spacesuit. Now, one of the biggest concerns I had when preparing for this flight was how I was going to film it. I needed a camera that could fit inside of the U-2 and, most importantly, could handle the extreme altitudes and temperatures up at 70,000 feet. After researching the different options, the Insta360 X4 was the camera that checked the most boxes. So after reaching out to the Insta360 team, they agreed to sponsor this video, helping me capture the shots you're about to see. So what we've got here... KC-135 Stratotanker, and at first glance it might not look too different than your typical commercial airliner, but it definitely is. The KC-135 is a modified Boeing 707 capable of refueling other aircraft 30,000 feet in the sky. It's essentially a flying gas station. Now this aircraft is also super special to me because my dad flew the KC-135 as an Air Force pilot, instructor pilot, and later as an evaluator pilot for over a decade. So Dad, come on, get in here. I'm super excited to have him join me and be reunited with his old jet for the first time in what, 25 years?
Yeah, this January, 25 years exactly. I just can't believe it's been that long.
Well, I can't wait to learn all about this aircraft from both you and the crew, and we're even going to have the chance to go up for a flight and experience refueling F-16 fighter jets. This one's going to be fun.
It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. Let's do it.
So, Dad, what's it feel like to be back in front of your aircraft almost 25 years later? Does it look like much has changed?
It's almost surreal. The aircraft, for the most part, looks almost identical to the aircraft I flew 25 years ago.
Well, when we were getting ready for this video, we actually dusted off, found some old family photos. These were taken in January of 1999, then Captain Ekholm. That's actually me right there in the blue beanie hat, so sort of a full circle moment. But, Dad, when you look back at your Air Force career, all the flying you got to do, what was it like?
It was amazing. I feel very, very lucky that I got to fly the KC-135. This airplane has taken me safely to places all over the world. There's a saying in the Air Force that everybody knows, nobody kicks ass without tanker gas, and it was incredible to be a part of that mission. I felt very rewarded, and it was exciting at the same time.
Now, it's hard to believe that this aircraft has been flying for almost 70 years and is projected to fly until it reaches close to 100 years old, meaning the last Air Force pilot to fly the KC-135 has yet to be born. Making its first flight back in 1957, the KC-135 was the Air Force's first jet-powered aerial tanker, and it was revolutionary. Before it was introduced, fighter and bomber aircraft were severely limited by their fuel endurance, having to land repeatedly to gas up and then take off again before reaching their final destination. But with the introduction of a flying jet-powered gas station, the range of these fighter and bomber missions could be extended indefinitely. In fact, you could argue that besides the introduction of the aircraft carrier, nothing has shaped U.S. foreign military projection more over the past 60 years than the KC-135 Stratotanker. A staggering 800 KC-135s were built between 1957 and 1965, with almost 400 still flying in the U.S. Air Force, Guard, and Reserves today.
The last KC-135 was delivered to the Air Force in 1965, a year before I was born. So it's obviously an old aircraft. But in terms of flying hours, these aircraft are relatively new, and that's because early in their career, probably for the first 30 years, they were a lot of the time sitting alert, fully loaded with gas, on an alert pad, ready to launch and refuel a bomber in case of a nuclear war.
Now, the alert mission is super interesting to me, and I know you did it a lot, so can you talk a little bit more about that? What was it like, kind of the experience? The whole alert mission's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so first part of my career, about a week of every month, I had to sit alert, and you were in an alert facilities that was heavily guarded, and your airplanes were there next to you, and it's located very close to the runway. So the whole point was, in case we had to launch rather quickly, we could get in our aircraft, start engines, taxi out, and launch our aircraft along with the bombers in case of a nuclear war. I only had to do that for a short stint before that mission went away. After the Soviet Union dissolved, we no longer had to do that.
Now, outside of the boom pod, which we'll talk about here in a sec, my favorite feature on the KC-135 are these massive turbofan engines. There's 4 of them. They're iconic. And, Dad, I know you have a lot of experience flying with this engine, both in the 135 as an airline pilot. So what's it like flying with these things?
Cool. Well, when I first started flying the KC-135, I flew A model, which had A model engines. We're about half the size of these engines here and roughly about half the thrust. And in order to get the amount of thrust we needed to take off fully loaded with all our fuel, we had to inject water in the 2-minute period just during the takeoff roll. Water was injected right in the core of the engine to increase the density of the air and give us more thrust. Once I transitioned to the R model engine, it was amazing. They have so much thrust. The airplane flies very well on 2 of them. It can even fly in 1 engine at lower gross weights. And as you mentioned, I fly a variant of this is used on one of the Airbus models I fly today.
Now, what really sets the KC-135 apart from other aircraft is what goes on in the back, or what I like to call the business end. A massive 28-foot long pole known as the boom is attached to the underside of the tanker and can be extended out as far as 48 feet to connect to other aircraft in the sky while traveling at speeds upwards of 500 miles per hour. Fuel is then transferred at a rate of 600 gallons per minute, more than the average family car consumes in an entire year. In fact, the KC-135 boom can transfer more fuel in just 8 minutes than an entire gas station can pump in 24 hours. The boom can also be equipped with a special shuttlecock-shaped drogue that attaches and trails behind, which allows the KC-135 to refuel aircraft that don't have a vertically mounted fuel receptacle. This means that in addition to refueling the U.S. Air Force, the KC-135 also provides refueling support for the Navy, Marine Corps, and other allied nations. To safely manage the refueling operation, the KC-135 is designed with a boom pod in the rear of the aircraft that a single boom operator controls. Lying in a flat prone position, the boom operator is in charge of communicating with the receiver pilot and actually flies the boom to ensure it's in the proper position for transfer. While there are a ton of unique jobs in the Air Force, this one in particular gives you just about the coolest office in the world with more spectacular views than you could possibly imagine.
I'm Senior Airman Justice Ryan. I'm the boom operator for the KC-135 shadow tanker. Yeah, it's very challenging and rewarding flying 30,000 feet in the air, 500 miles per hour. Going up there, supporting the air refueling missions. It's just me back there rocking the mish. Walking you through the refueling process, we lower the boom. Whenever we get radio contact with our receivers, it's usually about 2 miles out, maybe further. Make sure they have all their switches off for their ammunition and whatever they might have on board, and safely bring them up to us and refuel them as needed.
So to actually get inside the KC-135, the entrance is a little bit different. There's not a staircase, there's not a jet bridge, it's just a ladder that comes down right here at the nose. So Dad, as someone who's done this many times, what's with the unique design?
Well, I think it was designed for crews to get up in the aircraft very quickly, close it up, start engines, and get out to the runway to take off for that mission to go support the bombers. Interesting, it was also designed when this aircraft we were first flying, when I was flying it, we carried parachutes. And there's a handle you pull, and then what actually happens here is this thing will jettison down, stop the air, you hang from the handle up there, and you would drop into the slipstream, and that's how you would bail out of the aircraft. To my knowledge, no one's ever bailed out of a KC-135. The Air Force figured, hey, it's flown this long without a bell, we probably don't need parachutes anymore. So today they no longer carry parachutes.
Yeah, it's definitely unique, and I think it's time that we head inside. So
let's do it.
Go. Just like when the KC-135 first rolled off the line, the primary mission remains aerial refueling. However, today, the aircraft can also support cargo transport and can move 83,000 pounds of cargo or 6 standard-sized pallets loaded up inside. Additionally, up to 36 passengers can fit on these seats lined on either side, including aeromedical evacuation, in which stretchers can be loaded on board to transport patients wherever they need to go. Now, for some reason, every video I make, everyone wants to know where the bathroom is. So for everyone interested, it's right here. And Dad, I imagine you're pretty familiar with this area, huh?
Yeah, funny story. When I was a young lieutenant, I was in a long mission, and I really had to go to the bathroom and take care of business. What was interesting, after I went, everybody on the crew had to go. The aircraft commander, the boom operator, and the navigator. It wasn't until after we landed out that I figured out why, because they told me that the rule was the first guy to use it had to empty it out. That's just kind of an example of some of the things we did in the crew coordination we had going on to make this job so much fun.
Now, we'll have to ask if that's still a rule to this day, but yeah, for anyone wondering where the bathroom is, right here.
Back when I was flying this aircraft, we had a crew of 4 and included a navigator who sat in this seat here, and his responsibility was telling us where to go. and coordinating rendezvous with our receiver aircraft, and he also monitored the weather radar. Interestingly, we used to practice celestial navigation, navigating off the stars and the moon, and that was the NAV's responsibility. Work with the boom operator, and they put a little stool here, and they used this sextant, which is like a manual GPS, and they took angles off the sun and the stars, and then they charted it out and used that to determine where we were. And they were very good at it, and the reason we did that was because they thought that if a nuclear war happened, we wouldn't have the traditional means of navigating, so we had to use celestial navigation to navigate.
We're here with Captain Elliott, one of the KC-135 pilots at MacDill Air Force Base. Also going to be one of our pilots when we go out for the aerial flight in just a bit. So Captain Elliott, can you give us a brief overview on the flight deck and some of the controls here on the KC-135?
Okay. For our air refueling mission, this is our fuel panel. You can see how much fuel we have in each of the tanks at any given time and manage it for our offloads. And this aircraft also has 4 engines, so we use these throttles right here to control each of the engines. They're very powerful, and we use those to go off.
Fly for Australia.
So what is the range of the KC-135? Because I've always wondered if you can offload all of the fuel you guys carry, or you have to keep your fuel for the aircraft like stored in a separate tank. How does that work?
How far can we fly? I would equate it to about 16 to 17 hours. It'll really depend on how high we go and how fast we're going. So that could vary a little bit. And then, can we offload every drop? Absolutely. This plane can carry about 200,000 pounds of fuel. And underneath the center of the aircraft.
So, Dad, does everything look pretty much the same from when you were flying?
Hey, sorry, I'm gonna be late.
Oh, that's okay.
Thanks, I love you.
Love you too.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Larn. Welcome back to the Try Not to Laugh Challenge. We're going right into it. You don't have time to brace. It's happening now. Oh.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
For Sam, it just doesn't add up. No.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh yeah.
How much time do you spend looking at random leaves on television shows to recognize that it's a fake pattern, not created by the wind?
No, I just, you look at the scenes from Walking Dead and they enter this deserted town, as so many towns are when zombies take over, and the leaves, the autumn leaves are evenly spread in the streets and sidewalks. And I'm thinking, some set designer did that, thinking that this is what leaves do in the breeze. But that's not what they do. They collect, they circulate. They're like eddies in the air currents that'll collect them in one place and not the other. So we think if something's random that it's evenly spread. But in fact, there are many more collected elements in something that's random than we typically think. So I'm looking at your new ceiling here in Austin, Texas, and your star is beautiful. Nice big spaghetti. But the stars the lights are kind of evenly spread on the sky.
Yeah, they don't look real.
So that's how, and plus, you could have thrown at least a constellation up there or something.
You know what I should do? I should get someone to make me one and just imitate the Milky Way.
That'd be beautiful.
Right.
That'd be beautiful. And I'll be happy to certify it.
I'm
give me a
scared.
call. You give me a call.
Scared.
I'm all in.
I don't think you will certify it. I think
issue.
So how you doing, Joe?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Yeah. I used to, Austin is an old home of mine.
Is it?
Yeah, I met my wife here. I got my master's at UT Austin. My wife got her PhD in mathematical physics there. And I finished my PhD in Columbia, New York City. But we spent 6 years here long ago.
I love it here.
We were here when Austin, Texas had 6 gates at the airport. Wow. There was never more than one other car in front of you at a red light. Just picture that.
A lot of folks remember that, apparently.
Yeah.
They were very upset.
I would be totally pissed off.
The traffic here is still adorable.
Adorable.
It's ridiculous, cute traffic. And the people are so nice. It's just a completely different vibe.
Yeah. So I miss you, man. So it's good to see you still at it.
I'm still at it.
Still doing the thing. And I thought, I saw a few of your shows and I said, we can bring some deep philosophical thought back. Which I know that's a big part of you, right?
Occasionally.
No,
yeah.
it's in you. It's in you.
When I'm talking to the right people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it comes out.
It comes out, good.
I've been
meaning
meaning to talk to you. I've been wanting to talk to you
What
quite
do you
a
got?
bit.
What do you
Well,
got?
all these UFO disclosures. You're like one of the first guys that I want to talk to because you always have a skeptical, inquisitive perspective on these things. You're not necessarily dismissive,
Right.
but you're not willing to just adopt this narrative that we're being visited by UFOs from another planet.
Yeah, so it's, by the way, let's start with the military.
Yes.
Right? If they're glowing lights in the sky and we don't know what it is, they damn sure better look into it.
Right.
We give them folks $700 billion. Make some percentage of that budget to check out the possible threat of things we don't understand.
I used to think that was a lot of money until I found out that Los Angeles spent $1 billion on the homeless every year. Their budget for the homeless
They got a homeless
billion.
budget, okay.
$1 billion, and they're not doing shit. So when I look at like the military getting $700 billion, is that what they get?
Yeah, it's plus or minus. It
We
might
need
be
to give
600.
them more money. Clearly they need more money. Because if you can't fix the LA homeless situation with $1 billion, how are you going to protect us with $700 billion?
Well, it's not the same agency charged with it.
Are they better? They're better than the homeless people?
No, I'm saying the mayor's office of Los Angeles
Sucks.
or of,
Is that what you're
of
saying?
Austin, right? Who's running what? I got in trouble this past February when electricity went out. It was cold. Just a couple of months ago.
What did you say?
What did I say? What did I say? I say, okay, right now, NASA landed a rover on Mars with a helicopter, and this is at 120 million miles away, controlling it, and it's on Mars where it's 100 degrees below zero. Meanwhile, Texas, where it's cold, has no electricity. So all I said was, maybe NASA, instead of politicians, should run Texas.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Some people have lost their mind.
But that's just because the power was out, people were freaking out already.
Well, plus, I don't do what you advised me the last time. With post and drop, what's the phrase?
Post and ghost.
Post and ghost.
Yeah.
No, I always peek at what people are saying. I want to know.
You are too popular. When you're too popular, people get mad at you.
Oh,
yeah.
That's deep.
And it doesn't necessarily have to make sense. But if enough people are angry and upset at their own lives, and they just decide they're going to attack Neil deGrasse Tyson because he makes a poignant point.
I try to have you smile about it a little. I mean, plus, Texas is no stranger to NASA. NASA, Texas.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Come on. That was not addressed to the governor. It was addressed to NASA headquarters.
Yeah, people are just too easy to get upset. And also, you're just dealing with the numbers are just unmanageable of people online. I mean, how many millions of people do you have on the Twitter page?
14 and a half million.
Just imagine. Just
That's
randomly.
a stupidly large number, and I still don't understand it, because I would remind people every few days, you realize if you're following an astrophysicist,
right.
There's still time to unfollow, just in case this is something you did by accident.
Yeah, but you're a different kind of astrophysicist. You're an entertaining educator, and that's so important, because you make things fun. You make things fun while pointing out really important points, like really important things that we should probably understand
about the way the universe works and physics.
Well, thanks for thinking about it that way. I don't think about it that way. I think that the universe is inherently hilarious. So I'm just sharing that hilarity with you. But what I also found is that when people smile, they learn better.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're less tense.
Yeah, they're less tense, and there's a pleasing feeling that they had at a point when they learned something. And so that's got to work some kind of dopamine chemicals so that you say, well, I want to learn something again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, science educators are so important because so many people equate, whether it's mathematics or science or even history, they equate with boredom, right?
I think not only science, but many academic subjects. And what's that song by Alice Cooper? School's Out. School's out for summer. School's out forever. This is an anthem for people who hate school. What else is that, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, when you're in school, your only job is to learn. And for that to be a chore means something is wrong in that school. I'm not blaming the people who are throwing their notes in the air, running down the school steps. I'm blaming the system that's not making school fun and entertaining. And it should be a place where you are trained to become a lifelong learner. Where some infusion of curiosity, you get bitten by a curiosity bug, and then when you walk down the step, you say, wait a minute, I don't want to leave school. I'm going to stay. Or if I have to leave school because I've graduated, let me find other ways to continue to stay my life. Otherwise, you get ossified in one way of thinking with one dimension of information or facts or insights, and then you're stuck there. You think that's the world, and it's not.
It's not, but let's put this into perspective. Think about the budget for the homeless. Think about the budget for the military. Now let's think about the budget that a school has to work with. Think about the fact that you have to take 40 kids who may not have been paying attention most of their life, and all of a sudden you catch them when they're 14. Good luck. I mean, you've got a lot of momentum. A lot of momentum behind them, of them hating school.
A lot of negative momentum.
A lot of like maybe bored, disenfranchised teachers who've been teaching these kids, they're not into it, and then their hormones are kicking in, so they can't pay attention to anything anyway.
Yeah, it's easy for me to make these statements, but I'm not the one in the trenches there, especially in the middle schools. Where hormones are riding everything.
Right when they start popping, the kids don't know what to do with them. Imagine your whole life.
It's not the time to learn physics. I gotta worry about my body.
And then just try to get 40 kids or however many is in a typical classroom to pay attention to the same thing at the same time and to be interested in the same thing at the same time. And there's a lot of intelligent kids that get left by the wayside because school, for whatever reason, doesn't jive with the way they learn there. It doesn't mean that they're not smart.
Well, I think we have similar, each of us, you and I, have similar challenges in a theater audience, right? Now, you have the advantage that they're all fans, so they know where you're coming from when you do a stand-up routine. But still, there's 1,000 people or more who are different from each other. Some are old, some are young, some are left, some are right, politically. And you thread that, and I think we thread it brilliantly. You get people with you, and you get them to want to listen to you. So part of what I glean from people's reactions to my Twitter posts is that how you thought about that? I didn't know that. Oh, I thought what I posted was funny, but nobody laughed. That's useful information to me, okay? I want to know if I'm succeeding or not in what words I choose, what phrases, what ideas, what topics. And by the way, those touch points have evolved over the years. I've done this, a purposeful experiment. I took an identical tweet and just retweeted it 5 years after I first did it. And reactions are different. The times have changed. Yeah, that's correct. And so if I want to stay effective as an educator, I will never want them to meet me at the chalkboard or whatever boards are made of today. Because what is that? You're professor. Professor Neal is facing the chalkboard, drawing on the board, and you either get him or you don't. Right. Okay, but that person cannot claim to be an educator. The educator is someone who faces the audience and wants to know, how is your brain wired for thought? And if I know that, I have a chance of shaping knowledge knowledge, information, insight in ways that can best be received by your receptors. And yes, if it's a mixture, so you dance a little bit. You put out some feelers in this way. So if I have an audience and some of them are over 75, which are the silver-haired folks, they'll remember, the later stages of the Second World War and early stage of the Cold War. I'll throw in a reference just for them. The 20-somethings won't know, they won't care, they probably won't even get it, but I'll go buy it quickly enough that I can offer the other community demographic in the audience something else. And this is my way. It's a tennis match. I'm getting the ball back and forth to different people. And that way I can take this body of knowledge that is the universe and have everybody share. Otherwise, I don't know that I can claim to be an educator.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping high. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Certainly you can be an educator, but maybe you're not making the best use of your particular abilities. Your particular abilities that are unique to you are your humor and your fun, your jovial, along with being deeply philosophical, talking about very heady
I found that
things.
matter. People, like I said, people like to smile.
Yeah, they like silliness.
Yeah.
You're a silly dude. It's fun. I mean, for a
I guess
guy
I'll
who
take
talks
this as a
about
compliment.
yes, it is a compliment. For a guy who talks about like really intense subjects, the nature of infinity.
Yeah.
And different kinds of infinities.
Oh,
and
you
different-
remember that?
Yeah, I remember everything.
Some infinities are bigger than other
Yeah,
infinities.
which is what? What are you saying? I'm not going to let you get away with this alien thing, though.
Oh, no,
bring it back.
No, bring it back.
Bring it back to this alien
Damn, I
thing.
thought I could.
So, it's weird to me that now the Pentagon is saying that these are real videos that they've captured off of naval vessels, and they're hovering over defense systems, and they don't know what they are. They don't know how they operate. There's a film that was released recently by Jeremy Corbell that also came from the Navy, where it shows one that's a transmedium device. It actually flies through the air and then goes into the water. And this is being filmed.
That's how
from-
they interpreted the information.
Yes. Well, exactly.
Just to be clear.
Yes, but it did go in the water. There's a film of it actually going in the water. They talk about it splashing down. They're monitoring it.
Well, they talked about there was a Whitecaps where I think it was submerged. Wasn't that?
Well, we could see it. It actually went underwater, and then they went to look for it. They couldn't find it. They used a submarine. They used sonar. They don't know what it is.
Yes, I hope they keep checking. to
Yeah,
find out what it
it'd
is.
be nice to know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
Something that can travel through the sky
I
and
want
also
the-
go through the ocean. That's pretty crazy.
I want the military to understand that signal they're getting on their equipment.
Yes.
Because there's equipment between you and what's going on, typically. When it's sort of Navy sensors and trackers and that sort of thing. Other things are things people see in the sky with their own senses, right?
Yeah.
Just the light in the sky and it moves in ways they don't understand. They can't explain it. So, but a point I've made before, I'll just rehash it here. We live in a time where everyone is equipped with a high-resolution color, camera, and video recorder. Basically everyone. And if you run the numbers on it, it's about, I got this from Google, there's about 6 billion photos and videos uploaded to the internet every day. And in that collection, you find rare things that you only heard about, or maybe you saw the results of, but you didn't actually see it happen. So there are videos of buses tumbling in the winds of a tornado. Now, in the aftermath of a tornado, there's a bus on its side, and so you knew wind took it there. But previously, no one is going to say, "Oh, that bus is about to lift into the air, Wizard of Oz style, like the house. Let me go in and get my movie camera, and then come back out and shoot this." No one did that. If you did, you'd be stupid. That you want to get the hell out of there. Everybody has a video camera, so we have the images of this rare phenomenon, uncommon, hardly ever filmed, buses tumbling in the air. We have video footage of animals doing interesting things that we never had video recordings of.
Like bears walking on 2 feet.
Bears, and one of them right at a traffic cone. There's a video of that. It was just walking down the street, and there's a traffic cone, and it looked at it, and it was tipped over, and it right in it, and she kept walking. And I'm thinking, this is what bears do when we're not chasing them or when they're not chasing us. This is just a casual. They're mammals. They have large brains, compared to any other kinds of.
They're oddly playful too.
Yes, and they love people's backyard swimming pools, apparently.
And benches. You ever seen them on?
And they're just chilling on the bench.
They lay on benches and roll around on picnic benches.
Yeah. So, and in another case, I saw it was a magpie, one of these birds known for how smart it is. There was a full, half-liter, plastic thing of water, which is water, okay? A water bottle. And it was full. So the magpie goes over and sips out the water. Now the beak is only, an inch and a half long, or an inch at most, so it goes in until it can't reach the water anymore. So what does it do? It goes off to the side, gets a rock, just the right size, drops it into the water bottle,
Raises the level of the water.
thereby displacing water. Here it is. You've got there it is. And so it comes back, it gets another stone, drops it in, and every time it drops it in, the water level rises and it can drink more water. And it keeps doing this.
That's pretty amazing.
Okay? And so every time we study animals, they're smarter than we ever thought they were. So maybe for our own ego, we kept building ourselves up, saying how separate and distinct we are as humans in the animal kingdom. But maybe we're not as separate and distinct as we think we are. So, what's my broader point there about that I was making? I just distracted myself.
About UFOs.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get back to UFOs on that.
The fact that we have high-resolution cameras in our pocket, we take videos of things that are very unusual.
Exactly. So here's video of a magpie doing Bernoulli experiments in a water bottle. Who would have known that even happened, right?
Right.
Okay. You can't bring the bird into a lab and maybe you could, but I don't know that anyone did. All right. Here's my point. In the 1960s and 70s, there were many, many reports of alien abductions. People said, the aliens came to me, they brought me in, and then they released me. Do you have any footage? No, they took my camera. Or no, they zapped my film, and now there's no image on it. But there were countless stories. Well, now you can stream live from your camera anything that's going on in front of you. So if the aliens come and they want to abduct you, stream it. That would be instantly viral. Oh my gosh. The stuff that goes viral is much less than that. A kitten that jumps to the table and falls, that goes viral? You don't think video footage of an alien is not going to go viral instantly? But there's none. So I'm just saying, I'm thinking if we were being visited, somebody would have some good footage. If we were being visited, I'm thinking maybe Google satellite images would catch spaceships that are not airplanes moving on our surface. If we were being visited, I'm thinking we'd have something better than fuzzy monochromatic video of objects that apparently reveal themselves only to Navy pilots, right? So
one of the reasons is most of these sightings actually occur far offshore in the ocean. And the speculation is this is one of the ways, obviously, put my tinfoil hat on nice and tight.
Do your thing.
This is one of the ways that they monitor us. The best way to do it is to do it where they hold their base where no one is around, which is the ocean.
No, that's not true.
They go in the ocean, pop up, and fly out.
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Yeah, nobody lives on the ocean. Yes, that's correct. But it lives down under sea.
This is what the speculation.
Oh, okay. It lives down
That's
under
why
sea.
these transmedium devices
Okay.
These transmedium crafts have been observed.
If you are sure we are being visited by aliens and you don't actually have really good evidence, then you have to say that. Sure.
Well, you know that.
You have to say that. You have to say, this is really happening and they're observing us and they're concealing themselves in this particular way. You have to say that. And so that's your way to maintain your alien belief system by saying that. And I don't have a problem with it. Go get him. Go get him. But all of what has been put forth as evidence for aliens, to me, is insufficient evidence to excite my interest, my research interest in devoting time to finding it out. But it definitely has excited other people. I have not stopped them. I am not saying defund the military program on UAPs, which of course is just updated UFO.
I
Right?
know, they like to say that now.
That's
like a stigma to
no,
UFO.
yeah, no, that's just that's a really transparent,
sneaky way.
No, it's not even sneaky. It's actually, I think it's embarrassing. It's like maybe if we call them UAPs,
People take them seriously.
people will take them seriously. No, it just.
I'm of the belief that they're probably akin to what we did on Mars. I don't think there's aliens in them. I have a feeling that these things are probes. And I feel like if you just think about biological entities flying through the universe, right, why do that?
Right.
When you have sophisticated technology that's good enough right now from our, like, relatively primitive in consideration of what we think is possible a million years from now, right? But we can send that Mars rover around. We have a helicopter on Mars. I mean, there's multiple satellites flying through the universe right now taking images. We can do all that.
Yeah, but our probes are not targeting the Martian military fighter planes.
Because there's no Martian military. But if there were, we
They're
certainly
just
would.
sitting out in the open.
Right, but if we had something like, are you familiar with one of the most famous cases was a case with Commander David Fravor of the Navy, who encountered with one or two other jets off of the Nimitz. They encountered this thing that was shaped like a Tic Tac.
Yeah.
You know the
Everybody
story.
knows this. Yeah.
The story. It went from, they tracked it going from 80,000 feet above sea level to 50 in less than a second. They have no idea how it moved. There's no visible propulsion system. It was blocking their radar. It was actively blocking tracking.
This is what their sensors told me.
Exactly.
Just be clear about that.
And then
You're stating information as though it is facts.
I'm stating information as Commander
I
Fravor
don't care.
relayed.
That doesn't matter. He's human. Right? We're all human here. But
I
as a
understand.
scientist, when you're presenting information, you don't say this thing was at 80,000 feet and it dropped to zero to sea level in 1 second, or whatever it was the measure. That's the wrong way to report it. What you say is we have sensors that told us this is what
I
happened.
understand what you're saying.
Okay?
Yes.
That's a very important distinction.
Yes.
And so now, all right, your first question then, tell me about the sensors.
Yeah.
Okay? Are they double checked? Are they, you know, and so, but if you're just going to say there's this craft at 80,000, then everyone is thinking about a craft, and no one is thinking about the sensor.
They actually saw with their eyes too. This is something that they actually.
You can't see something at 80,000 feet.
No, the actual visual on the craft.
Okay.
They didn't see it at 80,000 feet, but this craft, it's not just something that was tracked with equipment.
Got it, but they didn't see it at 80,000 feet.
Right.
That's my point. So, by the way, this level of attention I'm giving to the detail and the reporting of information, we do that with fellow scientists for much less
for sure.
than if we're being visited by intelligent aliens from another planet. Go visit it. Go to a scientific conference and watch the level of scrutiny we put on other people's work. If they have a sensor that has a new result, we'll say, did you calibrate the sensor? How long has the sensor been in use? I'll give you an example. Here's an example. Okay? Remember Planet X?
Yes.
The search for Planet X. That was one, there were several incarnations of Planet X.
Right.
That was among them. Okay?
That was
I'm talking about 100 years ago, Planet X. Okay?
Yes. 100 years ago?
Well, there's several Planet X's, right? So, Uranus was moving weirdly, nobody understood. Maybe there's a planet beyond it whose gravity we have yet to reckon in our equations. Oh, boom! We discovered Neptune. Wait a minute, Neptune is moving a little unfamiliar. So, so I got the 12, and
Last time you were here, you had a broken case. You had a broken back.
So, why are you distracting me?
Sorry.
I was like on a roll, and
Neptune.
So Neptune, we're looking at Neptune's orbit, and it's not following these laws. Well, we've been down that road before. Uranus didn't follow Newton's laws. We proposed another planet, and we found it. So Neptune's not following all the laws of gravity that from all the other planets in the sun. There must be another planet out there, a planet X. Let's look for it.
Is that Bode's law?
Bode's law is a fitting function that gets you. It got a little more attention than it deserved. It's just that planets, every next planet is about twice as far away from the sun as the previous one. So you just make a quick equation out of that. And,
that's it.
But it doesn't work for Mercury and for Pluto.
I thought it was based on the mass of the planet.
No, not at all. The mass has nothing to do with it. And it predicted the asteroid belt, but the asteroid belt, there's no planet there. Okay? And if you glue together all the pieces of the asteroid belt, you get something like 5% the mass of the moon. So, yeah, it gave us a location of the asteroid belt, but that's not the planet. So, Bode's law is fun to play with, but there are limits to how far you want to declare its relevance to the actual universe. So, we're out here at Neptune, and so I said, maybe there's a planet X. Everybody started looking, including Percival Lowell, all right, back in the 1920s. And he said, I want to find planet X, because something's perturbing Neptune. So he sets out looking for it, and he doesn't find it. Then he hires Clyde Tombaugh, and he dies, so he doesn't see the results of this. Clyde Tombaugh said, I can't find it either. I will just systematically search everywhere. Because if you think something's affecting you gravitationally, you ought to have some idea where it is to be tugging on you in that way. Right? That's not some kind of weird. It's like you're moving differently. Where must the thing be to tug on you so that you're moving in that way? No one could find such a planet X. So Clyde Tombaugh said, it's got to be out there somewhere. I will systematically image the entire sky. All right? You got to do it on multiple nights, because if something moving, you'd see it change from one picture to the next. He does this, discovers Pluto. Was Pluto where planet X was supposed to have been? No. Was Pluto the mass that planet X should have been? Everyone assumed it was. But over the decades, the mass of Pluto got lower and lower and lower, as our estimates got more and more accurate. Then we found out that Pluto is 1/5 the mass of our moon, made of half ice. And this is why Pluto got into trouble later in the 20th century. It's not because we had some vendetta against Pluto. Pluto just never belonged in that list to begin with. That's really how you need to think about it. Anyhow,
your calendar's packed like a sardine can, juggling chaos with too many plans, and tacos arrive like a dear old friend. Wait, you have other friends? Paso, Joel, El Paso.
Preston, let's go.
Oh!
DIY job?
She should have heard.
Over 500 million listeners this year.
Celebrity podcast, massive growth. This is it. This is the rise of podcasts.
Podcaster Joe.
Pluto did not have enough mass to make those changes. So the search for planet X continued. So what happened? 1993. A colleague of mine named Miles Standish, probably related to Miles Standish on the Mayflower. He is an astrophysicist, looked at all of the data people were using to say Neptune's orbit was rotating. Looked at all the data. Then he found out that it wasn't was it the gearbox or the timing mechanism had just been cleaned or swapped out, or there was some, because in the observing log you write down everything, but you just don't know. Okay, was there a glitch in the current? Was there a bird fly over? You make notes of everything.
All you have to do is tell her.
One of the observatories whose data was being grafted together with the other observatories had this sort of gearbox. I don't remember if it was a gearbox. There was some mechanical adjustment that was made. He said, I wonder if that had an effect on the positioning of this telescope. He removed those data from his analysis and fed the data to all the other telescopes that he had for the positions of the planets. Planet X evaporated in that instant. In that instant. There was no Planet X. All the other data, when it connects across, removing the data from the one where the observing log said they did something different, Neptune fell right onto Newton's laws. And so since 1993, there is no Planet X. And Pluto, and were it not for that, we probably would have been a long time before we discovered Pluto, because no one would have looked for it. Let me just finish what was it, the lesson? Okay, lesson. You have information that you think is correct from your sensors. This was an observatory, a fine observatory. And you say, this observatory says Neptune is misbehaving. But then you learned there was something wrong with the data. Throw it out. So I'm trying to say, this happens all the time in science. You have to be careful what you're analyzing before you declare that what you measure is true, and then realign all your resources to address what you think is true. It might have just simply been a glitch, or multiple glitches, or anything. And we do this all the time. So you were saying.
Well, several things. One, talking about planets. The idea about Pluto is that Pluto is part of the Kuiper Belt, right?
It's the first and currently known largest member of the Kuiper Belt. And it makes sense. You know, we didn't even know the Kuiper Belt existed in 1930. So for us, it's just the ninth planet. And it's the tiniest and littlest, and it's got a weird orbit across the orbit of the planets. And that's a little weird, but we'll grandfather it in. Okay, Pluto. And then wait a minute, you have gravity. 1990, we discovered other objects out there with similar orbits to Pluto. So maybe Pluto is not the ninth planet, it's the first object in a new swath of real estate discovered in the outer solar system. That's where it stands.
In this Kuiper Belt, there was some speculation. Now, I read this quite a while ago, so there was some speculation that we might be in some sort of binary star system, and there might be like a burnt out star that's way outside of our solar system.
Yeah, I mean
that's causing the galactic shelf to drop off. Like this Kuiper Belt is responding to some other gravity that's way out there.
So you mix like 3 or 4 different scenarios.
That's common for me.
There was a while there where we looked at the extinction records of species on Earth and found some periodicity to it. I forgot, was it every 20 million years? There was some period where the fossil records showed a dramatic drop, or a mild drop in the species count from one layer to the next, in the geological set. And so this has rhythm to it. There is nothing in the solar system that has a 20 million year rhythm. So someone suggested the sun has a really eccentric, has an it's in a binary star system. Where there's another star that plunges into the solar system, limits through the Kuiper Belt, and then goes back out in this dance with the sun. So we wouldn't have seen it in our civilization because this is right. But when it does that, it disrupts the Kuiper Belt gravitation. If you do that, you will send a rain of comets down, a higher than average rate of comets down into the solar system, and then you could render many life forms extinct on Earth, just the way we lost the dinosaurs from an asteroid. So, and they even gave a name for it. They called it Nemesis. That was the Nemesis double star system. But so we took a closer look at the data. Turned out it had been filtered in a way that revealed rhythms that were not really there. And if it's orbital, the rhythm should be perfect, because Newton's law doesn't mess around, and they weren't exactly right. So that concept is evaporated, but it kept people going for a while. Got a lot of stress attention.
And the part about the Kuiper Belt, about the galactic shelf, there seems to be some sort of drop off.
Okay, so now with regard to another scenario, which got folded into this, is that our orbit around the galaxy is not sort of a straight circle. We actually wave in and out of the plane of the galaxy. suggested that the entire solar system, as it passes through the plane of the galaxy, that disrupts the Kuiper belt as well. And that launches, basically, the Kuiper belt starts lobbing comets down into this into the solar system. And so you can look for that in the extinction record as well. So, and it was suggested that that might have been what took out the dinosaurs. So, but anyhow, yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of excuses for killing the dinosaurs.
Yeah, sure. When you think about this idea of everyone having these video cameras in their pocket, where is that stuff? The absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence.
It can be. So I'll give you an example. Okay. Because that's a mantra, right? And in science, so philosophically, that's true. But in practice, in science, we know. Okay. So I'll give an example. It's a contrived example, but it's a clean example. There's a cave nearby. You're a mountain. There's a cave nearby, and you're worried it might have bears. So you don't want to go poking around. Hell yeah. So you conduct some experiments. So here's what you do. You put chalk dust around the entrance to the cave. You check it every day for a month, and there are no bear prints in the chalk dust. Winter comes, okay, and you notice there are no footprints in the snow. Of course, well, maybe the bear snuck in and you didn't see it and it's hibernating. Well, you wait until springtime. So you keep doing this without ever going in the cave. And you have no evidence of a bear going in and out of that cave over a normal cycle of time that a bear might go in and out of the cave. That is evidence of absence, in a sense. Okay? Correct. So at that point, you'd say, well, I didn't go in the cave to check, but I have enough evidence to say the bear is not there.
Right.
So is the thing where you can't prove a negative. I kind of just did. I'm saying there is no bear there, and did I prove it in a fully logical mathematical sense? No. But scientifically, I've gathered enough information to convince me there's no bear in the cave, and I will operate on that assumption going forward. And so much science happens there, and it works.
At Boar's Head, our own handcraft slow-smoked turkey breast is patiently seasoned in a dry rub and smoked in a slow roast. Old handcraft slow-smoked turkey breast, only from Boar's Head.
Winning talks and losers walk. If you've been hurt, make sure to call us first. Get the good guys, we're the G-Guys.
5 hospitals: Butler Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland. At Independence Health.
You think that's a valid way to dismiss the lack of UFO evidence because these people have these phones and they're just all filming and taking photographs of things constantly?
Why would happen? You can ask. You're perfectly allowed to say what would happen if we were visited by aliens, and you crowdsource the access to aliens among 7 billion people in the world. Okay?
How many people are out in the ocean?
You have. So I was going to get to that. Have you ever seen the flight paths of airplanes in a single day?
Yeah,
24 hours. It is completely wild. It's like, what the? If you show this to the Wright brothers from 1903, dude. Of course, the oceans. Of course, they're traffic paths, right? You're more likely to find them than other paths because there's no destination there, or the Great Circle doesn't favor it. But you look at how often, every single day, the sky, the airspace is crisscrossed by way more commercial carriers than military vehicles. And I'm thinking you'd have an encounter with something that was not a fuzzy object that no one can describe. They would photograph something from the cockpit window. I mean, why not? See something.
I have another sighting by a bunch of aircraft pilots. Too much.
Yeah, it can happen Was it detailed? Did you have?
If you had a guess, if you had a bet, like if you had a pile of money, you have to put it on green for aliens, or red for horseshit.
You okay? You're forcing a binary decision.
I am.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it horseshit. I would say, not aliens.
Not aliens.
Right.
I don't think there's things in most of those crafts, but I think those crafts are some kind of precious. And I'm not convinced that they're from another planet.
But sure, I don't have I don't have a problem with that. And if you, by the way, if this thing that they see out the window, okay, and they don't get a good photo of where it's still fuzzy, it's still a light in the sky, and I'm saying, okay, I'm not yet convinced, but it's something. Fine. Go invest resources and figure it out, especially if you think it's if you want to believe it's aliens, I'm not. If they didn't want us to see them, we'd never see them.
We'll say fine, because that's what you do.
Sure, if they had enough technology to cross the vacuum of space to reach us, you would just never even know they were there.
I agree.
You would have no idea.
Perhaps the way that they slowly integrate into our consciousness, into our acceptance of their existence, is a trickle effect.
Okay.
Every now and then, we see
And where would
now
the
think of the
body
hubris of us saying
came
this advanced civilization of
Yeah,
aliens
just
across
literally have
galaxies of
one.
space are interested in us and our gonads, and they want to paint circles in our crops. That's kind of weird, I would think.
Okay, I hate this argument.
I just think it's a little weird.
Tell you,
I don't think we're that interested.
I think we're really fucking interesting.
To an event.
We can nuke the entire planet many times over, and yet we don't. We did it once in 1947. We bullshit each other constantly. We spew out propaganda. We have this bizarre ritual where every 4 years we pick a leader based on a popularity contest.
We want
We're constantly involved in murder and rape and genocide all over the world. We choose what things to pay attention to, what not to pay attention to. We celebrate people who pretend to be heroes in films and television, and we barely know scientists who win Nobel Prizes. We're fucking fascinating. We're the weirdest things. The weirdest things. Listen, if you studied us, if you were from another planet filled with things like us, like there was another planet of us, and we found a planet doing the exact same kind of nonsense that we do somewhere else, we would be riveted.
Here's how I think about another planet. If I can share this. So, whether you are vegetarian or omnivore, you must kill something that was alive to survive. The only thing that you consume that was never once alive is sort of basically milk and salt. Everything else was once alive. You were killing vegetarians as well. In fact, I'm intrigued that vegetarians will focus on the baby version of the plant they would otherwise eat. Baby spinach, baby carrots, baby arugula, and on the sort of reproductive organs of plants. The flowers, or the seeds, or the nuts, or these are things that the plant child they got on the plant with, you collected it. So now imagine a civilization from another planet that is entirely energized by photosynthesis. Just imagine. Maybe they have what you would call an animal, but their entire skin photosynthesizes. Okay? So all living creatures on that planet consume sunlight from their homes star. Okay? And so they say, I want to explore the galaxy. And so they build a spaceship and they come to Earth. And what do they see? Humans and other animals killing to survive. don't think they would be interested.
I think if they really are using photosynthesis, their plant-based creatures are probably get so tired all the time, they're not going to be able to travel through the universe.
Kitty.
You're confusing the vegetarian with the plant life.
Oh, it's different.
You're looking at buttholes, there's shards.
Oh, well, the plants themselves, they don't go anywhere.
Old man who wrestles elk and
Plants themselves.
rips out his heart and bites from it. Is that what you did on that hunting trip?
Plants don't go anywhere. They just stay put.
Oh yeah, they would also say
Nothing that uses photosynthesis moves.
But you put
But
those
I'm talking
titties
about
on
another
the
planet.
ass.
Just imagine a planet that's the case.
I know. In my planet,
You're making
Okay, but consider an encounter between you
we
and
should
your car.
catch an illegal migrant.
You lose.
yes.
Okay?
We'll
And the
film
oak
him
tree
licking
produces
Charlotte's
it
toes, put it on OF.
It has, because it doesn't need to. All right? Hey, here. Can I name drop?
God damn, Airplane's confused now.
Oh, by my office. Well, we met.
I don't want to go heading 360. I want to go heading whatever, like 101 now.
And the museum got word that he was in Tennessee.
This goddamn aircraft's confused right now, probably.
In addition to other activities at the American
Oh shit.
work.
Anyways, I started flying the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. Right now I'm at the middle of a flight right now.
That's what I learned. He said,
Go on your subject.
I might punch a hole in the wall.
And that's why, among
Why's that?
ET has this power to rejuvenate plants.
Boom, aggressive.
This is actually a plant.
Kind of.
And so that's an example, and no, it's fictional, of course, but it's an example of thinking outside of an earth box. And if you think outside of an earth box, there you go. That is a life form that would not understand us. They would think, how could such a world exist? And on top of that, there's how we treat each other. All right, and by the way, I bet, yeah, I'm one of those who's a little worried when we give our return address broadcast out into space. Because you don't give your email to strangers in the street. You have to give you the coordinates of Earth broadcast out to the gaps of stellar space. So I'm a little worried about that, but then I think about it, I see nearly every portrayal of an alien is evil. Going right on back to H.G. Wells. And I'm thinking, why? Do we have any insights that
I goddamn, that's the AP you want.
It's not imagined knowledge of how aliens would behave. It's actual knowledge of how we behave.
Yeah, I still have, so,
well, it's one of the rare ones where it's one of the
I
aliens.
still have,
Well, no, War of the Worlds is long, but that's half a century. But on balance, the aliens are.
that's like, not, but
So we are.
I shouldn't be flying right now, I'm kind of, anyway, 36 plus, 36 plus, 25 plus, 24 plus 35 plus,
one civilization with higher technology
25, 35
with lesser technology. It has never voted
plus
society.
16 plus
They've been enslaved, killed, put in camps,
60 minutes in hours.
So I think we fear aliens because of the fact
So I still have around 3.333 hours left of my flight. Now,
I think we do that unwittingly. That's
so yeah.
manifesting storytelling.
I think it represents what we see out of human beings. Sure.
Yeah, definitely. So getting back to the UFO.
God damn.
You know,
My next checkpoint is in 185 nautical miles.
That title has.
Report.
Well, no, it has no meaning. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it just has no meaning.
It's unidentified things are real.
Yeah, of
that
course.
doesn't mean
it doesn't mean they're aliens. If the title said, Pentagon confirms
Yeah, so I have this, like, I said that I still have 3 hours left, then I have another flight that's probably not going to be 3 hours. Probably only be like 10 minutes. God damn it! God fucking damn it!
Yeah, there's a lot of cultural statistics related to the frequency of UFO.
Why is my landing lights off? I literally turned my landing lights on.
Required, he slipped something into the covert relief
So you're on. You're doing so many drugs on the fly. You don't know what you're doing.
Correct.
Yes. Well, under his administration, it's under his
Yeah.
full disclosure.
When I was calculating how many minutes I have left to fly, I accidentally opened up the clock app.
Put together reports and deliver to Congress.
So yeah, I still have 85,000 kilograms of fuel left, or whatever, kilogallons or whatever.
Some repository of knowledge and secrets that we don't otherwise have access to.
Yeah, so we're now at 38,000 feet. 70, well, basically around 80 knots above VR. A nice 1.4, almost 1.5 kilograms of whatever. 1.6 kg per second of fuel flow. I think I'm getting dumber every day. 272,000 kilograms of aircraft load or whatever. Engine 1 is working normally, Engine 2 is working normally, Engine 3 is working normally. I'm going heavily off the path of the guide. Okay. So I was going heavily off course. Anyways.
So outside of the norm, something that is not working off burning fuel, something that's working off some new technology that is, whether it's some sort of gravity distorting or gravity-based technology, that could actually be conceived in a vacuum where they could get the top scientists that work in propulsion. People do understand, I mean, as much as we do understand gravity, as much as we understand the possibilities of sort of propulsion system, it's pretty minimal, right? In terms of like mainstream. Yeah, we're still primitive. Is it possible that this could all be done in a vacuum? It could all be done without anybody ever having known about it. They can produce something that's so preposterously advanced from anything we've been capable of making before.
Advances tend not to be large.
It seems more likely that it's from a different source.
If what he's describing
Still nothing. Either the Chinese are smuggling us signals or there's a better
we tend to do things incrementally from that. That's just the nature of discovery and human innovation.
So some
Is it possible they could be in danger?
Units that these various tracking systems that can follow 80,000.
I'm saying this
What is that noise?
We have to know. There's no physics that explains it that we know of.
And if something can be that way, if it's confirmed that the systems are accurate and that this thing does move that fast and can do things that are beyond our capabilities as far as we understand it, would it be
Anyways.
more likely that it would come from some advanced civilization outside of the Earth, or would it be more likely that it was conceived in a vacuum here without anybody having any
EPR 1.16 on 3 engines, N1 going down on 3 engines, EGT going down 3 engines, N2 at a descent on all 3 engines except one with a high descent.
Let's imagine,
So, if this thing loses control, you're going to have to help me. You have to sacrifice to help me, Charlie. Anyways.
And it also presumes that the government has the best scientists.
How did I... Oh, wait, that's altitude. Yeah, I think I'm getting the way we split it. I thought the altitude meter was the aircraft load meter.
There is money in the military, but you're forced to work on projects.
Okay, my friend's hands are pitching to the control column.
So it would take something pretty
Anyway.
It's not belief. Just show me an alien. Give me something that
I'm not a believer that these things shock me.
Okay.
They may be. Maybe it's happened before. But when I'm hearing about these things flying around, I'm seeing them on Mars. I'm like, that's a better version of that.
That doesn't look like 32,000 feet. So. Anyways, guess the airline I'm flying for.
By the way, they had an error in one of the movies.
FedEx, my mom's favorite place.
And they go by the moon.
They know we're here.
So yay! Speaking of my mom, I think she just texted me.
And it still has the pod that carries everything.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, that's not that return to the command module that when they came back. They should just see the base.
Yeah.
All right, but it's not as interesting, right? So that was either on purpose or oversight. So the claim is they were found and came into the Arctic or wherever. No one saw it happen except the military.
Did you know, in this game, you can see, if you're on the exterior back camera, you can see at the NB-11F, which is the freighter version, you can see the contrail of the airplane flying to the camera.
So where do you do this? Oh,
so yeah.
Let's build a dam. So the Hoover Dam was the cover project for
FedEx Express.
analysis of the transformers that were manufactured.
Just hope this thing doesn't crash. You know, I kind of fell in love with this aircraft. The only thing is that this aircraft might nosedive to the ground. Oh, guess what? It has a tail strike barrier thing on the back where the tail is. Yeah. What if it's the two pilots?
It was a clever weaving of a story, of a science fiction story into our culture. The rest of it, no. When they're fighting each other, I'm Optimus Prime. No, I'm not. And then your sports car on the side.
I love a good alien movie, though. I think my favorite is John Carpenter.
I gotta go back.
And also, Trevor, look, I got a badge.
Discovered it, digging in, they found this thing, and came out, transform, and become like an identical copy of whatever had been touched. Remember that?
No, I don't think I saw it. No, I didn't see it. But I do know what came in with the blog.
I speak to immediately where the shelving has been in a car accident.
There's no answer on his cell.
I'll try and find out where he is.
I can't take it now. This is all the things I require. Get your things this time, you know.
Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland. At Independence Health System.
These are some of the most disturbing crimes that happen in the SCP community. And as the video goes on, the people behind them will go from twisted individuals to terrifying criminals. It's 2019, and the SCP is going through a very rough patch concerning its internal politics, with multiple high-ranking members getting exposed for inappropriate conduct both within and outside of the community. Most of these cases are open and shut, except for one, Cyan Truce, a perpetrator who also happens to be a victim. Cyan first joined the wiki when he was just 4 years old, and would go on to publish a couple of articles, some of which are considered questionable, like the infamous SCP-2678 titled The Warhol, co-written with one of the biggest names in the community, DJ Cactus. The article describes a Fitness church that lured unassuming people inside, using billboards along a nearby highway. Once inside, these individuals are forced to walk down an esophagus in the floor, leading to a stomach that draws people inside using intense, intimate urges. It was eventually deleted by the wiki staff, and some believe this might have something to do with the fact that it originally contained a picture of Cactus's uncensored behind. Cyan was also a key figure in Site 12, SCP's adult section, and participated in the wiki's infamous FetLife community, which is a community of people with unconventional fantasies, alongside key members like the Duckman. And Cyan was dangerously obsessed with the SCP Foundation, so much so that he got 4 SCP-themed tattoos, decorated his car to look like an in-universe SCP response vehicle, and even quit his IRL job to focus on the community and sell SCP merch on Etsy. But then, in January of 2019, he would suddenly be banned. The announcement doesn't go into details about why he was being kicked out. It just simply states that he's been banned following a long-term pattern of negative and unacceptable behavior across multiple SCP-related community websites towards multiple SCP community members with varying levels of intensity. But this explanation was insufficient for most users, and by August of 2019, wiki staff were forced to clarify the reason behind this ban. The anti-harassment team concludes that Cyril has expressed violent behavior in his past relationships. Discussions that led to Cyril's banning did not concern allegations involving non-consensual intimacy, but a host of other behaviors on and off site. The anti-harassment team did not receive claims regarding violent behavior towards smaller humans perpetrated by Cyril. Now, the SCP admin claimed that Cyan was innocent, but that still doesn't mean that there weren't allegations against him, especially concerning his conduct around younger people. Earlier in July of 2019, Kinch the Knife Blade would call out Cyan on Twitter, saying, "Hey, friendly reminder that Cyan Truce/Agent Strauss is an active offender who uses the SCP community as a hunting ground. Please don't support his weird SCP merch. Don't ever let him forget what he is."
Entertainment was always good. Next time the heroes would have been left behind. Or I do not come. Okay. Look at them. One of my people? One of yours? The moment he sent that message, for another 20 minutes. I will let you for a contract or a fine.
When your team joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
New fear unlocked. Climbing the rope at the gym.
Oh my god. Oh, that is really scary. obviously can happen. But what about when it's cold and ice freezes over on those trucks and they don't clean it off, and then as a result, giant icicles are flying at you 70 miles an hour? I'm always looking out.
I got a call from one of the staff. A lady's had a heart attack in the middle of a cooking class. So I ran down. I was there in 3 minutes. The lady's lying on the ground.
And you started chest compressions after calling her.
There's a guy holding a pulse. He said the pulse is good.
Chest compressions. No, not cayenne pepper.
Half a teaspoon. And quickly put it in her mouth. She was half conscious.
Wait, hold on. The story is already full bullshit. You cannot be without a pulse and be half conscious and have someone be able to drink water. If you're pulseless, that means your heart is not beating. It means you are not conscious.
All the colour came back into her cheeks. And she sat up and said,
Then she had a vasovagal response to something.
this is the
That's the trouble. They fucking.
I need to warfarin.
You do need warfarin, depending on your medical condition. This is the problem when people speak out of turn and not know what the heck they're talking about. Patients who have atrial fibrillation, whose hearts beat irregularly, the blood that's in the heart stagnates and can form a clot, and then that clot ends up shooting into the brain, creating a stroke. In young people, this happens. This is devastating. Strokes have lasting effects, if not lethal effects. And this lady, instead of telling you to take a medication that will prevent the clot from forming, through proven scientific research, it does come with risks, legitimate risks, but anything that actually works comes with risks. Says you can replace it with cayenne pepper that has almost no risk outside if you're maybe allergic to it or something. And she thinks that's going to work better. Bro, come on. Stop with this nonsense.
No need for aspirin.
No need for your video. Delete it off social media.
It has been shown today that aspirin causes brain bleeds.
Yes, aspirin causes brain bleeds because it actually thins your blood.
This is very, very safe with no side effects.
Because it doesn't work.
Look at the
Patients,
border,
I don't
right?
need a chiropractor. I can do it myself.
Fucking wanting to hire, giving all kinds of side-on
Wow.
bonuses.
Okay, this is... why would you do this? Is this like some kind of myofascial treatment? I'm so confused.
I would also have a 2-hour delay tomorrow.
I would just never do this. Risk damaging so many vital tissues for no reason.
And something bad happened.
What happened?
I'm so nervous right now.
What happened? Oh my god, that's a very
Sacrifice
serious
him.
edematous response, probably allergic response.
They're gonna have to
Potential
sacrifice that
infections.
kid.
I would need IV steroids. in
Well,
this
how else
situation.
was I supposed
It's
to
not
get
just
away
oral.
with it?
Unfortunately, I see this happening more and more with unregulated people doing injections because people think they would save money and then go to this individual. Please, please, please only go to certified, legitimate doctors doing this. Oh no, not another one of these videos. Come on. You oftentimes see boxers do this with the medicine ball, a padded medicine ball, to strengthen the abdominals, to allow you to breathe easily with a tight abdominal if need be. Here, they're just doing it once. You're not getting anything from that. You're not toughening people up. So that one was purely for show. Okay, is this a tampon? We use something in medicine called a rhino rocket, which almost acts like a tampon. To tamponade. Really bad nose bleeds. It probably just dried up in there. That's why it's stuck. It's not actually stuck from all the pressure.
If you use sauna 1 day a week, your risk of dying of all things goes down like 30 to 40%.
I have patients that die of legitimate things. Imagine if I told them, like, you know, there's a gym down the block that if you use their sauna, you just cut your chance of dying by a third. No, it does not go down 30 to 40%. It's the same as when we start looking at these ridiculous studies that say if you eat 12 almonds a day, you extend your life by 14 years. No, it does not work by this level of extrapolation. You have to be honest of what you do with statistics.
If you use sauna 3 times a week,
You never die, and you're superhuman. Why don't you just stay in the sauna for 10 hours and see what happens? Guess what? You die, and your whole thing falls flat on his face.
Jeff here. I'm comparing my hand to someone else's.
Looks like a big hand.
And it's gonna be my wife's since she's hand.
Wow. He has a very big hand, or his wife has a really little hand. Oh, wow, he has really big hands. Is this like lymphedema? Or he naturally has big hands?
Jeff Dade is from Minnesota. And he was born with these giant hands and arms like Popeye. And
University of Minnesota has tested extensively, and there's no findings.
Wow. So no medical reason, just genetically unique.
Do you have a really, really bad sore throat where it hurts to swallow?
The number one cause of a really sore throat is a viral infection. A lot of people think they need antibiotics for a sore throat. That's not always the case. We only give antibiotics for strep throat. And why we give it specifically for strep throat is to prevent the complications of strep throat, like rheumatic fever.
This is one of the things in Chinese medicine that we do that's really simple.
Okay, I'm always down for a tip that has nothing to do with antibiotics, so let's see where she's going with this.
So what you're gonna do is actually prick to bleed lung 11.
Come on, man. Honey, tea, chicken noodle soup, salt water gargles. Why are you pricking anything? Just give me any logic behind this.
Here, you take it and then you just poke.
And you create an opening for an infection.
And the effects of it would be very immediate.
No, they wouldn't be very immediate. Because if you could, you would study this and you would prove that this works immediately because it's such an easy thing to study. And you don't because it doesn't work. RNA all by itself. Yep, RNA single-stranded. And then we need to mirror it. They're dancing. There's the DNA bond created and learned.
13 yards.
Oh my gosh. Oh! Ow! Ow! A lot of vital structures. Prostate, perineum, baby.
She did it last
Cheerios. 8 grams of tasty protein for a day full of good.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
What? Alright.
It wasn't given to me. I decided to decide to as a building officer.
Okay. I'll probably be up at like 5 a.m.
Skating training as well. Oh yeah, this is incredible.
So text me.
Oh my god, I would throw up so bad. Oh my god, disequilibrium is affecting me. I mean, I could see why you would need to train because they do similar stuff like that on skates all day long. The worst luck. Okay, we have a baseball batter at batting cage. What happened? What? Oh! Took one right to the jaw, right to the mandible. Fracture. Ow. Some push-up bars. Ooh, okay. Dip into. Ooh, that's hard to do. Oh! Yeah, that hurt. I mean, that wasn't that great of a distance, but dang, that hurt. If you're older age, usually younger people won't be an issue. You could get a severe compression fracture of your spine, which is so painful. Also, you're at risk for disc bulge or disc herniation, which are those soft padded sacs that give cushioning in between the vertebrae, in between the bones. Workouts to do as an ER nurse. CPR. That's good on the Bosu ball. You know, it'll help strengthen the triceps, the back. This form is perfect, I would say. When I get a piercing right in the hand under my left boob, and I try to breathe slowly. Sometimes this can happen as a result of precordial catch syndrome. It happens in young people where it feels like you can't really take a full breath because there's like a weird pain that happens under your ribs. Also can happen with a spasm of the intercostal muscles, the muscles that exist in between ribs. But anytime you have pain on the left side of your chest and that's not going away, it comes with other symptoms, that's an emergent call that you have to make to a medical professional. Okay, we have an individual who's doing a glute exercise of some kind. Yeah, no. There's better ways to do this. Just do like a split squat, a Bulgarian split squat. That hyperlordosis of the lumbar spine is going to cause an ache down there. Oh, the baby's getting an x-ray. So in order to get a proper x-ray, you need the child to sit still, and unless the child's asleep or sedated, you're going to have to put them in one of these tubes to get a really clear x-ray. That's very true. Also, there's a lot of ingredients within food that have long names that aren't actually bad for you at all. In fact, you can talk about some common foods and make it sound like it's something terrible. I remember there was this old Penn and Teller skit.
Can I get you guys to sign a petition? Banning dihydrogen monoxide causes excessive sweating, excessive urination.
That's hydrogen monoxide.
Eating an orange, the shower will help decrease anxiety and depression while boosting your overall mood due to the citrus aroma. What is the trend? Eating an orange in the shower? Why? Whether you eat the orange in the shower, out of the shower, the effects will not change. If you like citrus aroma, use some citrus soap, get a citrus air freshener. My day as an influencer in the 1600s.
Control
okay?
54OE90 FL329 inbound 33S26.
Yeah, a lot of people used to die of things just like diarrhea. Can you imagine, because we didn't have IVs? IV saline solution, like normal saline solution, has really saved lives by the millions. Not exaggerating. My vertigo is kicking in hard here. Is this bungee jumping? Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, bungee jumping just doesn't look healthy to me, because once you get to the bottom, obviously, like if the rope is too long, it's definitely not healthy. But if the rope is even the right length, that rope that you get to your neck, like I feel like that can cause a lot of problems.
Coconut oil, I mean lots.
Okay, lots of coconut oil is high in saturated fat, which we know will raise your cholesterol, which we know increases your risk of having heart disease and stroke.
It is a remedy for Alzheimer's.
Oh, it's a remedy for Alzheimer's. We in the medical community have zero remedy for Alzheimer's. But this gentleman says coconut oil.
So you just have to take the extract of coconut oil, which is MCT oil.
No dosing, no people who this is good for, not good for. I'm all for saying the pharma industry is bad and has so many problems. But at least they do safety profile testing. They give you indications who this is good for, who it's not good for. When someone just comes on and just says, this thing is good for this thing, no proof behind it, no dosing behind it, be hyper skeptical. In fact, this person's lying.
MCT has ketones in it. With all the damage done to the brain through all this sugar and stress, the brain cells just aren't getting fuel and they die.
There's little bits of like real science in this, and then it just gets absolutely corrupted into nonsense word salad.
I'm gonna snap to the nose. I'm gonna catch him on gallbladder because I'm gonna break his.
On gallbladder, guys, gallbladder right here, not here. Cranium.
I'm gonna reach into the largest, small intestine 18.
You mean into the mandible, into the maxillary sinus. This is full active BS. He did not make that person pass out, and all of the other people are in on it, but they jumped in to try and rescue this person. Oh, pitting edema. This can go all the way from 1+ to 4+. As you can see here, we use a grading scale. And there's different reasons why people have edema. A lot of times I'll see this in my patients who have congestive heart failure, so they have a buildup of fluid as a result of the increased pressure that the heart has to pump against, or that the heart is failing and not being able to pump as effectively.
Now, Nariman, I'm looking at after
He
the day families are
so
pushing feds
even
to
the entire universe
pushing the
wants him
feds to
gone.
So it's interesting in situations like this where a person can't find the words to speak, has been discussed as potential strokes. So I don't know what happened here. It's hard to say, but there's definitely slurring of speech, unable to find words.
Sorry, Nariman, I'm not feeling very well right now, and I'm about to.
Okay, well, come back to me right now. We'll make sure that, Jessica, you are doing okay.
Her pupils look blown. She looks like she's about to lose consciousness. For all we know, this could be a response to her being hypoglycemic and having low blood sugar. So, like, unclear what happened. I actually have a whole video right here of medical emergencies that happen to be caught by TV cameras.
Did you know trading in your car at a dealer could cost you money? Don't trade in.
Hello, young man.
bad. Yourself?
On the spot.
On the spot.
There's a stack of them here, isn't there?
Alright.
Which war did you fight?
Second World War. My flotilla was the third flotilla, and there was 12 of us. And we took part in the North African campaign, and then we went on to the invasion of Sicily.
How long were you away for?
2 years. In them days, with a different war, you had to go where you were sent, and some lads went to North Africa and went right through and never got home till way after D-Day. The other wars that followed this, it's an entirely different war than what ours was.
I think it goes through generations, doesn't it? It goes from one war to another.
It's frightening to see what happens to these modern wars. You're fighting an enemy you do not know where he is. For a start, like in our war, as long as you were going forward, you were going the right way. But you get in Afghanistan and that, he can come up behind you and you don't know he's there. From my way of thinking, I wouldn't like to have fought in that war, I'll be honest with you.
See, that's where I think the two change, because I wouldn't like to fight in your war, because in my eyes, being on a ship,
it's probably safer on a ship. So I can't swim, so...
You can't swim? What you say that?
And they never told me. But where would you swim to? If you're a long way from home, it don't matter whether you can swim or not.
After training, I got to battalion, and then we deployed to Belize. We went for 6 weeks in the jungle, training, and that was pre-training for Iraq. We deployed in Iraq to Iraq in 2006. That was a 6-month tour, turned into a 7-month tour, and we were deployed to Saddam's palace, Basra South, where we patrolled the strike ops. After that, we come back. I went on to do my promotion. We then deployed to Kosovo. That was for peacekeeping. And then from there, we then deployed to Afghanistan, to Helena. So a completely different operation altogether, from army to foot.
Well, you've been through quite a lot, son, haven't you? What are your feelings towards the enemy now, in comparison to at the time? That's a good one, that.
At the time, I didn't. It's weird because I'm going to probably stand out here. Is I didn't have any hate for them. I believed that we were fighting someone else's country and they were defending it. I think that's one of the whole reasons why I left, because I didn't believe it. Yeah. I think I fought that hard when I was fighting an enemy so much that I was equal. If someone can fight, if someone can get a number of men in front of me and fight me and my men to the extreme that they were fighting us, then pass off to them.
Well, we fought the Germans to win the war. That's what was bred into you. And it took me until about 1970 before I could really, see my way clear. I have nothing against them now. It took me all that time to realise they were the same as us, doing what they had to do.
Autocorrect on Snapchat.
Yes, on the landing craft, I was an anti-aircraft.
So I'm talking to one of my friends now about airplanes, obviously.
I fired
when
that
I put many of the planes crash,
it's not like
I actually did put a space in between planes and crash.
Like a soldier has to rely on a rifle.
It autocorrected to planes crash, and I just put in planes.
Whenever you're
so yeah.
in imminent danger, you call back. And if the planes come at you, then you have to fight back. And on the Oregon, you had a shield, which you look through the gap, so to speak. It always give you that feeling.
Open 38 seconds ago.
It's a silly way of thinking, but it give you a bit of feeling of comfort, if you know what I mean.
So we've always been rifles. We had GPMGs, which were 7.62 Belfast, which that boosted them.
Well, you'd be lost without your rifle or your gun, wouldn't you? On the deck.
Afghan had a section, as well, a section of 8 lads, very, very good lads as well. We would get 360 ambushes, so we'd get hit by an IED, so you'd have some off in the front, right, left, and one from the basically just spraying you with rapid fire, 7.62. Once you got into the firefight, you could never tell what was going to happen, but you always knew it was going to be like a well-oiled machine, the way wrestling.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some love a rustic cabin. Others feel differently.
I've reacted to racing crashes. Sports injuries, Summer Olympics, but now it's time for Winter Olympics, and Sam tells me that one of these might even give me a pause/laugh. Huge thanks to ZipRecruiter for sponsoring this video. Let's get started.
I think that's the best part about sport. Sport is this bubble that we...
Oh my god, see, this is scary because we have the combination of high speed and sharpness. Sharpness and doctor. There's a fear.
The lowest point was this horrific crash in 2018.
How is one supposed to prevent that? Is there a braking system on these sleds?
Emily was on her third and final luge run at her first Olympic Games.
Oh my god, that's so bad. I saw right away the head hit. Luckily there was a good helmet on, but what happens is you get a compression of the cervical spine there. Remember, there are discs that are fluid filled in between the vertebrae, but when that compression happens, you damage that disc that provides that cushioning, and it can lead to problems as that disc can herniate and actually put pressure against the nerves that come out of the spine.
Emily slammed against the wall, ricocheting herself on the ice. She ended up breaking her neck and back.
Oh my god, that's cervical neck fracture. The fact that they couldn't stabilize her right away gives me fear for a second impact injury. But when it comes to cervical neck injuries, you're also worried because remember, bones give you structure, they give you stability. And when you have that initial injury, that stability might not be there. When you don't have bony protection, that means you could have a severing of the spinal cord. And a severing of the spinal cord in the high cervical region is not compatible with life, unfortunately.
I couldn't sit up for too long without my neck spasming. I couldn't lay down for too long without my back spasming. I walked on a treadmill for like 6 minutes and everything would spasm and I'd have to lay down.
It took 6 months for her bones to heal, but even when she was cleared to train again, she wasn't sure she had it in her.
Yeah, it's tough because what happens when you're rehabbing, you lose some of that athletic edge, both from a psychological and physiologic perspective. Because remember, athletes perform well, not just because their muscles perform well or their nerves fire well. It's also because of their confidence, their ability to visualize success. And if either of those are impacted, and usually both are after an injury, maybe the competitive edge is no longer there.
9 months following that devastating crash, she was sliding her way into a bronze medal at the World Cup in Whistler, Canada.
Wow! From terrible injury, lots of hesitation, and then success. But what's interesting is overcoming that injury could only happen with effort in forcing yourself to perform when you don't want to. And a lot of times that seems counterintuitive to people because they believe, oh, I should get motivated and then I'll do something. A lot of times it's doing something you don't want to do or are afraid to do, and then overcoming that gives you the reassurance to keep doing it and the feel-good hormones to keep doing it.
And also I hear
1994, Mandy Voitzel and Ingo Steuer.
I wasn't even in America back then, so this is like major throwback vibes.
Just as the commentator was remarking on the numerous concussions Voitzel had inflicted on Steuer during their 2 years together as a team.
Hold on a second. Inflicted upon? Is this a IPV domestic violence situation?
Poor Mandy plummeted chin first to the ice.
Oh my god, I'm so scared to watch this. See, you never think about, the way I pause this by the way is insane, but you never think about CTE being involved in ice skating, but it absolutely can in a sport that has multiple recurrent concussions. Chronic means that it's ongoing for a long period of time, and traumatic means that there's some kind of trauma happening. We associate it more so with football, repetitive hits there, but if your head's hitting the hard ice, that's no good either. Oh dear. Oh, did she hit her head? It felt like she saved it. I need a slow mo.
Scary moment.
It looked like she knocked the wind out of her by hitting her solar plexus.
Steuer picked her up and carried her off to a ringside doctor who confirmed the pair had to withdraw from the competition.
Vern, I just talked to the German team leader, Peter Krieg, and he said that Mandy has badly cut her chin. She's in the first aid room behind me having it stitched right now. He said that nothing is broken, but he said it is impossible for her to go out and skate.
Yeah, I mean, with that much pressure on the chin every time you're moving and performing at high speed, that all those stitches can break, reopen, create a worsening scar, blood loss. It's a no-win situation to try to perform that way.
The regular-footed rider.
Right? A little snowboarding action. Oh! Oh! Stuck it. In a situation like that, based on how high he was in the air, I'm getting a CAT scan of the head for sure, just simply based on the mechanism of injury. And we have all sorts of protocols that we use to decide who should and shouldn't get imaging, because in this day and age of CYA medicine, which is covered medicine, people start scanning everyone with any basic level of trauma, and that predisposes people to getting a lot of extra CT scans, thereby exposing them to lots of radiation. And there's been estimates put forward that there are potentially a huge number, maybe not the majority, but a significant minority of cancer cases that we are causing with unnecessary CT scans.
Earlier, just a terrifying incident out on the ice. Skaters from Canada in 8th place, Jessica Dubé and Bryce Davison got too close on their camel spins.
Spinning blades. This is worse than when you make me watch Saw reactions. And Triller? Is it Terrifier? Oh, he clipped her!
540 E9D FL331 inbound 33S26.
The skull is pretty hard. I'm hoping that if anything, it's just a mild injury with a lot of bleeding required. To hit her in the face
is one of the dangers of Paris skating, Paul.
Why is the rescue team a dude who's too old to be out on the ice in general? Why isn't there like a robot that gets them there quicker? Like a Newfoundland just swimming to the rescue.
Now she suffered a laceration to the left side of her face and her nose.
So,
There's no break,
this is
fortunately, no
kind of
damage to the
bad. I
body.
don't know why I
She
chose
underwent
this fight.
surgery, and they
I
don't
generally don't know
expect
why I
at this
chose
point
this
anyway,
fight,
any permanent
but
damage.
I
That
just
is so
requested
Watch the accident over
my
and over again,
nearest
and it's part of
airport,
their
and there's no
post-traumatic stress
airport
disorder.
in my
The fact
range.
that they watched it over and over again could be a way of practicing what's known as desensitization therapy.
Ugh.
And it's an approach
What
we
do
take
you
most
It's
commonly
Australia.
in phobia treatment. So, for
But
example,
there
if
is
you have
one.
a terrible
A pair,
irrational fear of
WPKG.
spiders. First,
Or at least I
we
think
would get
it's in
people
there.
comfortable saying,
Or they
we're
might
looking at
not
a picture of the spider, and slowly over time, working our way up to that exposure to the point where it doesn't create that panic sensation. Back to the injuries in just a second, but first I want to tell you about ZipRecruiter. Every athlete we're seeing in this video competes at the highest level, but they don't do it alone. They've surrounded themselves with world-class teams to train them to be champions and rehabilitate them when they get injured. Believe me, I know the value of a great team, whether it be when I'm making YouTube videos, working in the hospital, or boxing in the ring. But finding and interviewing the right people means asking the right questions, and that's not always easy. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. When you post your job, ZipRecruiter suggests screening questions to help you hone in on those top candidates faster. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Mike. Their matching technology immediately finds qualified candidates that check all your boxes, and it recommends screening questions you can easily add to get the highest quality applicants. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Mike. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Mike. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. All right, back to the injuries.
And the hands of Lindsey Vonn trying to find the perfect grip.
What is the name of the sport? Is it slalom? What is slalom? I like saying the word. Is it? Am I saying it even right? Salmon? Alpine skiing.
And now has dropped back.
Oh!
Over the top.
The leg got caught. There wasn't a lot of blunt force trauma, but there was a leg getting caught. I need to rewind to give you a better diagnosis. Yeah, the right leg looks like it gets caught, which means that there's probably torn connective tissues, ACL, PCL, MCL, LCL. I'm going to use the whole alphabet here. According to USD team, suffered a torn ACL and MCL and a lateral tibial plateau fracture. All right, so that's a fracture of the top portion of the tibia, which is the part of the lower leg that you stand on. Basically your shin bone. And what's interesting about these tibial plateau injuries is that even once they heal, it does predispose you to a higher rate of arthritis, because imagine that's the surface that makes contact with the joint, therefore increasing risks of degeneration of that joint as time goes on.
The puck is deep in our zone, everything's sweaty. Oh, it's musty. Why don't we try that Downy rinse? Goodbye, odor. Hello, freshness. With just one wash, Downy rinse. Got it out.
Clear the zone with Downy rinse.
For gland watch this. Gently removes up to 99% of makeup and suitable for sensitive skin.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some.
Oh my god, he cracked his head on the ground. And because he was holding the stick, the shovel, the broom, he probably landed face first quite quickly with no break in force.
I'm good. I think it's a good Halloween costume anyway. Put some white makeup on and have the zombie look, I guess. But I've had better days for sure. They did a good job getting me back here, and I think 7 stitches is what it took. So messed up a couple jackets.
When you have a injury that requires you to go to the ER, and your main concern is that you messed up a few jackets, it's a good day. It does look like there is a little bit of a fracture there, just based on the swelling, but I could be wrong. It could be just very mild. You got to be careful with orbital swelling, though, because if it's in a specific part of the orbit, that can increase issues related to vision, neurologic status, because there are very important areas around the eye that are sensitive to pressure.
The World Cup rankings behind.
Oh, Special Olympics, let's go. What's the difference between Paralympics and Special Olympics? Special Olympics focuses on inclusive participations for individuals with intellectual disabilities, while Paralympics is an elite world-class sporting event for athletes with physical and intellectual impairments. The key differences lie in their philosophy. Special Olympics is inclusion, Paralympics is elite sporting.
Third in the first, training run 82nd.
I wonder if this is a congenital issue that this individual has, or a traumatic issue. Because an interesting point, one of the individuals who's been on the Checkup podcast, God, was it Molly Burke that said this? Editor, fact check me on screen right now live so that the audience can see. I believe it was Molly Burke. Being disabled is the only demographic that any one of us can join at a single time.
It's important for everybody to remember that disability is the only minority community that anybody can join at any time.
Oh, lumbar sacral agenesis. I'm pretty sure it's the incomplete formation or totally missing formation of the lumbar or sacral and or sacral spine, which can actually lead to issues with the bladder, the GI system. So this isn't just a physical issue. It can also have a physiological impact on organs.
Going through the turn. Oh my God! Mistake! Oh no!
Oh my God, the amount of momentum. I wonder if they wear protective gear. Is it like motorcycle riding where you have really good protective gear, like a spine shield, etc.? Or is this just hope you don't have an injury?
The headline will just sum it up. Cross-country skier suffers frozen penis.
Why? Is it because the pants are thin and didn't wear warm underwear?
In home, explained that he used a heat pack to try to thaw out his appendage once the race was over. Quote, that probably hurt.
Well, you got to remember that when you warm up an area that has been damaged by cold, you can actually make the damage worse. So you got to do it carefully, usually under medical supervision. And remember, frostbite can set in really early, and in tissues that are quite sensitive, meaning lots of circulation, nerves, that can be even a bigger problem. Is there an ICD-10 code penile organ.
The pain was unbearable.
Well, that's good, because that means that there's not end-stage damage, destroying the nerve. Anything that is an appendage on the human body would automatically be higher risk for frostbite, because anything closer to the midline of the body is technically safer because that's where the warmth is. In fact, what the body does is it tries to redirect from peripheral tissues, meaning outside of the body, redirect the blood to the inside so that it suffers less heat loss. And the way that it does this is by constricting those blood vessels on the outside in order to redirect the blood towards the inside. So anything closer to the midline usually stays warmer.
Here's the kicker.
Don't laugh at his pain.
The subhead, if you will.
Evil.
Remy Lindholm needs a heat pack after finishing 20. I don't know. I'm hoping there was at least a 29th skater out there.
Oh, finished 28. Well, yeah, you try finishing with a frozen pecker.
Now it's the Frenchman, Yannick Bertrand. Yannick Bertrand.
Testicular injury?
Oh, the gate to the groin.
Oh, gate to the groin is a good description of what happened. He did that going really fast. You could rupture. You could have serious damage. I remember when I did Taekwondo, they made me jump up and down on my heels. And medically, I don't have a good reason why. I'm going to look up, why do they tell you to jump up and down on heels? It's not a standard medical or physical response, I know. But might be a folk remedy or a way to distract. They were tricking me the whole time.
January 6th, 1994.
I'm still not in America. But it's close to my dad's birthday.
The day the genteel sport of figure skating.
Genteel sport. I wish if I ever had a 60-minute special, they called me the genteel doctor. I have no idea what genteel means, but it just sounds beautiful all the time. Okay, no one knows what it means. Let's ask our friend here. I've been using this as a stress reliever. One of my coworkers, CMAs, gave this to me at work, and I love it. It feels like gentle, but at a higher level. Like maybe it's a colorful gentle, because there's a teal in the gentle.
For that was the day an assailant clubbed Nancy Kerrigan on the leg as she left the ice after practice.
Is this Tanya Harding? Is this the situation? She got clubbed with a stick really, really hard?
Someone was running by me and he just like whacked me with this long black stick.
The attack plunged Kerrigan's Olympic dreams into doubt.
Where did he hit her? I need to know the area of injury in order to make some sort of diagnosis. The swelling ballooned around her right knee, her takeoff and landing leg. The next morning, an orthopedic team drained 20 cubic centimeters of blood. So while not a huge amount, it is a traumatic amount, and ruled a distraught Kerrigan out of the competition based on pain, lack of motion in the knee, and lack of strength. I would call this a bone injury, a bony injury. Maybe a deeper bruise, a bone bruise. The periosteum that covers the bone, that can get inflamed and can become quite painful.
And focused suspicion on rival skater Tanya Harding.
How are you feeling right now?
It's been a long week.
Within days, Harding's estranged husband, Jeff Gillooly, was arrested, along with 3 other men.
Her husband is approved?
Proclaimed her innocence.
I may have some bad points about me, but overall, I think I'm a pretty good person.
Who did interviews back then? I think I'm a pretty good person. Did you slap the out of her leg? That's my question.
Kerrigan and Harding faced off at the Olympics in Lillehammer, Norway. Despite her injuries, Kerrigan won silver, while Harding, who had problems with her skate laces, finished well out of the running.
If anyone asks me how my boxing match against Chris Avila went, I would say I had trouble with my boxing laces, so didn't go my way. It was a genteel fight.
Receiving 3 years probation and a $100,000 fine.
How did she get charged? This is wild. All right, tonight, canceling all, I mean, it is tonight. It's 8:30 p.m., but late tonight, Tanya Harding, you have my full attention.
In a final blow, U.S. Figure Skating Association banned her for life.
Tanya, I welcome you to the Checkup Podcast to discuss your side of the story and what really happened. Not about the injury, because I don't really care about that. What did the laces do? And are you too a genteel skater? I've seen and reacted to some terrible hockey injuries. Click here and check that out. As always, they have an out.
LinkedIn can't stop what's growing in the office fridge.
My eyes are watering.
I think you're making me mad.
Oh.
But we can help you grow in your career. LinkedIn is the network that works for you. We're obsessed that you're so obsessed. So Olive Garden's fan.
Granger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call, an office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your...
Game shows sometimes are really fun, but also really dangerous. Today I'm reacting to some of the worst injuries that have ever occurred on some of the most fun game shows. Also, huge thank you to ShipStation for sponsoring this video. Let's get started. Stephen Harvey. Oh, I just wore that exact same suit on stage at the HLTH conference, delivering little pearls of wisdom.
Tell me something you'd hate to have happen while you making love in an airplane bathroom.
What did he say? What did he say? Turbulence.
You accidentally went number 2 in the wrong direction.
In the wrong direction? What's the right direction? I'm going number 2.
Makes sense.
He's saying a lot of words right now.
Number 2. I'm sorry.
Oh. Did he just tase him?
He tased his ass.
We're gonna have to try harder, team.
A taser is pretty dangerous, but not for the reasons most people think. Tasers are dangerous because when you get tased, your muscles involuntarily contract, therefore you can fall and have a concussion, all sorts of brain injuries. The idea of your heart getting really impacted by a taser, unless it's some like incredibly strong taser, or it's really close to the heart, or you're doing it for an extended period of time, by the time the current actually reaches your heart, it's pretty weak and it's not going to be able to do much damage. In fact, when we look at patients who have been tased and we look at their muscles enzymes, which are released when muscles are damaged, we don't see an elevation. So while the muscles are involuntarily contracting, we don't see damage to the muscles happening in most cases.
Unfortunately, Ash and Tony, it's time to see what the Celeb Booster 7000 does best.
Okay.
What is happening? Oh! Are these venomous? And I know to say venomous now, not poisonous, because everyone has left me a comment that I need to stop saying poisonous, because poison is what you take in by mouth. Venom is what happens when a venomous snake bites you.
God, I got snake.
Already been interested.
So are these venomous? Non-venomous. So they're chilling. Oh! She got you in the face! Right in the face! I mean, there's risk here. I mean, without even second-guessing myself, infection, because you're creating an open wound. Even tetanus can occur here. And I know some snakes can lose a tooth and you can get a retained tooth in there. Woo! All our game shows that we had on our tour, that I really hope you're coming to the live show November 17th at City Winery in New York City.
One of these triumphant arm waves dislocated Henry's shoulder.
No way!
Trying to spin the wheel, his wife Alice had to do it for him. As the show posted on Instagram, he won a trip to Hawaii and the eel.
That's incredible that he's fist pumping that hard that he dislocated his shoulder. There has to be some prior history of dislocations, because when you have a history of a dislocation, you actually create ligamentous laxity, and when you have laxity, meaning that they're loose, the shoulder is more likely to pop out of the socket. And if your rotator cuff muscles and the musculature in that area, the stability muscles, are not strong, it's another risk factor. So maybe we need to do some shoulder stability work.
Other contestants have hurt themselves.
No way.
Price is Right.
Oh, I saw the ankle. I saw saw the ankle. I don't think that she tore anything, and I don't think she broke anything, because the mechanism of injury was pretty mild. But if she fell and did it that way, she could easily have an avulsion fracture on the medial or the inside portion of her ankle, because that deltoid ligament is so strong. Or as my nephew said in the Dr. Mike Nephew's video, the delta plate.
The delta plate is very strong and it won't bend. So it's delta plate. You don't need it.
Nobody's safe. Definitely not the announcer.
Oh, maybe you should have run backwards with dress shoes on a treadmill. I'm pretty sure that's in the warning. Oh!
The host, well, Drew Carey is in constant danger of being hugged to death.
That show is more dangerous than I thought. I thought Fear Factor or something would be worse, or American Ninja Warrior.
The enthusiastic dedication of fan favorite ninja Michelle Warnke Burma seems to be unbreakable.
Whenever they say unbreakable, it's like they're jinxing the person that's competing.
Warnke seemed barely phased when she was struck in the face on the ring swing.
Oh my goodness! I bet she banged her.
She did, I missed it.
On closer inspection, it was clear that she had a nasty cut just above her left eye.
What?
There was no time
Do you
to
see
waste
it?
cleaning up. Warnke
It's so
ended up
fast.
with both a glaring streak of blood and a huge smile on her face by the time she completed the course.
That's one of the hardest challenges right there, doing a half pipe. I did that on Tough Mudder.
It quickly became iconic among A&W fans.
That's badass. But I will say, that was a really minor injury. It was so superficial, but definitely cool enough to win her, like, badass imagery.
Nebraska native Maggie Thorne is known for bouncing back from anything, but viewers saw this ninja take a particular wallop on the diving boards during Season 11's Oklahoma City Finals.
Oh. Is that person faced?
She brutally face-planted against one of the boards, but was able to get her bearings before falling on the second half of the course.
I felt like I was more worried about her breastbone here, the sternum.
True to form, Thorne accepted injury and defeat with grace, but it was later determined that she had suffered a traumatic brain injury from her tumble. This required extensive physical and speech therapy that cost her an appearance on Season 12.
Wow.
Nonetheless, she returned the following year, fully recovered and eager to inspire more fans with her resilience.
Brain injuries are no joke. You gotta be really careful. And if you're having a lot of them add up, that's when you should have a conversation with your doctor as to whether you should continue. Because the next one may be long-lasting, chronic, maybe even lethal.
Gladiators was an amazing show whereby contenders from the British public would come on and face.
I kind of wish they'd bring this back instead of influencer boxing. Not because I don't like influencer boxing, I love it. I just think most influencers suck at boxing.
Just a basic tug of war, but at a height up on platforms.
When the tilt started, you always had to think positive.
You gotta keep your balance. Thinking positively ain't gonna help if you're off balance.
She's lost the run. She's lost her footing.
Oh! That could be a bruised spine.
I was out of action for a good 10 months completely, and then slowly but surely, after rehab, you were able to get back into the gym.
Months and months of lying flat in the back, months of rehab.
See, I think if we were to have one of these injuries happen today, there would be much less than months and months of laying on your back. I think there would be movement, gentle mobility early on, which actually speeds up the healing process.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's catchphrase. The producers backstage, I was in my dressing room, and they came in and they said, Nick, bring the energy up. You've got to make it your show. Do something that everyone's going to remember.
All producers say that, but like, a little guidance would help.
It came on with so much energy that I lost my footing at the top of the stairs.
Oh, I saw the slip.
Broke my leg in 3 places.
What? I felt like it was ankle, like lower tibia.
Actually, that happened yesterday, and I've just come back from hospital.
Do you think they had a sign say, "Aw"?
Cheerios. 8 grams of tasty protein for a day full of good.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple. Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Whoa.
children are very...
In best show business tradition, the show must go on. So welcome to Crutch Phrase, I'm Nick Weir, and I'm plastered.
That's actually kind of fun. Stairs are the best and worst human invention. So many injuries, so many fatalities, but so much freedom.
Over the last couple of days, I'm noticing that my wisdom teeth are coming in.
Oh, I know what that's like. I had to get all 4 of my impacted wisdom teeth taken out.
This is stinging, horrible pain, and this completely sucks.
Yeah, so it irritates your gums, creates enormous pain from the tooth. If they're impacted and they're putting pressure on one another, you can get infections in there. You can even form something known as a cyst, which can actually become so bad that they need to go in and surgically remove a part of your jaw. And removing impacted and crowded wisdom teeth is even more of a procedure than typically pulling wisdom teeth. Because pulling, obviously you pull, but these you have to cut into the gum to actually get them out. Frequently you develop something known as chipmunk cheeks because they get so swollen, either at the acute stage or even in your recovery stage after the procedure.
Victoria, are you okay?
Hey, somebody's got to get in here. Somebody's got to get in here. Get a medic in here.
Check for a pulse.
Okay? You're going to hurt your head.
I'm on a string.
Keep your eyes open, okay? It's so hard to know what's going on in that situation. The first thing that needs to happen is, well, we know she has a pulse because she's conscious, but get really good vitals to make sure that you see that she's not tachycardic or bradycardic, fast or slow heart rate. Get a blood pressure, make sure she's perfusing her organs, and then slowly seeing how she reacts to getting some fluids in her, some sugar, all that stuff.
I am a nurse, but when I do take care of people that I know, it's way different than seeing a stranger.
That's very true. That's why it's advised to never take care of your family members or loved ones as a medical professional. Oftentimes, that may be very difficult to institute in real life.
I'm just extremely...
That could be a sign of just a vasovagal syncope, or it could be that she's having a fever and she's having an infection from an abscess or something else going on. Let's take a second and talk about ShipStation, the leading web-based order management and shipping software. You see, the holidays are almost here, and as a new homeowner, that means I have a lot to do. Not only do I have to put up decorations, but I also got to prep for the holiday celebrations I'll be hosting. It's a lot, and combined with the added stress of feeling this time of year, as a small business owner who sells his own merch, I'm a bit overwhelmed. The holidays create a lot of headaches, especially when it comes to those inevitable returns. But not with ShipStation, who automates, recommends exchanges, and gathers customer feedback. So even if they bought the wrong size or color, they'll still have a great experience. Getting started with ShipStation has never been easier. You get a 60-day free trial, and the onboarding is so simple and straightforward. They've also got effortless integration everywhere you sell online: Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce business thanks to ShipStation, and 98% of those companies that use them for 1 year become customers for life. Not to mention, you can get up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates. Set up your business for holiday season success with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com/Dr. Mike and sign up for a free 60-day trial at ShipStation.com/Dr. Mike. All right, let's get back to these game shows.
In 2012, singer and actor Ellison was in the midst of performing for the beloved Dancing on Ice. However, her impressive flexibility gave Ellison a big problem as she kicked the back of her head.
Oh, with the skates!
Making it really impressive. She finished her dance as though nothing had happened.
That's props. To be able to keep composure, maybe she should go into boxing, because that's kind of how I felt.
But afterwards, she immediately got medical help for the massive cut on her head as her blonde hair turned crimson.
By the way, the scalp bleeds incredibly because there's a ton of little capillaries in there, and we usually put staples in here, not even sutures. Not gonna lie, they're kind of fun to put in.
Thankfully, Ellison was fine and continued competing on the show.
See, like superficial injuries, even if they look bad or are very bloody, are usually not so bad. It's when you get rattled that is the problem. Because remember, the brain sits in a soup. If you rattle the brain, you're hurting it 360 degrees.
Already a national treasure, Collins decided to have a go at Splash. With a show all about diving into a swimming pool, there's bound to be some injuries from getting the angles wrong as the celeb makes contact with the water.
Wait, she's diving?
We weren't expecting Collins to be quite...
Whoa! That's very bloody. That's a serious hematoma. That's a bruise. But you know what's interesting that can happen off this? And I bet most people wouldn't expect me to say this. Something known as a fat spot, also known as fat necrosis. because there's a lot of fatty tissue in women's breasts. And if you get physical trauma there, it can cause scarring of the adipose or fat tissue. And as a result, sometimes if you get a scan, you'll see the fat scar, you'll feel the fat scar, and you'll be worried about it, but in reality, it's just a fat scar. The patient we see this quite frequently in is one that was involved in a car accident where the steering wheel or the seatbelt actually put some pressure onto the fat, causing the fat necrosis.
Johnny, Greg, you ready?
These shows always freak me out. Looks like a giant sperm.
I'm just like strained, I think. Yeah, I just like hypertension.
That's pretty good. It's amazing.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor. Here for a limited time. Chipotle, for real.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to every single TikTok I've ever liked.
Try not to get scared.
Oh yeah, scariest stories.
Help me, stepbrother. I'm trapped between the couch cushions.
Said evil knife guy in his most convincing stepsister voice, ready for knifing you. I sure hope the big sack man isn't in my room.
Don't worry, I'm not. I gotta pause it there. God, when I first... I don't know what this channel is, but they make all of the... It's gonna get claimed 10,000 times this whole video. Listen to that. Probably about 20 or 30 times in a row. I just can't get it out of my head. I'm not a fan of chess. I don't really play chess, but I know what the Stafford Gambit is now.
Have you ever
Oh yeah, I forgot this was here.
have you ever heard of something like this? A virus that kills you in your sleep. How long
I like this because it was posted by the actual Prime account, so they promoted it. Yeah. Immediately followed by this. Yeah, so if you don't know what that is, that's Enter Sleep.
The man froze in horror as a mosquito landed on his balls. I got it, says his friend, the champion power snapper guy. They say you only die when you are forgotten. Wrong, says Jeff the Killer as he maliciously Jeffs the kills me. What's worse than burger and fries, you ask? Evil burger with a side of horror fries.
Look, I didn't say that these were good, right? I didn't say that this was going to be good videos. This is just stuff that I've liked for one reason or another. And every time I like a pet one, it's for Amy or myself. Man, this should make me laugh.
No.
I can't explain this one at all. I can't explain it at all. But you can understand why it's in my legs.
A phone from one of the finest American writers who ever lived, Frederick Austin. Frederick's waiting table. Strange.
was saying stuff like, because you could see the reverse chronological order of the algorithm determining my future. I've said this before, there's many cartoons that have done the many sound effects. None of them have done it as good as Ed, Edd and Eddy.
Why am I here?
Have you ever wondered how criminals who know they
Do you
can't
know what this is
trust
reference to?
others?
This trust was here in this headline.
The next target on the blacklist is the physical embodiment of both. He's known as the courier. His involvement in the transaction eventually Gary. What's his name?
I don't know, it's fun. I love this one.
The other he kills.
I sent this one.
Cooper's got
So
the
this
station.
is what it looks like to you guys when I do this. Check out what it looks like to me.
Unintentionally horrifying. Or intentionally horrifying.
Does he have a name?
Sure he does.
Love this comment, I don't like when it got dark.
I know the man is.
Oh yeah, look at these books.
Where are they making the exchange?
At the Winston Farmers Market.
Tough time, girl, last. Tough people last, sir.
That's really funny. Oh, I like the style. This one is a good one.
You're eating me necklace?
Yeah.
Bet him with a homemade crossbow. Show me where to bud.
This guy.
Get blood all out there in the fucking neighborhood. I see one.
Today's my first.
This guy. Can't get close to
Amazing. Oh, we don't have time for this one, but
Was Jack the Ripper.
These are on the south side, see that from the outside.
Women, specifically ones that he probably mistook for
this is a fascinating. I don't even know anything about Jack the Ripper. I couldn't even tell you anything that Degas painted. I am an uncultured swine. This is a captivating story. Captivating.
Let's transform the zero square meter.
Okay, we don't have time for this. It's exactly what you think it is. And this one's bullshit, but it was the only one I found after watching a whole bunch of them, and I couldn't find the others.
So delicious with cheese Zaikai. So delicious with cheese Zaikai.
See, this is like pause. Colorblindness is more prevalent in men.
There you go.
I can see that these are three distinct colors, right?
Yeah, you're sweet.
I'm not colorblind. Eight, 7, 2, 1, 3, 5, 4, 4, 9, 7, 9, 2, 7, 5, 9, 3, 4, 5, 9, 3. Okay. Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Wow! I have normal color vision, but 1 in 12, I can see up to 1 million distinct shades of color. Yippee. Oh! Oh! 100%, baby! What am I gonna get on the call?
You're not going anywhere, Mr.
Oh, I definitely can't show anything heavy, but it's funny. When I first came across this, no one understood what was happening. This is actually Talk to Me in Korean, which is the resource. It's a company in Korea that has a lot of like learning Korean resources. They're great. This was just really funny. I'm not gonna explain it. You better get it.
Let's redesign the new.
Here's so I did like one before. I thought I didn't. This one actually was kind of impressive because it seemed practical, but it doesn't matter. They built it. I just thought it was cute.
473 Echo Romeo contact departures. Now have a great day. Take care. My bad. Traffic on Got back. I forgot to tell you about that. Number 3369 Cleveland.
With Hotels.com, members save up to 20%. With that kind of discount, you could stay at a place with a killer spa. Get a manicure, clean up those lids a little, eh? Hotels.com. Members save up to 20% at hundreds of thousands of hotels.
Reaching your financial goals can feel impossible. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more, so you can find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
Happy birthday, one of a kind. Snack loving, always elegant. Dog mom to Alfie. With gifts from Etsy.
Gifts that say I get you. Etsy.
I'd actually make homemade oat milk. I don't know how effective it is. I didn't do it, but apparently it's real easy. So check that out.
Getting my oil changed on Sunday.
Yep.
I'm getting my oil changed on Sunday. I'm getting my oil changed on Sunday.
I don't remember liking this one.
Go.
I'm getting my oil changed on Sunday.
I don't remember liking this one. I've accidentally liked it before. And I'll use that excuse if something's really unfunny.
This is inappropriate words with the wrong tone. So you're in today for a sore throat? Yeah, it's just really bothering me these past few days. So go ahead and open up your mouth and say,
Yesterday, I sent a video file school 29 this morning. Liked it. We didn't find a package because there wasn't. They have 20 million dollars.
I don't know. This one's just amazing. This is crazy.
Oh my god. I literally can't even make this up. I think I just broke my foot with a frozen down cup.
好，此时可以看到咱们的波塞选手正在组织自己的强大的反击。好，他也同样意识到这样战斗下去不合许，他决定用自己新的想法来击败咱们新上场的后羿大神，但是他万万没。
Amazing. I don't know if they were actually attacking and countering. I couldn't even follow it. It's so fast, but it's like amazing, right? And I know that people can be this good with like fighting games. I just had never seen it translated to like a real life application.
500. Wind shear. Sink rate. Hold, stop. Sink rate.
No, stop. We still want to smoke the devil's lettuce?
No, stop.
We still want to smoke the devil's lettuce? There's no way I'm passing. Well, it's time to cheat out the smart kid.
Oh my gosh. This is the most difficult test I've ever taken.
This is so fun. Oh, I didn't know you all were here. Can I talk to you for a sec? What are you doing? Making dinner? That's so nice. Can I talk to you for a sec? Wait, you had a job back. Relaxing after a long day. That's so nice. Can I talk to you for a sec? Oh my God, you're hurting. Did you sleep okay? Can I talk to you for a sec? Oh my God, you're home. I didn't know you were home. Can I talk to you for a sec?
Years ago, some of my associates, the courier and opium dab killed two of them.
We're gonna fight the sun?
Who's a bird? Who's a bird? Who's a pretty bird? Pretty bird. Angus. Big fingers. Angus. Big fingers. It's a pretty bird. Pretty bird. Black bird. He is pretty bird. It's Angus. Big fingers. Angus. Big fingers. It's a pretty bird. Pretty.
That's not good.
Turn this off.
If he did, it's slipped.
Yes.
Please stitch this and say, knowing what I know now with an Australian accent.
Had a Helldiver kick.
Time for your sponge bath. Thank you, young man. You always treat me so well. Unlike them a time, them goddamn petrol green out having laser looking rust growers, them battery brain bolt buckets, them gears on it, tin skins, and them goddamn turbines, them hexaped hobos, them chock chin bound sugars, them bone mashing mud grubs, one of them icorn sucking nest dwellers.
Just, man, I had a lot of those ones. Some of these references to things that are long gone.
Stay alive for a minute and 42 seconds.
My God, I swear. Look, guys, I don't know what to say. God, oh my God.
That phone for me? For me or for Roy? Don't stop. Yeah, don't. I swear to God. Come here now. Now.
I want all these motherfuckers to take note. Take note. This pitch get up to 1.3.2 million miles per hour. I call call this motherfucker right here herpes. You don't want to throw this pitch. I never throw this pitch. This pitch is banned. You cannot throw herpes and get away with it. This pitch is banned. I lost my scholarship. I don't like to throw it, but I would never throw it. One of my homeboys throw this pitch. He did 10 years in California, waited for trial. You cannot throw this pitch. Herpes go like this. You hold it like this. On your leg, 100 degrees. You want to come up, hold it for 9 minutes, and release. 9 minutes, up, pop. You cannot throw this pitch in college. You cannot throw this fucking pitch. This pitch is banned. You cannot throw herpes. Herpes is fucking banned. You don't want to throw this pitch. You do not want to throw it. Oh yeah, I got the pants from Shein, the shoes from Walmart, and the coat from Walgreens. But yeah, herpes, pop, 9 minutes, release, from the top of the key. Look at it. You don't want to throw that pitch. That pitch is banned. That pitch is fucking banned.
Oh man, I remember that one. Oh wow, I have so many left. God, I forgot how many I have. I don't think I'm gonna make it through the list. Okay. So.
I have an update on the first.
Right, the tunnel lady. I haven't even gotten there yet. Oh.
Chico my balls. You know I get balls. When I see you, I'm not just gonna touch you. Huh? I will touch you. I will touch you real bad.
Sorry. Yeah, so I haven't gotten near.
What's
I think
the
I
best
gotta
you
do part
can?
two.
Yeah, cheers.
So that was me. Look at it. Almost every TikTok I've ever liked.
When I see you,
Yeah, okay.
I'm not just gonna touch you. Uh-huh.
Late night street
Oh, that's
tacos are
I was rocking real bad. So what's the best you can? But once I get my hands on you, it's over. You can pray, you can hope, you can cry all you want, but this is the chose and your stuff, your mind, your soul.
Just a single click.
Help them.
Apartments.com,
Help
a place to
them.
find a place.
Tell them.
I'm so sorry. You need to come home.
Tell
Okay,
them.
cancel the ultrasound.
Tell them.
This right here is what the experts call a problem. Today I'm lifting some sunken concrete. So again,
So, Mr. Beast trapped a guy in a circle until he lost 100 pounds. This is going to be a wild adventure, but we're going to hear from Madge himself. So stick around for that. Let's get started. Whoop. I'm not going to lie, hearing about this concept for the very first time when I heard about it, I'm concerned because you want to, A, actually help the person get to a healthy weight in a healthy way. You also want to make sure you're sending the correct signal to the world about what is the healthy way to lose weight. And we've seen with prior weight loss shows like The Biggest Loser, where people crash dieted down to a ridiculous weight, only to have regained the weight because they didn't actually instill healthy habits. So I'm curious how this will go. I'm skeptical, worried, but optimistic.
This is my friend Madge, and if he loses 100 pounds in the next year, he'll give him $250,000.
100 pounds in 1 year. There are 52 weeks in a year. 2 pounds a week. It's a lot. It's fast, but I wouldn't categorize this as the most extreme form of weight loss.
ooh, you know what? You could make an omelet. Go from PB&J's, energy drinks.
Wait, he has his own supermarket? That's really cool.
It is. First breakfast of many.
I wonder if he's making these choices himself because what's on the plate there looks extremely healthy. They look like they're good choices. But it's not just about getting the right micronutrients and macronutrients. It's also about making sure the caloric numbers are correct because the calories represent energy. So you can eat healthy, but if you overconsume calories, that's not going to help you lose weight.
He just started working out and I think he's already going to bed.
I mean, he's doing 135 on an incline bench. That's not easy. That's tough for a lot of people.
I think it's him though, just how hard this is going to be. Which is why we got him a trainer. I'm going to go introduce him. This is your personal trainer, Coach Wall.
You're about to get me shredded, huh?
Yes, sir.
You about to lose this belly?
Yep.
He seems excited.
For the first time in his life, he was learning how to eat healthy.
Coach cooking today. He teaches me how to grill.
That's good, right?
That's so good.
The plan your trainer laid out for you, you've been completing up to 18,000 steps per day.
I have a love-hate relationship with step counters because some people take it too far. I think locking in on the steps per day can perhaps create a toxic relationship with exercise. Just in general, staying mobile and then perhaps logging your miles, your weight training, things that are perhaps higher intensity, I feel like is a better strategy.
Lifting 5 days a week.
Correct.
And you've only been eating 2,500 calories a day?
Eating 2,500 calories a day for him and his size, I don't remember exactly his weight, is definitely at a deficit. So he's going to be losing weight, especially if he's exercising on top of it. So you got to make sure you're consuming your proteins there.
And now it's time for your first monthly weigh-in.
Single weigh-ins are not incredibly useful. I get why Jimmy's doing this for the video, but your weight will fluctuate, and it will fluctuate based on many factors: how much exercise you did, your water status, the food you consumed before, stress levels, microbiome changes. So I like getting an average taken at the same time over the course of a couple of days, or maybe several days. That way you get a sense of where the trend is going.
You lost 20 pounds!
So 20 pounds in 30 days is quick. That being said, he may have weighed in very bloated, very heavy after a large meal at the end of the day. All those factors are going to play a big role on that first weight loss.
Your first challenge is, on day 60, after your second monthly weigh-in, for every push-up you can do, I will add $1,000 to the prize pool. So if you do 100 push-ups, I'll give you $100,000.
Wow, straight 100 push-ups is going to be hard at that weight. If I'm trying to get better at push-ups, I would start a progression where you're starting perhaps on your knees in order to be able to get the maximum number of reps in before muscle failure. I mean, if you're doing 10 and you're failing, that's going to be not only demotivating, but not allowing you to get a little bit of cardio workout there as well.
All right, first smoothie, literally first smoothie that I have ever made in my entire life. Protein scoop.
Whey protein is a good way to increase someone's protein intake without adding calories. The thing with smoothies, and juice is probably worse than smoothies, is you can easily overconsume fruit. Like if you're trying to make orange juice in a glass, it's conceivable that you use so many oranges that now your sugar intake is absolutely through the roof. I prefer to eat the fruit, and there is something to be said about the act of chewing. The act of chewing impacts how your body metabolizes those ingredients. And when you're thinking about benefits of fruits, you're thinking about fruits that have high fiber content. So ideally you want to shift to berries. They have a little bit lower sugar content, better fiber profile. So that's the direction I want to go into.
Now pushing your body to its limits every single day isn't healthy. So we made sure Madge took rest days and got weekly checkups from a doctor monitoring his progress.
Oh, that's awesome that they're thinking that far ahead. I was actually kind of worried about that because rest days are absolutely crucial, and you should have variations in your intensity in your training. Like for example, if you're trying to run faster, you want to have times where you're doing tempo runs a little bit quicker. You want to have endurance runs. You want to have days where you're just walking, you're having recovery days, and then there's a day where you just shut it all off and then do it.
$1,000, $2,000, $3,000.
Jimmy, stop with the money! I will say that's really motivational, probably.
32.
I would have given him that 32. Or at least give him $500.
Your next challenge, every dollar you can carry for a lap around this building, I will add it to your prize.
How long is that surplus?
You might get greedy, and you might try to carry $500,000, but you can't make it all the way through, and then you lose.
Oh, so there's a little bit of strategy here.
Coach wants me to emulate how it would be for me to carry duffel bags full of money.
Yeah, endurance is going to be a big factor. When you're working out, training hard is always going to be beneficial, but you want to think about the variations in that training. Set counts, rep counts, not allowing your body to plateau. Even though he's on day 63, like this is all new to his body. his whole body is in a state of shock.
And with Max progressing so much in his workouts, Coach's incredible impact on his life was so great that he became a member of the family. And because their bond was so powerful, what came next was the worst thing that's ever happened in one of my videos.
I did hear about this, and this is tough because I don't know a lot of the details, but I've seen the headlines.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah. How you doing? No. It's bad. No, I wish that's what I was thinking. I do everything.
I like Will's approach here, offering to hug, saw that there was huge emotion and immediately backed off and just gave a supporting hand. Very high level there from a clinician standpoint. Staying quiet, allowing the person to process, answering any questions is very valuable. Very good job by Will. You also have to take into consideration that he's been living in isolation and only seeing his coach. That's heavy to develop that sort of bond with someone and lose a loved one. The loss of a loved one is actually called bereavement. Your reaction to that bereavement is called grief. I have to really remind not just my patients, but you at home, that bereavement and the grief that comes after bereavement is not a psychiatric condition. It can become one in that it can create a condition known as prolonged grief disorder, but on its own, it's part of normal living and dying. So it's not mandatory to do psychotherapy, counseling, medications during an acute grief episode. Just being surrounded by family, loved ones, if you're religious, some sort of clergy, perhaps a supportive clinician could help, but necessarily needing psychiatric or psychological support is not mandatory in the majority of cases. We are resilient to this.
Over the next few days, visitors poured in to help process his grief while he contemplated the decision of continuing or stopping this video.
Again, I don't know his previous psychological and psychiatric history, but being alone in isolation and losing weight is a high stress state. Imagine you're eating at a caloric deficit, so huge stress on the body. You're isolated from your loved ones, huge stress on the mind and body. And now you're going through this tremendous loss that can predispose all sorts of psychiatric conditions to flare up, from PTSD, major depressive disorder, anxiety disorders like generalized anxiety disorder, amongst others.
We're not falling buckets. Yeah? I can't let him down. I'm doing this for myself, and that's for Coach too.
You know, I told you I saw some headlines about the death of this coach, and I actually asked Jimmy about it. He told me that the family wanted to keep it private, but somehow Newsweek was able to find out that there was an accidental death due to a substance being found in the blood, kratom, an illicit drug that people use for a variety of reasons to feel better. It has opioid-like effects. That's why you got to be very careful using illicit substances, and why very often we'll decry any kind of drug use on the channel.
To honor his mentor and friend, Coach Wall, Madge refused to take on another trainer for his next challenge.
I understand why he's doing that, but I would encourage him to keep a trainer, because you want to make sure you're not hurting yourself, and it's very easy during an emotional time like this to actually hurt yourself.
100 days ago, Madge weighed 324 pounds. And now, see what he weighs. He lost over 50 pounds!
It's so awkward going through that darkness now. It's very lighthearted happiness.
Let's see how much money Madge can carry. We have $100,000 that you can win. You can carry as much or as little as you want, but if you drop any of it, you walk away with nothing.
You know, I don't know the right way to have covered this video. You want to be respectful to the family. You want to commemorate the person, but man, this is so heavy.
Let's go, man. All right, he's off. You got this. All right, he's cooking, bro. He is running with that thing. $40,000.
How much time does he have?
You need a break? You can just put the money down. No break. Keep going, keep going. 3/4 away.
And then Jimmy's whole thing is to demotivate him and make it harder. What role are you playing here, Jimmy? Pick one.
Go, it's there. Less than 10 steps. Cross it. Your prize pool has now increased to $321,000.
In Deal or No Deal, as an example, they have the banker who's clearly the villain in the situation. I don't know what Jimmy's role is in these videos. Is he cheering people on to earn the most amount of money? Is he trying to discourage them to lose? I don't know where he fits in this whole scheme of gamifying it.
For our next challenge, if you can do a mile in under 8 minutes and 30 seconds, half of your 1 mile time at the start of the challenge, I'll add another $25,000 to your prize pool.
This is strictly cardio, something that I only do 2 times a week, and the cardio that I do 2 times a week isn't even this.
Yeah, I think in a situation like this, you need to gradually work your way up because it's really easy when you're overweight and you're starting to put pressure on your joints by doing something that's new to you. You can get hurt very fast. Even just the strain that you put on your bones, the bones will hurt.
So we started this video. It took you 17 minutes to run a mile. And now, 130 days later, you must do it in under 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
I mean, he's lost a tremendous amount of weight over 4 months in. 8:30 is tough for someone who's never ran before, but I think he's been consistently training. I think he's going to be able to do it.
45 grand on the line. Let's see if he can do it. Let's go!
I wonder if he has a watch on to be able to know his pace. Oh!
You did it in 8
Well done.
Coach Wall, he shows up for me every day. I show up for him every day.
That's a great coping mechanism exhibited there. Keeping someone alive in your memory is very important.
When you started, you were able to dead hang for 6 seconds. In exactly 30 days, for every second you can hang, I will give you $1,000.
Get out of here.
Hang is really hard. You need to work your grip strength up. And you need to be careful because it's very easy to develop golfer's elbow. And I know hanging has nothing to do with golf. It's just our very weird name for medial epicondylitis, which is inflammation on the interior or inside portion of your elbow. And when I started doing dead hangs, I actually developed really bad medial epicondylitis. So much so that I ended up going to get acupuncture. And off the first session, I got like 80% relief, which shocked me because I didn't think it would work. But then I was like, you know what, let me go for the second session. It's going to get better. Went for the second session, hit a nerve. My hand, every time I extended my arm, felt like it was on fire. And then it led to a disastrous doctor's visit with this really shady doctor that I'm going to link that video down below because you need to watch it just to be careful not to fall victim to some of these shady doctors and practitioners out here. All that is to say, dead hangs got me there.
I brought someone who literally trains bodybuilders. This guy has a degree in biochemistry and is the smartest fitness influencer I could find. Jeff Newbert.
I mean, you gotta start slow. Some people will just do basic cable exercises in order to get them there, but you can get attachments to the pull-up bar, like let's say resistance bands, things that can take off some of your weight to allow you to get comfortable with the motion and then work your way up from there.
Take your grips.
Okay. Oh, there you go. There's the resistance bands we're talking about. And he's doing wide grip pull-ups too. You just gotta be careful, because if that thing snaps...
In only 3 days, that's really helped Match improve his dead hang.
Bend over ropes are good.
Looking good for my bank account.
This guy is an animal.
Again, you got to be really careful to not overdo it there. It's very easy to overdo it. This is not a huge muscle group. This isn't squatting. This isn't deadlifting. This is a very small set of muscles. And using chalk there is not going to improve grip strength. Before you get mad, it's going to improve grip performance. Because the chalk, absorbs some of that moisture, so less likely to slip. But it also improves friction. So when you create friction, you get better grip performance, not grip strength. I guess you could say you end up having a stronger grip, but it's really about the performance.
100 feet in the sky.
Of course he has to do it 100 feet in the sky.
Here we go. All right, the time.
He looks like he's getting in great shape.
5 seconds. Hey, Match, look down. Look down. Oh my gosh, does that scare you?
Not at all.
Oh my, wait, get a shot of this. This is real.
This is real. real. The zoomed out camera shots didn't get me there, but that one's real.
Oh my god, the entire platform! 6 seconds to 60 seconds. That's panic! Hello? That's 60,000! I'm so proud of you. We're not stopping there, because as you'll remember, if he could do a pull-up, I'd throw in an extra 10K.
He's gonna try to do the pull-up after hanging for 61 seconds. That's really tough.
Let's go!
Oh! Wow, that's really good. He held it, too. Oh!
I have the clothes that I wore when I first got in here. I'm gonna try them on.
Yeah, so, people looking at the scale sometimes will miss things because when you're putting on muscle and the weight is not changing on the scale, you might get sad. But if you look at your clothing and the way clothes fit, you start seeing musculature replacing the fat. You might start realizing, oh wow, the weight might not have changed drastically, but what my body is made of has. And that's really, really important. I hate to be like some of these podcast bros, they're like, muscle is the longevity tool, and like, it kind of is. Even grip strength. Obviously, they're doing a kind of a jokey thing with the dead hangs, but grip strength after the age of 50 literally correlates with how long you're going to live. It allows you to understand how well you'll perform opening jars and holding doors and getting up from a seated position. Grip strength matters for your livelihood as a human, and it's reflective of your general fitness. And general fitness allows you to
The all-new Whoop is here. Get the most advanced view of your health with blood pressure insights right from your wrist. Plus medical-grade ECG readers.
There are some mean crashes in NASCAR, F1, Indy, and we're going to watch some of the meanest ones. But know that everyone survives in the clips that we're about to watch, and we're going to talk about the medical situations in each of these scenarios. Also, huge thanks to ShipStation for sponsoring this video. We got Formula One action. Honestly, the Surviving F1 series is fire if you haven't watched it yet. Awesome. Where would his body be? It looks like it would be split in pieces. And the fact that there's a fire, I mean, he's in a fireproof suit, but how long can that help? Oh, there he is. He's trying to get out. Oh my God, you gotta spray him. See, the problem with spraying down directly the person is it's good and bad at the same time. Good in that you're dousing the flame, but the reason you point the fire extinguisher at the base of the flame is to literally suffocate the flame. And when you're shooting it at a person's face, you're essentially suffocating the person as well. See, the dangerous part would be if he was knocked unconscious, because then he wouldn't be able to climb out of the car. Look, you could see that the medical delegate is trying so hard to get near him, but the flames must be so hot. Oh, he must have burned his hand. Burns to the hand are so bad because of the contractures that can form, that the skin essentially starts becoming flexed. And you're going to need multiple surgeries usually and occupational therapy. Shout out to my occupational therapists out there to help work that hand open and keep it straight or recover its strength. Wow, he's walking away from this? Not even walking, my guy's running away from it.
Not only has he survived going through a barrier at 160 miles an hour.
160 miles an hour? And how is he not concussed going from 160 miles an hour to zero so quickly? The danger in crashes is going from a high speed to with 0 speed because all of that inertia carries your organs forward, even the brain. The brain sits in a soup, so it starts hitting the front of your scalp when you come to an abrupt stop. And I know they have neck stabilizing devices in the car, but whoa.
I insisted, no, we'll get the ambulance here. But he wanted to demonstrate that it was okay. He got a message to everyone, his wife and family in particular. That
Okay, beautiful message. Medically, I hate it. Adrenaline in moments like this is rushing so fast that you might not have any idea what's going on in your body. You might be bleeding internally. You might be bleeding internally into your skull, having a stroke. So many things could be going wrong right now, and just to symbolize that you're great and strong, you do the extra walk, unnecessary. Actually, it's the same reason in boxing, once there's a knockout, they don't have people just usually stand up right away after the match ends. They first bring them to a stool. They have them calm down in the stool and they evaluate what's going on there, and they have the doctor speak with them. Then they have them stand up and then they redo it again. And there's reasons for this progression because we want to make sure that the body and mind are both safe. Looks like he only suffered minor burns to the back of his hands, a sprained left ankle, and was discharged from the hospital soon after. That's crazy. That's all that happened. I mean, I sprained my right ankle walking to the refrigerator the other day on Bear's Toy, and this guy's surviving 160 mile an hour ride.
Outside making a move.
Okay, Indy. For those of you who don't know, I was with Mario Andretti in an Indy car. Did a lap. How about you? Oh, they're gonna touch wheels. They're gonna touch wheels. Oh, they touch wheels on a turn. That's awful. Oh my God. Robert Wickens, they got everybody. Oh my God, the spin's ridiculous. The strain and force a spin like that puts on your neck, I can't even begin to understand. Because when I took those turns with Andretti, I felt it in my neck, my whole head being pushed to one side. When you're spinning like that, constantly changing direction, the amount of G's is incredible. Nothing like even my F-16 experience. Violent crash Pocono Raceway, which is where I did mine, by the way. Confirmed Thursday night that he is paralyzed from the chest down? No way. So if chest down, likely that means that there was some kind of spinal cord injury. And obviously from a spin like that, as I was saying, you're putting so much torque on the spinal cord that it's no surprise that there was severe damage.
Ryan Newman on turn 4 for the final time. Blaney to the outside.
Oh, Jamar's fishtailing. Fishtailing. Why? Oh my God.
In a shower of sparks on his
God, the amount of sparks in there.
Ryan Newman comes across the line for it. Newman got turned, went up in the air. As he came down, was hit by another car and launched skyward.
You know, in traditional car accidents, like on the highway, they have this device called the jaws of life to actually cut through the doors and other mechanical obstacles that might be in the way to free passengers. I wonder how they do it here.
Tries to go to the outside, then the inside. They lock bumpers.
Oh my God, he hit the side there really hard. Again, a lot of pressure on the neck. Being upset, like this is okay. Again, there's no rapid stop where you have that inertia of the organs potentially experiencing a high G-force. So this sliding effect is actually life-saving. He would later hold an interview with Today on March 11th where he discussed the crash, revealing he was knocked out and sustained a bruised brain. Bruised brain, essentially, he had a concussion, probably a counter-coup injury.
That they
He hit
get
on one side.
$24
Remember
per
when the
month
brain hits one side, it then automatically bounces to the other side.
So is this stuff?
It's called a counter-coup
Yes, you
injury,
could
but
receive
God's
around
knows a lot.
$25 a
Let's take a
month
minute
from
and talk
SNAP.
about ShipStation,
The minimum
the
monthly
leading
benefit
web-based
for
order
eligible
management and
households
shipping
is
software.
$24
It's designed to make
as of
retailers'
October
lives
1st,
easier by making
2025. While
processing,
many
fulfilling, and shipping
individuals
e-commerce
receive
orders
more
more efficient. I know how
low-income
difficult it
households
is
with
running an
higher
online
incomes
business. I mean,
or
I'm launching
specific
merch,
deductibles
so I understand the
may
value
receive
of having
this
the right
minimum
tools
amount.
before you get started.
It will
Shipping can become
recommend
total
best
chaos during the
well,
holidays too,
minimum
as orders increase and
benefit.
everyone is panicking
Like I
to
said,
get their goods
$24
in on
per
time.
month.
That doesn't have to be your life though. Thanks to ShipStation, you
And
can focus on growing
why
your
is it so
business from
low?
day one,
If
as they
you
eliminate
receive
all the
only this
headaches that
amount,
come with
it is
printing
likely
labels or
because your
handling
income is
orders
higher.
across multiple
Did
platforms
not
like Amazon,
report all
Etsy,
deductible
eBay,
expenses
even your own
like
website.
car
One
rents
of the
or
best
medical
parts of
costs
ShipStation is
that
that
could
you get the
increase
same
your benefit.
discounted shipping rates as Fortune 500 companies, regardless of how much you're selling. Over 130,000 companies
also,
have grown their e-commerce business with ShipStation,
I
and
think it's like
98% of those
F1.
companies that use them for 1 year
No, I think
become
it's like
customers for
FY or
this
like
holiday season. Give
Y1
yourself
in
the gift of
2024.
stress-free holiday
$100
shipping. Go to
billion went to
ShipStation.com/Dr.
Snap.
Mike Remember, doctor is spelled out,
So,
and sign up for a free 60-day trial. That's right, ShipStation.com/Dr. Mike. Start today and get set up before the biggest shipping season of the year. Oh, he's flying. Rolling. Okay, if I'm trying to gauge the risk of an accident, this is probably one of the safest ones we've seen so far. Not to downplay the injuries that happened here, but because again the car kept rolling, that looks terrifying, but usually creates the safest stop for the car. Because again, it's that sudden stop and the speed of that stop, the deceleration that causes the most damage and is the most lethal.
Yeah, he's moving. I see him moving around in the car.
Again, usually what results from this is neck injuries, concussions from the rolling around, maybe if your hand gets caught in something. That's why I think Formula One drivers, and I don't know about other racing sports, are taught to take their hands immediately off the wheel on an accident. Thankfully, Wallace, simply lucky to be alive given the severity of the incident, didn't suffer any severe injuries. He did, however, suffer some minor ones and was forced to wear a cast on his hand for the next few races. His accident inspired the introduction of roof flaps in NASCAR vehicles, which work to reduce flipping when cars go airborne. I mean, a cast with a crash of that severity is a pretty good thing to get away with.
But you can. Y'all knew Whoop is here. Get the most advanced view of your health with blood pressure insights right from your wrist. Plus medical grade ECG readings. Only on Whoop.
Did you see Mike moving inside the car?
Oh, the airborne ones are so bad. Oh my god. See, some of the most dangerous parts here are when the car that is airborne and its wheels make contact with the other driver from their head, which is unprotected. And I know in Formula One they started creating some sort of protection for them. I don't know if this was instituted at the time of this race.
Here in turn 3 and 4, quite a few years ago.
Wow.
And the car is up into the fence, which is
Wow.
almost reminiscent of Kenny Bragg's accident at Texas quite a few years ago, guys. Very, very lucky.
Yeah, so he went body into the fence, which again takes a major toll on your spinal cord. Imagine you're sitting and your spinal cord experiences all those compressive forces, puts pressure on your discs. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a disc herniation involved here, bulging disc, even a disc rupture for the severity of that injury. Conway had surgery for multiple fractures in his lower left leg and had been diagnosed with a compression fracture in his leg. That's interesting because I was talking about disc compression, but the vertebrae, which are the actual bony bodies in between the discs, can fracture as well. Must have been a lot of damage to the spine, but definitely can recover with surgery from that.
Oh, look out, we got trouble. This is going to hurt.
Oh my god! For the people in the stairs. And for the car. Oh my god. Multiple hits. The whole race is over.
So Jeffrey is alert, at least, and conscious and able to move. I don't know about you guys, but I'm breathing a little bit better right now.
I mean, I'm not, because you're still not out of danger until you're in the hospital. Even in the hospital, when we have a patient in one area, and we need to transfer them, whether it's from a regular inpatient floor unit to the ICU, or from the ER to the patient room, that transportation can only happen when the patient's stable, and things go wrong during that transportation, that you need to be present and ready to activate a code blue, a rapid response, and treat the patient right then and there. He suffered a concussion, facial laceration, multiple bruises, right wrist fracture, and a small fracture to the vertebrae, and is in intensive care unit in serious but stable condition. Wow, I would say that it's probably a very severe concussion when you're being tossed around at that rate of speed. I mean, that's incredible.
Just as I walk out of the infirmary, this elite kitty just went over to turn 3 and 4 walls.
Oh, this looks like something from the scene of a car game called Carmageddon. I don't know if you guys remember. Or Twisted Metal. I think I also couldn't afford the real game, but I got my hands on the demo disc, and I just played the demo over and over.
Went in to talk to him, he was about half conscious. Two old pieces. Come up and ribs broke, punctured lung, just his leg all dusted off, just hanging there.
That's the biggest danger that I always tell you guys about whenever there's a rib fracture, about puncturing your lung and developing pneumothorax. Also, less talked about but equally dangerous is if that rib fractures in an area where it nicks your aorta, you have massive internal bleeding. That's a deadly, deadly injury. Lee Petty's car was destroyed, and then they took his broken, apparently lifeless body to the hospital. It was some time before he could have broken bones fixed. They waited to see if he would stabilize as he lay in a coma. He spent 4 months in the hospital. Petty did return to racing, but he was never quite as competitive again. Wow. Oh, throwback. Let's see what happened. Oh. Wow. Okay, those are the ones I'm talking about, where you go high rate of speed, and then you come to an instant stop. That's where you lose your life.
There's Michael Waltrip now, standing up, climbing out from around that shredded, mangled mass of sheet metal.
What, he's just walking out?
Pontiac Grand Prix just a few moments ago.
Again, I think I'm alright. Got some contusions and a little bit of confusion, but that's probably not too unusual.
That's not unusual. That is unusual. When we decide whether or not to scan someone's head for an intracranial bleed, it's based off of certain signs and symptoms, but also the mechanism of injury. And going 100 miles an hour or whatever that was to zero is most definitely a high-speed accident warranting a full-body CAT scan.
I think I'm alright. We'll go home and get a nice rest tonight.
No, you don't go home. You go straight to the hospital.
You know, my seat stayed secured in the frame rail, in the only frame rail really that stayed as a part of the back of the car. This part went.
I think the only thing that really saved him here was that he hit the outside of his car, not his own side. If it was the driver's side that had that impact, it would have been a very different outcome. Alonso, let's go. This is McLaren days, not Ferrari days. Oh! There goes his front tire. Oh, it's so hard to make out what just happened. The whole axle was looking like... He walked away like that? That's him? Wait, is that Esteban Gutierrez? That's my friend.
Get cards against humanity.
You see the sky, then you see the ground, you see the sky, and you know exactly where you are. And you keep moving, you want to stop. Then they gotta stop. I saw a little space to go out, and I said I go out quickly. And my mom will watch me, so I want to be out quite quickly. I said that I'm
I'm fine physically, but everything hurts a little because you move around so much at those speeds. The knees, what bothers me most is it hit the steering column, but I feel very lucky. Very lucky. Everything is going to hurt for a while. And honestly, you should be under observation because if you're even having a small bleed internally, you want to make sure that you're able to act quickly. So I have a funny story with Esteban Gutierrez. We went to a family dinner. I took him on my Audi TTS, and I was going to drop him off at his place and then go home. And with a Formula One driver, I'm going to drive and try and look cool. And because of that, I turned into the Holland Tunnel in the city, and I didn't mean to do that. So I was like, oh my God, I turned into the wrong thing. So I was like, let me just back up real quick because I'm not that far in. And as soon as I started backing up, you see a cop walk out into the street and go, excuse me, sir, come on, and had me pull up, check my windows for tints, started writing me tickets. I was like, officer, I'm so sorry, I made this mistake. I'm a physician, this is a Formula One driver. He's like, I couldn't care less. Here's your tint ticket. But yeah, that goes to say that even if you have a Formula One driver in your passenger seat, don't try and show off because things will go wrong. Oh no, this is gonna be the worst one, isn't it? This looks like a skit. The only thing that I'll say is this is pretty low speed, so I guess that's a little bit safer. But these vehicles weren't as safe, so that's not necessarily true. You know what's really scary? When you watch some of those videos when there's a blizzard and there's low visibility and then there's an accident and another accident and all of a sudden there's cars just sliding into other cars and then people come out to see what's going on and they're getting trapped. Never exit your vehicle if you're in one of those situations. Call for help, stay in your vehicle because you don't know what's coming behind you. That's the scary part. And if you do exit, run away. Don't stay on the highway. I mentioned earlier that I flew an F-16. Check out that video right here. I'm doing barrel rolls, upside down twisties, 9Gs, over 9Gs. Seriously.
Rivalry between the Mets and the Phillies. The ballpark was full. It was a really lively atmosphere, but you know the
time I just thought I was sitting down to do a regular baseball game.
We didn't know what was going on. We just knew something special happened. And I don't know how to describe that when you don't know what's going on, but you know it's special.
The afternoon was spent on Pins and Needles. I wasn't watching sports that night.
Another packed house here at Citizens Bank Park and an awfully nice night for a ball game. Here in Philadelphia, the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies Sunday night baseball. You know, it's always a rivalry when a New York team and a Philadelphia team get together.
I think for the most part we respected one another, but I think certainly we didn't like each other.
I was wearing red and white pants, but I couldn't stand orange, black, and blue. I just couldn't.
The Mets-Phillies rivalry, it's baseball proximity. There's a little bit of a big brother, little brother issue going on, I think.
It's always extra special, obviously. That rivalry was always electric atmosphere.
Even in our production meeting prior to, I remember someone making the point that this is the only show in town. And by that, I mean really the only major sporting event going on across the country. And that's not often the case.
Don't you count on the lead.
Swinging foul tip held by Paulino. He strikes out. One down.
Watching we have monitors here, watching Twitter on the laptop, and the White House reporters that I follow, they started talking back and forth about the president has called a news conference.
Our news editor, Claire Smith, passed a note along at some point to me, POTUS news conference tonight. To me, honestly, you know, I'm locked in on what's going on in the field. I'm not even factoring in what this could mean.
And Young strikes him out as the Phillies leave the bases loaded here in the seventh inning.
It was a one-run ball game. Tying run was on base. Ryan Howard's coming up, but all of a sudden you become aware of something else.
I looked down at my phone and I got a text from a buddy who always watched games, and he said, they got Bin Laden.
Bobby nudged me with his elbow and showed me his phone. You know, this isn't in the play-by-play handbook. They don't tell you how to deal with this one.
There were rumors that Osama bin Laden and you know, the United States got him and that they killed him.
Tom Archer, our producer, right away said, we're trying to corroborate it. Don't say anything yet. We're preparing a statement. So you try to put it out of your mind for a second, and you keep calling the game.
They've only got 2 hits in this game. They've got 3 hits in this game. Mayberry getting away. The throw from Bay, not in time, and the Phillies have tied it.
When we understood what was happening and that this was less a rumor and more fact, we said we're going to bring the announcers on camera at the end of the 8th inning.
Second. Some breaking news for those of you who have been with us on the ball game. ABC News is reporting that Osama bin Laden has been killed, and a presidential news conference is upcoming momentarily.
I think thereafter, we had our eyes open for when that bit of news was going to find its way into the 40,000 plus people who were at Citizens Bank Park.
At the very beginning of the 9th inning, my now wife, fiance at the time, just happened to be on her phone, I guess. Wasn't the most entertaining game for her.
On CNN, an article popped up about, it's not confirmed yet, but it looks like Bin Laden has been killed. And then, you know, I turned to my fiance and said, hey, look at this is something.
My friend next to me, she suddenly lets out a, oh my God, we killed Bin Laden. After that, it just, everything changed.
Champ USA as the news goes through the crowd.
There were 2 events going on. One
hugely significant role